everybody? Welcome back to the Games Done Quick channel. This is Oops All Kingdom Hearts 2 with our second day of Kingdom Hearts speedruns. How are you? Can I get some hype emojis in the chat? I want to see all the hype emojis. Welcome back to the show. My name is Jiggy. I'm going to be hanging out with you all day today as we go through some incredible Kingdom Hearts speedruns. We're starting off today with Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, Riku's story with Swift SRL. Then we're jumping into Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer with Spike Vegeta. That's going to be an absolute blast. I hope that you're excited for that one. And we're wrapping up today with a very special run of Kingdom Hearts, the original, but the Japanese version, any percent CSR with Ninten. Ninten has told me that this run is absolutely incredible and something that has never been seen on the GDQ channel before. So I'm very excited to check that out. I hope that you will stick around with us all day today for all of these Kingdom Hearts runs. We would love to see what you think in the chat, so please stick around and chat with us. All right, without further ado, we're going to jump into Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, Riku's story with Swift. Swift, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Doing well, thanks. How you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. Tell us, what are we about to see here, and like, what is this run?
So this run is only unlocked after beating Sora's story, which has a lot more fleshed out gameplay, because you're going to see a lot of cards. In Sora, you can build your deck and you can improve the attacks that you use. In Riku, the game's just going to give you a bunch of cards, and we're just going to try to beat these bosses as fast as we possibly can.
Fantastic. And we also got Friel here with us. How are you, Friel?
I'm doing pretty good. Happy to be here. Happy to be talking about this category that I enjoy very much.
Well, I'm excited. Whenever you're ready, Swift, take us in to our first run of day 2 of Oops All Kingdom Hearts 2.
All right, cool. Go on, go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we're just gonna hop right into it here. Riku just kind of like spawns into like this weird little basement. I don't really know what's going on, to be honest, but we're gonna get the Hollow Bastion map card, and then we're going to kind of get into things here. The beginning of the run is a lot of grinding, because you need map cards that we're gonna get from enemies to progress through the game. So we're going to try to get all of our map cards early on when it's a lot easier to kill enemies. And then once we get all of our map cards, we're just going to be blazing through every world. Just, all right, where's the boss? Found it. Kill the boss. Okay, we can go. Awesome. And that's going to be the run.
That's real interesting, because when I played this game for the first time, I know, and you mentioned it, Sora's side of this game allows you to build kind of a deck, and it's a matter of like chaining them together. How much deck building goes into this one?
Literally zero. The game just gives
Absolutely none.
Yeah, the game gives you a different deck at the beginning of every floor. There's one deck later on. I'm very excited to talk about how bad it is specifically, because it's really fun. But no, literally, if you try to go into, like, there's the menu for it as well. It's kind of funny. And then the game just gives you like, oh yeah, you don't get to do that in this one.
Yeah, no, it's not allowed.
That's real interesting, because this one is
right
known as the Kingdom Hearts deck builder game.
Not Riku doesn't really vibe with all that.
He doesn't get to play that part of the game.
Yeah.
So
here's what's going to be kind of clearing out this room, trying to build map cards. Oh, sorry, I didn't.
No, you're good. Please.
Didn't mean to cut you off there. Yeah. We need to get enough map cards in order to get out of Hollow Bastion, and clearing out this room gives you, I believe, just enough to get through the entire world.
Yeah, if we clear out this entire room, as long as we don't get any map cards that we'd rather use later on, and I'll cover those if they do come up, but if we clear out this entire room and we get lucky enough with our map cards, we get exactly enough to only get through this world.
Yep.
And for some reason, I left the defender for last, so I really hope you just cooperate with me a little bit. Thank you.
For those who don't know Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories or Chain of Memories, can you give us a rundown on this, on the mechanics, the numbers, like what do they mean? And I know that, again, you don't build the deck in this one, but the mechanics are still there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at the cards that I'm playing in the bottom left, they each have a number associated with them, and that's going to be the strength of the card. So in general, the higher the number, the better, except for the interesting one is going to be 0, which I don't think this deck has any of, but yeah, it definitely doesn't.
No.
But the 0 allows you to break any card that's played, no matter what the value is. But the downside is that it gets broken by any card. So then something else we can do is, you can see right there, I'm just chaining these cards together. That's called a slate. I don't know how to pronounce it. Please don't ask me. But so we can chain all of these cards together. It's slate. Okay, thank you. So we can add all of these cards together. So right here, it's got a total value, you might have seen in the top left there, 22. So now it takes a 22 or higher, or 23 or higher, pardon me, to break that card and just cancel that entire attack. I'll get to that in a second. That's very funny. We'll get to that in a second. Now I need to think and explain at the same time. So, okay, so we're... Friel, you got it. Slights.
Yeah. So stacking all your cards, it'll add up the total value of that card. If an enemy card plays another card at a higher value, it'll break. But if you've got your cards stacked up like that, you're not likely to get normal enemies breaking them. The only downside is that it loses the first card in the first card in your deck will not be reloaded. It's a bigger thing when we get into dark mode, where you actually get like special abilities when coming attached to slights, whereas here it's just kind of a longer combo.
Yeah, like right here, I can do one hit, or I can do one hit. There we go. And then use my slight to chain the full combo. So that funny little card I got while I was grinding, and I said I was going to explain that later, that's called the Random Joker, and that's why I was fighting something in that room. So we want 3 to 4 of those, because as you're going to see, or as I'm going to highlight in the next door, every time we come to a door with a story requirement, basically, where it has like the fancy, and I'll show that off in just a second as well. It's called the Key to Guidance, I believe this one is called. That door has a door requirement where we need to use a specific card to get through the door. And some of those card requirements get kind of crazy, where you need to use like a total card value of 50 to get through a door. But the Random Joker just allows you to bypass that entirely. So we want to get a few of those. So right here, luckily this one's pretty easy, just any green card. But later on, there are some crazier doors that we want a lot of jokers for.
Yeah, there's exactly 4 doors in the game that will guaranteed require more than 1 card in order to knock out certain requirements on them. So we want ideally 4. You can get away with 3, but 4 is the optimal number.
Yeah, 4 is kind of like, okay, I don't really have to worry about managing my cards at all. I can turn my brain off and just go.
Yeah. All right, time for the first boss fight.
This one's pretty tough, so can you explain it while I focus here?
Yeah, I can walk through here. This fight's relatively straightforward. You're really just gonna be going through, and she's gonna do a normal combo at the start, and then she's just gonna kind of stack for the rest of these. She has an 8 that she can play, I believe, which is, I think, her highest card, so she can kind of break most of the cards in your deck, so you want to slight most of them.
Yeah, you can.
And I think she also has a 0, so you also kind of want to break. You also kind of want to make sure you're breaking her cards, since she can break them with a 0. She won't likely do that afterwards.
One of our questions in the chat was that they had a really hard time getting into Chain of Memories. Do you have any tips for somebody who's just picking up this game? Like, how do they progress through it?
Oh, that's a good question. Honestly, so a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people, if you're coming from Kingdom Hearts 1 into Chain of Memories, your instinct is just to mash the attack button, and read Chain of Memories, you really get punished for that. Or Chain of Memories or read Chain of Memories, you really get punished for that. So I would honestly maybe consider grinding a little bit at the beginning of the game, because you are going to need a ton of map cards anyways, and that kind of allows you to get more resources, get more health, and also gives you more card points, make your deck a little bit better.
Yeah, and you're gonna have an easier time grinding out for map cards early on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is just the duel tutorial. We don't really even want to do this in the run though. So we're just gonna break.
Yeah. Ideally, we will not see this mechanic at all.
From my perspective,
It also explains rapid breaks that you might want to see. But
when I first played this,
Sorry, go ahead.
I really looked at it very differently than Kingdom Hearts 1. I looked at it like this is a deck builder game. I need to build the best deck. And then my goal was to create a deck that I could just spam triangle. You know, that was the most fun part, was those building combos that would completely obliterate bosses. For me, that was fun. I know that I got a lot of flack for that when I was playing it, because it was like, hey, you're not letting them play. You're not you're not actually experiencing the boss. You're just deleting them. But I was like, that's fun for me, because I love a good deck builder game.
Yeah, every time, because you have to play through Sora's story to unlock Riku's story. So every time I play through Sora's story, I do exactly that. I just build a deck that lets you spam a certain sleight called Sonic Blade, and then you're just pressing triangle over and over again. So I entirely get that.
It's awesome.
But there's all kinds of different decks that you can build in the Sora version of this game too.
Oh yeah.
And then the big thing that I think a lot of people don't realize, this is a remake of a Game Boy Advanced game that came out a couple years earlier. The Game Boy Advance game being 2D, this game being 3D. So it is a very different game, but same core mechanics of deck building.
Yeah, so I'm going to just quickly explain the grinding in this game. So at the beginning of every encounter, or most encounters, you're going to see me I'm switching to another deck that gets a bunch of different cards called like enemy cards that give you different buffs. There's a crazy one that Riku's story gets called, and this is dark mode. I'll explain it when it's actually useful. We don't really want it here. It just kind of shows up every now and then. There's a crazy one that Riku gets for Dragon Maleficent where it boosts his attack power with the downside of his deck his reload speed is longer, which is a mechanic that does not exist in Riku's story. So it is literally just an attack boost with no downside, and you get it right away.
Yep.
So especially on beginner mode, it kind of just trivializes everything. Also, I noticed somebody in the chat ask why Japanese over English. It doesn't actually matter for this game.
I was going to get to that,
I don't think it actually matters for this one at all.
There's a grand total of one scrolling text box that it might make a difference for. We're not 100% sure. It's probably like less than a second, but it's there. So
yeah. So why the Japanese version? Because this was the one I had installed at the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just trying to get.
Also, welcome to the world we're going to be spending the majority of our time in.
Yeah, so we're looking out for a few things. We're looking out for a good room to grind in. This is just the first room that just spawns in right at the beginning. It's not bad, but it's not the best. There's one card that is very good that I will probably overreact when we get it. It's called the Strong Initiative, where if you'll see the enemies, how they kind of spawn in the overworld, and then how I'm hitting them to start the battle, that's stunning them and it's dealing a little bit of damage. But if in the Strong Initiative room, it makes it so that everything just dies in one hit, and all of the encounters in the room also like really I saw a green card, I got excited, and all the encounters in that room are really short as well, so it's probably the best room to grind in.
The room she's going into right now is probably the next best room to grind in. This is Teeming Darkness, because there are a lot of encounters in this room, rather.
No, and the Strong Initiative one that I'm hoping to get is a green card, so every time I see like the back of a green card, I get really excited.
Yeah.
And then it's never the one I want. And
it's even funny because It's even funny because there's another card that has a very similar, there it is, the very similar card art to Strong Initiative, but it's not quite what we're looking for. So that's another one that'll fake you out anytime you see it.
Can you explain the different cards with the different doors? Like using a card on a door that then changes what's in the next room, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it changes the overall layout of the room, and yeah.
So it's kind of lame because we only care about like a very small handful, but it is actually really interesting that every map card, it impacts, like Friel said, the room layout, and also impacts something else about it. So like the first one that came to the top of my head, I believe it's called Feeble Darkness. It's a pretty small room, but it also has the fun effect of every Heartless card, or so every enemy card that your enemies will be using, is lowered by 2, so it's a lot easier to like break their cards. There are some that impact like how fast the Heartless move. One of them makes everything move really, really fast, and it's terrifying. And I really hope I don't have to go in that room because it really scares me. But yeah, so every map card impacts the room differently.
I feel like that really adds some fun replayability to both this category as well as the Sora category, because it is random, right? It's what you pick.
Oh yeah, and it makes, I feel like the movement in this game is really underrated because it's not like I mean, Riku, he jumps and he like half rolls kind of. So, but the fun in the movement is like figuring out which rooms to use in what world. Because there's one room, it's the Black Fungus room, where there is a really, really long ladder and you have to climb up it. And it's really, really slow to climb up this ladder. But in some worlds, not all of them, there's a trampoline. You can just bypass the ladder entirely. So just thinking about that stuff on the fly as well, makes the run really, really interesting in an underrated way, in my opinion. But then, of course, sometimes then you're just fighting 6 shadows at once, and then, you know.
You gotta, yeah. It happens.
Yeah, I think the shadows in this game also do something interesting where they pop up, and sometimes they pop back down, and I swear they are actually never vulnerable. So, but it looks like they are, so they're just kind of baiting you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, not loving this grinding so far because I don't think I've gotten anything else good to grind in. And I'm also not getting any jokers yet. And we're waiting until we're about level 11 or so, and then we're also gonna fight the boss of this world, Guard Armor. Because something we haven't actually explained. Did I get the one? I didn't. Something else we haven't explained yet are the way level ups work in this game. And we've been leveling up this entire time, and we've never actually explained how they work. So every time you level up...
you were getting to it, and then I cut you off.
How dare you? So every time you level up, you get a certain number... Okay, I have to go all the way back. So you can choose between either health points or dark points. And I'll explain attack points in a second. Dark points, once we get into dark mode, you'll see it in the top left. There'll be a number, and that number decreases anytime we get our cards broken, and I think every time we get hit. So we want our dark points to get pretty high by the end of the run because we will be going into dark mode quite a bit. Health, obviously, health. And then I think it's 3 levels, we can choose attack points. Yeah, so it's going to be next level. And that's why we want to hit level 11 before we hit Guard Armor, because that's going to be probably the highest level we hit in grinding.
And do attack points just increase your card numbers, or how does it work?
It just
it's your damage output.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a flat increase.
Yeah.
So Riku has a base attack, and then each card has a multiplier. Is that how it works?
No, it's just his basic attack. I never actually realized how limited, where it's like So the card number is just the value of it. It's not like the attack power or anything like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the actual strength. It's just the value it is for playing it, essentially. Yeah, giving you the ability to increase your attack powers is their way of compensating. Because with Sora, normally you'd have different Keyblade cards that would have different outputs, but since Riku just has the basic Soul Eater card, they give you the option to actually just hard increase your attack strength.
Yeah, and then in Sora's story, instead of like attack power being the level up there, the level up is card points, so you can put more and better cards in your deck. So it kind of functions the same if you think about it. Both just increase your power, except this one is just like, no, you don't. Riku can't read. He can't read, let alone put together a deck.
Yeah, like. It's the guy who bought a bunch of booster packs at the card store and then just didn't bother actually like putting them together, figuring out how to put them together.
Something else I love about Riku is his attacks are crazy wide. I was not looking at that shadow. Yeah, Riku is such a fun... I think that's why I love this speedrun so much, because Riku is such a fun, weird character to play as. His dodge roll isn't a roll. Sometimes it feels like I'm playing as Sephiroth because his sword just hits everything. To the point where sometimes it's annoying. What a fun character to play as.
Yeah.
Okay, and then again shadows, and you know.
We're getting there. You know, it's happening.
We are getting there. We're level 11 now.
Level 11.
We'll be able to fight guard armor pretty soon here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and now that we're level 11 as well, the red nocturnes die in one hit if we stun them, and
nice.
so that one encounter is very fun.
Something else that's probably important to note, Swift just got a blue card with a value of 0. I don't know if we've mentioned before, but there is a door later on that has that specific requirement, so that is something we want to look out for, so it's a good thing we got that.
These shadows are playing with my life right now.
Hey, there's a strong initiative.
Yeah, I got one earlier as well. I just forgot to point that out. Those encounters will be very quick. And thank you for pointing out the blue 0.
Yeah.
I did not notice that. And I think that's what, our second Joker?
Hey, there's a Joker. Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, so the number of map cards we're looking for is like somewhere in like the 70 range. So I think for real, I think you said earlier, we're looking for hopefully 3 or 4 Jokers.
Yeah.
So we're gonna throw this. Yeah, so this is the strong initiative I was talking about. Assuming I don't mess up and just walk into any of these Heartless, which I for sure might. But everything's just gonna die in one hit now. And then there's only one possible encounter in this room that could be 2 waves as well. So everything in this room goes very, very quickly. Like that. And this
so it's this one.
And of course it's 4 shadows because it's like, well, we're not just going to be a little bit bad, you know?
Right.
I guess it's the give and take where it's like, do you want it to be done real quick or do you want more EXP? You know?
That is true because I have had runs where if I'm only farming in this room, I do end up underleveled.
Yeah. It's like what is the lowest level you can be comfortably to make it through these fights later in the game.
I mean, my general strategy is I'll just suffer later on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, honestly, it's
if it's faster,
usually
I'm
not
fine.
too bad.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it won't be as fun, but that's okay because neither is grinding.
Can you explain to me dark form again? Like what?
Yeah.
What
so
is
every
it? What
time
does it mean? You get boosted. How does it work?
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, really? No, you got it.
No, so you build your dark points by breaking the enemy's cards. Once that meter is full, you get put into dark mode. It's a straight damage increase, I believe, and also so your moveset changes around a lot. You get access to stronger slights. It's a very different form altogether. You'll see a lot more of it when we get into a lot of the boss fights later.
Yeah, I was
particularly
gonna say,
a lot of the humanoid bosses.
You would want to be in dark mode at all times if you can. So,
yeah, there are some fights like guard armor where I might end up in dark mode, but it's not really worth
not
it.
Too crucial, yeah.
Same with the next fight we're going to be doing, Genie Jafar. But for guard armor, I'm just going to be trying to. Honestly, I just kind of wing it for guard armor. I'm trying to use some of my lower value cards to form slights, and then my higher value cards I can just use on their own. And yeah, like I said, this is dark mode.
Yeah.
I did get the gimmick card, which... How do we explain the gimmick card? Well, most
So
fights, you got it.
So the gimmick card will show up in like typically most of the like boss fights within like a lot of the individual worlds, not so much at the in between fights. Using it has a different effect on every fight that it shows up in. In this case, it knocks guard armor down, which is really useful because then you can just wail on him and he doesn't do anything. It's in some fights it's really useful like that. In others, it's whatever, not really important. For example, we could have got. I think it does spawn in Dragon Mail, it just spawns like a platform that hovers above any like flames she throws out on the ground, which is completely worthless since she doesn't even end up doing that in when we fight her.
Yeah, we'll see later.
But
oh, sorry.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's some fights that kind of it kind of hinges on getting a gimmick card spawn early on to if you have whether or not the fight goes well.
Yeah, like in the next world, we're gonna be going to Agrabah. If the fight goes well, I shouldn't need the gimmick card at all. But then in some later fights, the entire point of the strat is to get the gimmick card as fast as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Where are we at with map cards? Because I know we have 3 jokers. Okay, we are not close.
I didn't see it. How many do you have?
45? So 44 now?
Okay.
But luckily,
I feel like
we're going back into strong initiative.
one of the hardest, or I would say one of the biggest difficulty curves in this game is learning exactly what the next, like each of the door cards do, right?
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
So I'm trying to as well keep my map card value down to not use any of like the 0 doors, because it's similarly to how the 0 breaks everything but then gets broken by everything. If we use a map value or map card with a card value, say that 10 times fast, of 0, that's going to reset the value of the next room, so we don't need as high of a map card value to get through. So we want to save as many 0s as we can later on. So every time I'm going to be going through a door, I'm trying to find the best card that I can use in the situation while also trying to use the lowest number that I possibly can. And I'm trying to do all of that while going as fast as I possibly can. It's actually a really underrated part of the game now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's a lot to keep track of.
That's kind of why this game is so high on my list too. Even though it's the second game that I played because I played in release order. I was very interested in like kind of the experience and like what like how different it was compared to the other games as well.
Yeah, like Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3 are kind of like in the same like they're all like similar, and then all the command deck games are kind of all similar, and then this one.
Yeah. Just the lone wolf of the bunch.
Yeah, I've always had this running theory where the Venn diagram of people who don't like this game and the people who aren't great at basic
People who
math
are bad at math
is a circle.
Yeah.
Ooh, no, I'm terrible at math. Let it be known, I am garbage. Everyone knows I am garbage at math. I think me though, yeah, it was the deck builder. It was the fact that I was trying to make the best possible use of. I wanted the ability to press the triangle button forever and not think about it. You know, that's what I wanted to do. But it was fun getting to that point, trying to figure out the combos and what doors worked and what didn't.
That's great.
I think
that's a theory.
Yeah, my biggest I don't know, I guess the in my notes, I'm literally looking at my notes right now. The one downside is that the story's the same. That is what I said. And I think that that's the only downside to this game is that it's just a retelling of Kingdom Hearts 1 with a little bit of extra robot lore.
Yeah, pretty much. They are just kind of like making robots, and that kind of is like the main takeaway.
Yeah. It actually got to the point where I ended up playing Recoded, and when I played Recoded, I was like, "Are you kidding me? They're doing this again?" Like that was the big downside. Is I was like, I already played Kingdom Hearts 1 twice. I don't need to play it again.
That's crazy though. What? Not even an hour on a GDQ stream, and I've already had a year-long scientific proven theory. By the way, that this theory has run through multiple trials, just gone just like that. That's crazy.
Well, the math thing.
Yeah, the math theory. The math theory is dead.
It's not dead. It's just I'm a weirdo that likes deck building games. You know, I'm a sucker for. I love my Zelda, but the things that you can write about Jiggy, I like games that make me feel like I like games that have number that go up. That I like that one. So like Slay the Spire, really really fun for me. I like roguelites like Hades. That's really really good. Binding of Isaac. Anything that makes me feel like my character is powerful, I like those kind of games. It's also why I don't like games like Final Fantasy Online or what's the name of the Nintendo one with the snail that has 7,000 health? It's anime. Chat, what's the name of the game with Nintendo? The red Master Sword. I'm really feeling it. Xenoblade Chronicles.
Xenoblade.
Wow, that took me so long.
Yeah.
My problem with Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah, when you said I'm really feeling it, it clicked with me, yeah.
Yeah. My problem with Xenoblade Chronicles is that like a normal enemy has 7,000 health and you just pop them and nothing happens. There's a snail in the game in Xenoblade Chronicles that has 7,000 health. I promise you. I'm not making this up. This is
a snail?
Anyway, in this game, you can make a combo where you press triangle like 5 times and you delete a boss. And that's it. And I like that. That's fun for me.
Yeah.
You would hate Riku because all of his slights just kind of play automatically and kind of shred the boss.
Yeah.
64? Okay. Okay, I'm at the point 65 where I am going to start like really. Oh, how many jokers did I get? I wasn't counting. 3? I think
You
I
had 3, yeah.
Okay.
You had 3. You for sure had 3.
So I think this will be number 66. So now I have to try to. So if I clear out this room, I think I'm perfectly good. Okay. If I clear out this room, I have to. I literally will be exactly 1 card short. So then I need to.
Yeah.
Fight 1 in the next room. Oh wait, no, but that's. Can you? I love the shadows in this game so much. They're so awful, and they're my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. I was telling Swift this like about a week ago. Like, I think I get trolled by shadows in this game more than like any other KH game I've played.
Oh yeah, I've been running.
So brutal.
I've been running Kingdom Hearts 1 for 11 years, and the shadows, I can tell you, are definitively worse in this game.
Yes, 1000%.
Okay, so if I can count, we should be at 68, which means we need to fight exactly 1 thing. And then I'll probably get 1 more for extra because I get scared. Because then, yeah, I'm going to get actually 1 extra because then if I don't, that means I'm going to have to go into the final boss and I'll have no map cards and I get scared when I'm alone. So I do need 1 more. Just like in my pocket, you know? There we go. And also that was actually perfect because that also makes us hit level 14, which is another attack boost. So having that for the next fight is pretty chill.
Yep. Yep.
And with that, grinding is over.
Woo!
And we are on our way.
Here we go.
We are just zooming from here on out. The boss gauntlet begins.
Time to delete some bosses.
Something else I get to share is that right here, 5 map cards are swirling around Riku because they reuse this animation from Sora's story. Riku never has this many world options, and I just thought that's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, he never has more than 4. I never thought about that before. That is really funny, actually.
Yeah, both of us have been playing this game for God knows how long. And neither of us thought, like, wait a second. Riku's never had 5 world cards before.
Yeah, that just doesn't happen, yeah.
Yeah, so now I'm just going to be trying to kind of touch on this earlier, but just try to use like the lowest number that I possibly can, because I want to have as many zeros for the end of the game as I can, because those are the only map cards you can use in any situation. To explain it simply.
So you are not fighting anybody or doing anything in these rooms if you can avoid it, right?
Yeah, if I have to fight anything for the rest of the game, it means I messed up when in Traverse Town.
Wow. So you're just going.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to say, if memory serves, my grinding split finishes at about 33 or 34 minutes in PB, and then the run is over less than an hour later.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Genie Jafar. All of these platforms are going to be moving wildly, and I'm just going to try to stay on the highest one that I possibly can and just hit Iago as much as possible and hope the platforms are nice and polite to me.
Yeah.
And also, like I said, Riku's attacks are really wide. I think I'm probably going to end up falling off here.
Oh,
yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm about to lose this platform. It might not matter. Okay. I just need... Okay, we're good.
Yeah. That fight can be sporadic, because I've had fights where sometimes he can lower all the platforms completely, like all the way down, and you just can't hit him until he decides to put them back up. Or if you get a gimmick card. A gimmick card will put all the platforms at the highest level, and I think also prevents Jafar from attacking for a lot of that time. So it's very good if you get that, but otherwise, as it's not too bad.
And I touched on this when I got the Dragon Maul card, but I never actually properly explained it. For most bosses that we defeat, we'll be getting like an enemy card to kind of represent that we beat them. The Dragon Maleficent card I did explain, basically just a flat attack boost. The Genie Jafar card is going to be the only other one that we really use, because it makes it so that our cards can't be broken no matter what. Even if the enemy plays a 0, our cards will not be broken. And it's going to be really helpful for this fight coming up. So this is Vexen.
I'm going to try organization member.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get into dark mode as fast as I possibly can, and then dark mode's 2-hit combo will keep Vexen stunned for the rest of the fight.
Wow.
Hopefully, assuming I do everything right. I can take a little damage. It's fine.
There we go.
So I'm just going to do that just to break the slight. And now even if
Vexen
Vexen
will always keep him stunned, so
yeah.
Ooh.
And now you see for a split second, Vexen does break out of the loop and like put a slight in, but even if he does, doesn't matter because I have Genie Jafar up, and that's the fight.
Yep.
GG.
Easy peasy.
Good fight.
Yeah, so that strategy, we're going to use it a little bit on mostly just like the humanoid bosses, setting up Dragon Mal and breaking all of their cards with slights to deal a bunch of damage and then get into dark mode as soon as possible. And then if everything goes well, we can just keep them stunned for the entire fight.
Yep.
Except up next, we have to do that on a boat. On like a on like a real rocking back and forth
little rickety boat,
which makes it a little bit tricky, but
yeah.
So this is Neverland. I feel like I wanted to set up explaining the world. Oh, sorry.
Inside of Captain Hook's ship, Neverland.
Yeah, we don't get to go outside in this one. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
No. It's only inside of his ship.
Yep.
Which was another one of the reasons why Kingdom Hearts 1 was terrible for me, was because the Shadow Sora fight in Neverland was just a disaster.
Fighting a boss that small in a room, that small.
Yeah. Recipe for disaster. I don't know what they were thinking.
Kingdom Hearts 1 is my baby, and I will love her forever. But oh my goodness, honey.
She's a little stupid sometimes.
So ladders in this... Okay, cool. So ladders in general are really, really... Okay, we're fine. Ladders in general in this game are really, really scary because enemies can kind of fly up to you and then start a fight. And if they do that while you're on the ladder, it doesn't matter how high up the ladder you are, you're always going to start at the bottom. So I heard something spawn and I got really scared. So this is Hook. We don't even need Genie for him. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe we do.
Yeah, this fight can be annoying. Hook has a lot of zeros in his deck, and also he has an enemy card he can play that makes it so all of his cards are a 0. Meaning he can just break anything you throw out. It's really annoying if he plays that. So far, it's going pretty...
He is the greasiest rat of the pack.
Now, you know what? I'm not going to die to Hook.
I believe.
That's funny because I didn't for a second there.
Okay. Yeah, that was
nice.
That was a scary one.
Yeah, Hook, unironically, is a little bit tricky because he's really hard to loop, and he can do a lot of hits with like one card. And I think the way when you're in dark mode, I think it's just every hit you takes off like a few dark points.
Yep.
So like some of his cards, he can just do like 3 hits right away, and it's like, oh, well, I was in dark mode 2 seconds.
Yeah, suddenly you're out of dark mode, yeah. So since we don't have a whole lot of dark points now.
I also don't have a lot of health points right now, so I'm really hoping that I don't get into any fights before I leave.
Before you
see now, Swift, I saw the
safe
issue
point
there.
in this room is right in front of the door.
I saw the issue there. You forgot to break out the clock. Captain Hook's weakness is a clock. We all know that. So
yeah, unfortunately, Riku doesn't get it in Riku's story. That's something like Sora gets that, and that makes the fight really trivial. But no, Riku doesn't. He doesn't get to build his deck. He doesn't get clocks. He really doesn't get anything.
Yeah,
I didn't even know there was a clock card. I was just making a reference to the character being afraid of ticking.
It's okay. There isn't a clock.
There isn't. There is not a clock card. Yeah.
Oh, there's not a clock.
There's a stop card.
There is a stop card, and I don't know if that works on Hook or not because I've only built.
I don't know if it works in this
Sonic
game.
Blade.
Yeah.
See, you got me on that one.
All right, so now, since we had one fight that shouldn't be really scary, and now it's time for another one. I don't know what has been going on with this fight.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Parasite Cage has been messing up me and Friel recently.
Yep. It's a deceptively difficult fight.
We are now inside Lord Jabu Jabu.
Yeah.
The Kingdom Hearts developers really did just say like, well, it worked for Zelda, so what if we also have an inside of a whale level?
Yeah.
At least Kingdom Hearts didn't make it pink and squishy. They went for a purple, weird, gooey vibe.
Yeah, you have to make it unrealistic enough to not
not get a higher rating. Yeah.
Yeah, not be pink and squishy Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm being really careful.
Bottom darkness.
Yeah, I don't know. And I really don't like it because I always feel like I'm in the safe lane and then something spawns underneath me and it's like, I didn't want to deal with that today. Thank you.
Right.
All right, so this is Parasite Cage. Part of the floor will be lava. I forget what color it is, but I think it'll be pretty obvious. Was it green? It's green.
Yeah, it's green.
Yeah, so if I stand in the green, I'm going to take a little bit of damage. And also, all of Parasite Cage's cards are really high value, except for this one. And
yeah,
I'm hoping Parasite Cage will just get stunned and just break open, but doesn't really seem too keen on doing that right now. So I'm just going to start spamming slights because Parasite Cage does not want to be my friend. And except for... Well, I wouldn't die here, right?
and there we go. Okay, now you're fine.
Yeah, so Parasite Cage got stunned, but only after I
Right at the end,
attacked. But also, jumping and turning into dark mode is really, really bad because Riku has to, like, finish his jump,
Land.
which is super floaty for some reason. Then he lands, then he turns into dark mode. And I also landed on the poison. So it was a really terrifying fight.
Yeah.
But it's okay, because on the bright side, there's just another one coming up very, very shortly.
How much strategy goes into?
This next
I know you mentioned it before, but how much strategy goes into the specific rooms? I know that you said there's some rooms that you want in specific worlds because they have like jumping or like trampolines, but like can you really just pick any of them, or do you have it down to a science what doors you want to use?
It's more so remembering what cards to avoid, if that makes sense. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
If you
one,
can, yeah.
like there's one card that I didn't use in this world because it spawns like a bunch of obstacles in your way that you have to like attack and knock down, and that's really slow. So I try to avoid that room, but it's mostly just like what to avoid, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And sometimes it's
explain
just
Riku? I'm
unavoidable.
scared.
Like, you're just going to have to play a... Yeah. So, Riku Replica 1. Swift is going to try and get into dark mode as quick as possible here. Yeah, waiting out for that. Then, now that she's in dark mode, it's gonna start out kind of similar to Vexen. She's going to try and get her into this loop. She wants to try and stock up all of her 9s for a dark aura.
Change of plans.
Yeah.
The plan changed.
There we go. Okay, there you go.
Sometimes the plan has to
That fight
change
can go a lot of different ways.
in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Ideally, you stock up all your 9s and you get the slight dark aura, which is probably Riku's best slight and does a lot of damage and can. Once you've got to the point where you can stock all that up, you basically deleted the boss.
Yeah, there's going to be one fight later on where it's guaranteed that we're going to get to show it off, and I'm so glad because it's so cool.
It's one of the best strats in this game.
But yeah, one of the fun parts about being pretty underleveled and almost never taking health except for really early on when you're forced to is that fights can go really wrong really quickly, and you have to be able to adapt on a fly. Otherwise, I mean, you saw my health getting put in the paper shredder there.
Yeah.
That was my other question. I was curious to know like how much adaptation you have to do, especially later bosses, because I remember it was, for me at least, very much either I delete them or I'm useless and can't do anything. Like if I mess up, I get punished.
Yeah, that's
There's another fight with Riku Replica coming up, and that's very much the case there. Like you can get shredded easily.
Yeah, something I will guarantee about that fight is that it'll go fast. I don't know if I'll win the first one.
One way or the other.
It'll go quick.
Yeah.
And so Halloween Town has quite a bit of movement, and this is really a world where I want to be careful about what cards I'm putting in what position, because right here, there normally a ladder spawns in a lot of worlds, but Trampoline can just skip that.
Yeah. Yep.
I feel like this is like the tiny optimization that kind of gets overlooked because the fights are so fun and flashy and scary, you know?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this room just always sucks no matter what, but I don't have any extra map cards, so I just have to use it.
Yeah, sometimes you get the honey, sometimes you get the bees.
And I am getting...
Actually, we don't get either of them in this. We don't go to that world.
We do like the bees.
All right, so this is the first of 2 fights. Also, you saw there how there was the map card silhouette with the 20. That was because normally you have to use blue map cards up to a value of 20 just to open that door, so it's going to take you at least 3. The random joker skips all of that. Which is why we needed those earlier. Do you want to explain Oogie while I lock in and mess it up?
Yeah. So ideally here you want to break his cards early on to get rid of all the so that his dice will land sooner. Breaking the dice gives you a chance to spawn the gimmick card, which she did get, and now she can just kind of wail on him, and it should be 1 cycle. Yep.
Yeah, that was really good.
That fight can go. Yeah, the fight went really well. That fight can go awful if you don't get a gimmick card early on, though.
Yeah, you get like 3 chances to get it, but it's never guaranteed. And then if on the 3rd time you'll break that dice, the gate will lower all the way and there's no gimmick card, he'll just be able to attack back. And I don't think he has a card lower than 7. So
Yeah, he's
really
got some
hard to
high
get.
cards, dude. Yeah.
Just really hard to get any of
break.
your attacks off.
Yeah, he'll break you pretty easily.
All right. Well, our brief stay in Halloween Town has come to a close. Where to next?
We have to go to
Well, we gotta.
Atlantica next, unfortunately.
Atlantica.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then a fun thing about Atlantica, if you remember it from Kingdom Hearts 1, where, you know, Sora gets the mermaid
No.
tail and he gets to swim around.
Nope. I don't want to even
No, you
think
just-
about
just
Atlantica
walking.
in Kingdom Hearts 1.
that's perfect.
Don't worry, because we don't do
Nope.
that in this. He's just
Yep.
walking around.
Yeah, for some
I
reason
don't want
we're
to think
walking.
about Ursula. That took me 4.5 hours. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to.
I'll tell you when to look away from the screen then, because unfortunately,
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah,
you can
we
tell
will be
chat.
fighting Ursula. Yeah.
You can tell chat and the YouTube comments everything that you want about Atlantica. I'm gonna close my ears right now.
Well, now that Jiggy's ears are closed, unfortunately, all the swimming and stuff that he hates about Atlantica isn't there. But
Yeah.
do you think maybe if we just don't tell him to open his
Yeah.
ears
Maybe
back up?
maybe he won't notice. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those rooms that. So, like I said, there's a few rooms that we do want to avoid using in specific worlds. There's some rooms that just always suck, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
And there's always going to be another boss fight coming up where it is entirely reliant on the gimmick card and just trying to get it as soon as we can. And after Ursula is when, in my opinion, the fun begins.
I don't think
Everything
there's
from then on
ever
out.
been I don't think there's ever been a good Ursula fight in this franchise.
The one in Dream Drop Distance is fun because it's short.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
It's my favorite one because it's the shortest. Yeah, so for some reason there's like no I think they might explain it in Sora's story. I have no idea. But no, Riku just kind of shows up and it's very
Yeah.
jarring. So this is one of the worlds where we're specifically avoiding the black fungus card. I'm glad that we could see my brain pondering it there for a moment.
Yeah.
No, I've
Yeah,
dubbed
it's
the
really bad
ladder.
here.
I've dubbed the ladder that spawns in that room the ladder of doom and despair because it's so unnecessarily long, and in a lot of the worlds there's just a trampoline that avoids it anyways. So every time I climb the ladder, it does feel like the ladder of doom and despair. So I mean,
Just play Snake Eater.
Yeah. Exactly.
Every ladder in a video game is enhanced by Snake Eater.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember Kingdom Hearts 2 Atlantica. I maybe
It's a
I've also
minigame.
blocked that one out. Oh, it's just the dancing.
Yeah. It's a whole it's the singing minigame. Yeah.
I think that was the best version of Atlantica then.
okay, so I really like the Atlantica boss door because the requirements are so loose. It's just any red card and any green card. So I like
Yeah.
to use that door to try to get rid of some of the bad map cards that I really don't want to ever be using. So big fan of that door. So I'm going to be looking for the tentacles, specifically the ones that are on the ground, to hopefully get that gimmick card. And I'm going to save it. Because Ursula's going to come
Yeah.
in close here. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, to say you can't one cycle Ursula like you can with Oogie, but getting that gimmick card early on can pretty much guarantee the that you get a 2 cycle. She can play just do cards like that where she just pulls back and it's just annoying. But if you have a 0, you can break it, and hey, she's dead.
Yeah. And that was...
Bye, Ursula.
I don't think I could have gotten a better Ursula.
Yeah, that's literally perfect.
She's not bad in this game. Kingdom Hearts 1 just destroyed my ability to comprehend Atlantica.
Yeah.
right, so we're almost done. I like to get up to like 30 dark points. I found is a pretty good buffer for you can get hit a few times on bosses and not worry about losing it. And then we can start getting health again because I will definitely be needing it for the last stretch of bosses. I'm also out of 4s. So I have a little notebook to the side where I'm going to cross off the number 4 just to keep track of it.
Yeah.
Because I've talked about it a few times intentionally. Towards the end of the game, we're going to be running out of all of our like 1 through 9 map cards, and then we're going to need all of those zeros. So I really want to save as many of them as I can as possible. I think it'd be a good time for a break as well, while we get to Trickmaster.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, folks, we're going to take just a short break. During the break, I want you to head on over to the Games Done Quick YouTube channel and just, double check, make sure you're subscribed. If you did it yesterday, that's okay. Just go do it again. I want to just make sure YouTube didn't blow up your subscription or anything like that. Go on over there. And if you're watching on YouTube, hey, open up the Twitch app on your iPhone and make sure you're following the GDQ Twitch channel as definitely the place to do it. All right, we're gonna take a short break. All right, we're gonna pause the timer, pause the game, and yeah, we will head on in. We're gonna just take a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops All Kingdom Hearts 2. Let's jump right back into this Rechain of Memories Riku story run with Swift SRL. Swift, ready to rock and roll? Oh, you're already going. We're back.
I thought we were going here. Are we going? Are we going?
Yeah, we're back.
I can keep dodging the shadow. Okay.
Do it. What are we doing,
So
Swift?
welcome to the worst world in the game.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I don't think Swift is going to argue with me on that point.
No, not even a little bit. Almost every single spawning any room fills me with regret.
Yep.
Most map cards in this world make me sad to navigate through, and it's hard to remember which ones are good because there's maybe 2 of them.
Yeah. You also have the worst deck in the game, and it makes the boss fight here much worse than it should be.
Yeah, Trickmaster actually. Yeah, we should probably just explain it now because when we get there, I'm just going to be trying to do math in my head the entire time.
Yeah.
So our deck is 7 or 8 cards, I think, which to put it in context, I want to say like most are like 15 or something like that. 15 to 20 maybe?
I think so. That sounds about right.
Yeah, we get maybe 7 different cards. The highest one is 5, and I think we only get 2 or maybe 3 of them. And Trickmaster's highest card is 8, and also it's his favorite. So...
Yeah.
We don't get any tools, so we have to very carefully use our sleights because like we touched on earlier... I really want to dodge roll across that. Like we touched on earlier, anytime you combine 3 cards, you're going to lose the first card that you used. So we want to make sure that we're holding on to our 5. So we can't use a 5 first, but also you need to put as many 5s in your slide as possible to break the 8 that he's going to use. So it can go really well, but it's quite a balancing act.
Yeah, and to make that even more annoying, the first card in your deck is a 5, so you can't just mash triangle right out the gate. You have to like actually cycle through them to get to a lower card. It's obnoxious.
But luckily he gave me time to, which is very sweet of him.
Yeah.
Swift, there could be some more new folks that are just joining us here. Can you give us just the light rundown of what this category is and what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so this is Rechain of Memories. This is Riku's story specifically. If you've played Source Story before, you'll remember all of the fun deck building and plot development that happens. Riku's story doesn't really have any of that. We're just trying to deal as much damage as possible. And that's the fight.
Naturally, we talked all that big game about how this fight was bad, and then it went literally perfect.
I've done a lot of work on this fight. Just trying to
mitigate it.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that all my slights are set up perfectly.
Yeah.
You could say you tricked the trick master into dying.
I suppose I'm the trick master now.
You could say that.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And so I would like to get out of here as quickly as possible so we can go to Olympus Coliseum, because the deck in OC is pretty strong, and Hades is a fun fight.
Yeah.
Hades has two different fights where the first slight that he uses will, so you know how he's always he's kind of chill, he's in like that more the blue or whatever. He powers up and he goes red. Then he doesn't get stunned by anything, and all of his slights are really, really powerful. And it's not really up to us if he goes into that or not. We just hope he doesn't.
Yeah.
But first there's going to be a lot
Play and pray.
Yeah, first there's going to be a lot of movement trying to use the right map cards in the right situation. But because we've gotten so far into the run, we don't have a lot of options left. So,
yeah, this
that
is
was
also
my question. Is there a time where you run out of map cards and you have to do more grinding? Like what is the criteria?
Ideally,
for you saying, I gotta do this.
Ideally, you don't have to, so long as Traverse Town goes the way you want it to.
Yeah, if I do ever get to that point, it means that in Traverse Town I messed up somewhere and I can't count, so hopefully I don't show that off, my inability to count in this run. Right now.
So you got the amount that you need, like the amount of cards for the rest of the entire game in Traverse Town.
Yeah, exactly. And right now I'm also trying to figure out, the reason I was taking so long on that door is because the last door in the game requires a total map card value of 13. And so I'm trying to just scout that out now, because if I'm not paying attention, I will just blow through all of the good cards that I could use for that door. And then that would be a situation where I would have to grind some more as well.
Yeah. That's something you don't have to worry about if you have 4 jokers, but since we only got 3, you kind of have to think about it ahead of time.
Yeah, so I'm going to... Okay. So I'm going to save the 2 roulette rooms. I think it was a 6 and an 8. Yeah, so as long as I don't use either of those 2 cards, we should be perfectly good. And if memory serves, I think I took 1 emotional support card with me. So I'll have 1 extra.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite worlds in the entire franchise. I know it's the one that's been in the most games, I think, is Olympus.
Probably.
But it's just always a nostalgic trip, especially the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3, or should I say Kingdom Hearts 2.9.
Yeah, whatever crazy number they put on that. Okay, so I had to save that blue 5, the save point room. I really wanted to use that. But I have to save it for this door right here. At this point, some of the room requirements are very specific. So I really do have to be careful. There's one in, is it the next world? I think, yeah, the next world.
Destiny Islands, yeah.
Yeah, where it requires a green over 7, which is, at this point, I could have run out and not noticed.
Yeah.
But I think I've paid close enough attention. So yeah, when Hades is like this, hopefully he's just not going to use that slight that he has charged up.
Or he'll use it
and it is interesting, because I don't think we mentioned this, but for Riku's story, you go backwards, right? From in world-wise?
Yeah, it's in a weird order. You start with Hollow Bastion, which is one of the last worlds in Sora's story. And then you get a random group of a few early worlds, and then Neverland, which is one of the last Disney ones.
Yeah.
And then you get just another weird handful. Like Olympus Coliseum in Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of the first worlds that you can go to.
Yeah. Same with Wonderland, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just a really weird... Riku's story is just kind of... They shuffle the deck and they're just just take whatever you want. I don't
Yeah. So as you probably noticed, yeah, we got the good version of that fight where he doesn't play a slight, and we can just stun lock him in dark mode.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about.
Otherwise, it's
not even worried about setting up Genie Jafar there to make sure that my cards don't get broken because he's so tame if he doesn't power up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we want this enemy to power up because then he won't stagger. And you'll see how that'll.
This fight's fun.
I don't know if you want to take it away.
Yeah, I can take this one. So
he does power.
Like normal at the start of this fight, Swift is just going to try and get into dark mode as quick as possible, just stacking cards and then trying to break them quick.
The organization members are so funny with the way it's like we're in the dark evil outfits and look at our Nerf gun sword.
So now that we're at this point, we want to wait for Lexaeus to play a blue card, which will put him into a powered up state where he will not get staggered.
I goofed.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, he'll be okay. He'll power up.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now that we're here, Swift is going to play Genie Jafar, which will keep her cards from getting broken, and we just drop Dark Aura on him. And since he's not getting staggered, he takes all of this damage, just raw.
And then there's a little bit left over.
And then just finish off with Dark Faraga, and then you're good. That's the fight.
Deleted. Goodbye.
Yeah, so the last attack of Dark Aura as well, when Riku kind of stabs the ground, it also spawns a bunch of little shock waves. And based on his health, I think it spawns a bunch of them directly underneath him, and it just kind of, it's just kind of like you're placing a landmine under him. And I don't think he enjoys that very much.
Probably not. Also, you saw that she took health through that instead of dark points. We're at this point in the run, we've got enough dark points that we can kind of just chill with it. We don't really need to take any more, so we can just roll with health for the rest of it. Obviously, we still want to take attack points when we get them, but at this point, we can just take the extra health because it can be nice to have in some of these later fights.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take one more level up of dark points at some point, but there's two bosses coming up. The first one, you don't actually need dark mode at all, and the other one, the game forces it on you. So I figure I'm just going to take the extra health while I can, because especially Zexion, the second fight, is kind of a train.
Yeah.
So
I've
been working on that fight for the better part of a decade. There's nothing. I think I think all Riku Recom runners simply bond over the solidarity of the Zexion fight will never make sense.
It's always going to be bad. Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. Okay,
always comes down to this fight,
Yeah, this is the point where you're out of this is the point in the run where you're out of most lower valued cards, and you just kind of have to work with what you got.
Yeah, that's why you see me frantically looking around the menu and then looking confused because it's where did all of my numbers go?
Yeah.
I had so many just a short moment ago. And so now we're really seeing the value of holding on to all of our zeros because we have to start. Oh God. See, this is one of the rooms that really don't want to be using in Destiny Islands because the Ladder of Doom and Despair, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Saving those. Okay. Yeah, but then the unfortunate thing is that we only have so many map cards left, so we also can't really afford to be super picky. So some rooms are just gonna, ladders. And enemy spawns, unfortunately.
And that'll happen too.
But
I was hoping we get the crescendo and you'd play his little funny song.
That would have been cute. Do I have anything?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put.
You have a lot of blue zeros.
Yeah, don't I? It's very nice because I'm gonna have to travel through this room again, so I figure I'm gonna put nice and small. Okay, already. What do I have? I didn't look at the notebook. Oh, I don't have anything. Okay, perfect. That's, I'm gonna have to climb up a ladder of doom. No, I'm not putting that. Okay. Okay, so this is that door that I was talking about that I said I was supposed to pay attention to, and I haven't been doing it all run, so I really... Thank goodness.
Yeah.
So I needed a green map card over 7, and there's not...
Yeah.
I don't have that many map cards left, and I forgot to kind of like mentally tuck one away, so I'm very glad.
Yeah.
So this is Darkseid. He's going to punch the ground and spawn a few Heartless, and then as soon as I kill them all, he's going to give us the gimmick card.
Yeah.
And
like,
then
I think this might be the only fight where you can just guaranteed get the gimmick card like every time.
Yeah. It's also random how many shadows he spawns. So of course he spawned 2. But there's the gimmick card. But since his fist is still here, I mean,
Yeah, just keep wailing on him.
yeah, that high potion just quickly reloads my deck without having to like sit through the scrolling animation. And now I should just be able to wail on him until he's dead. Yep. And that's the first fight. That's the easy one that we like.
Yeah. Yeah, going from one of the easiest fights in the run to one of the worst.
Yeah, by
That's
far.
how games work, you know? It's like the fake final boss, but not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you played Kingdom Hearts 1, because it's like, oh, well, it makes sense that Darkseid would be like the world boss, you know? So we're probably done here, right? There's nothing more left.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh, why is there still more game to play? What else could possibly happen?
Right. And the funny thing is, this fight isn't even in the GBA version. They added this in for recon.
That's true. It's just a weird cutscene.
Yeah, it's just a cutscene.
But on this one, no, you get to fight him. How kind of the developers.
Yeah, how kind of. Where do we even begin with this fight?
Yeah.
He is.
The bounce, you know?
Yeah,
honestly,
he's got
I'm
a lot
just
of high
trying-
cards.
Yeah, he's got a lot of high cards. I just don't want him to do anything. I just want to break his card.
Yeah,
that's
he
all
can
I wanna
actually steal your cards as well, which is equally frustrating.
Yeah, like
he plays a lot of high. If he plays like a lot of his higher cards, you just kind of need to either play a 0 or stock a slight. He doesn't get stunned at all either, which is fun. So we can't do our usual little 2-hit loop on him. We're kind of just throwing cards out and praying that it goes well. Which so far it's actually been going. Like this is one of the better Zexion fights I've seen.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
See, there you go. Yeah.
I feel like that's how you know your Zexion fight was good, because you're just kind of panicking and then you're panicking.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
And then suddenly it's done. Yeah.
I mean, I think that was pretty impressive. That wasn't, you had to work for that. That was not just like delete enemy. That was impressive. So hype in the chat.
Yeah, I'm just always scrolling through my deck trying to find the 0 or whatever, wherever my high cards are, because it's just the more things he does, the worse and the slower. So it's just like, I had to. Do you think I can grab this ladder?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so it's only a ladder of doom. It's a ladder of doom or despair. It's not both.
Yeah, one or the other, not both.
Sometimes
dealer's choice on which one you want.
Despair. Yeah.
Very often despair. Also, this is one of the cooler like last rooms in the world because there's no ladder. There's just like the cool little platforming section, and I've never appreciated that enough, I think. All right, so we're going into the second to last world now, Twilight Town. And there's actually only 2 bosses left, and both of them are terrifying. So that's perfect.
Yeah.
We're gonna have another encounter with Riku, where he is way stronger and our deck is way worse. Awesome. And that's going to be almost right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's really strong. So I don't think we actually explained it. We just explained that it's a slight that's really strong. But in order to use Dark Aura, our Riku has to get 3 cards of 9. They have to be 9. The slight value has to be 27. Which, of course, in this world, you don't get that many 9s. Riku, however, can just use it with, I think, like whatever he wants. It feels like. I feel like
it doesn't seem like there's
15.
a consistent value. Yeah.
Also, yeah, I do have to climb the ladder, unfortunately, but I don't think this was.
Yeah.
I really can't be picky anymore.
Yeah, at this point. Worst part is you're gonna have to climb it twice.
Ooh, love that.
Yeah.
All right, this is Riku. I'm not even gonna bother powering up with Dragon Maleficent because he's just gonna run straight at me and try to attack.
Yeah.
Every time. So I'm just gonna start by trying to get in dark mode as soon as possible. Saving the 9 for later, making sure it's not the first card in my slate. Yeah, and there's Dark Aura, but it's okay because we're ready. So I'm gonna start with a slight just to stun him, and then I'm hopefully gonna start the stun loop here. This is okay. Well, this is. We can recover this. Just get back into dark mode.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna die real quick, and then we're gonna get into dark mode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Like I said, this fight,
first death.
this
It's
fight
fine.
is going to
First
go
death
fast.
of the game. It's your first death in Kingdom Hearts history. It's fine. It's not a big
It's
deal.
very true.
You know. Yeah, you've never.
and it
died
was like I
before.
said, the fight was fast. I just didn't win.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Again, this is on par with how this works. This is just like you build deck, you try to fight boss. Either boss deletes you or you delete boss. That's kind of from my experience, which is not as much as you guys, obviously.
All right, so now we're gonna set up Genie so that he can't break out of this loop, and we're not. I don't think we're gonna be able to kill him from here, but we are gonna be able to deal all of this damage for free with no risk. All right, so right here, I'm gonna set up Dragon Mal because I don't want him doing anything. Okay, cool. He's dead.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how the fight can go when he cooperates,
Yeah,
but then
that is-
sometimes he stun loops you.
You get what happened the first time. Yeah.
And now that I think about it, that's quite beautiful. Because he kind of killed me the same way.
Yeah, we got to show off both. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And the way the cutscene goes before that fight, I don't even remember who says what, but one of them says, "I'm me." Then the other one replies, "No, I'm me."
I'm
and then
me.
I think it's the evil
I'm
one
me,
then
he
says,
says.
I'm me," he says. And so you know what? We kind of beat each other in the same way, and I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm just trying to get to the end of the world. Not the one from Kingdom Hearts 1, that's not in this one, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah.
But unlike all of the other
Like,
worlds...
apart from... Yeah. You got it. You got it.
Yeah, apart from... unlike the other worlds, I think... Or Hollow Bastion had a few other doors. But there is a second room that we have to go to just for, like, story stuff. So, of course, we need to get there, unlock the door. How do I go fast here? I figured it out.
Right here. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saving... So I think do I only have 0s and 7s?
I think so.
Yeah, because I'm saving... Okay. Yeah, so again, this is why I held on to all my 0s, because I'm going to have to use one now on every other door. And this was one of the crazy doors we were talking about, where I would have had to use a minimum of 6 map cards on that door.
Whoa.
Yeah. Assuming you have, like... Assuming you just happen to have 6 9s at this point, which you won't.
Yeah, it needs to not just
Like
any 6. It needs to be 6 like good map cards, which you probably don't have at this point.
They just get expensive. I mean, that's how they want you to fight. You know, they want you to grind a little bit.
Yeah, but we don't want to do that.
You know the math. So you're fine.
Yeah. As you can probably imagine, if you were to for some reason have a run with only one Joker, that's where you're using it every time.
Yeah, but now we're just going to leave Twilight Town, and then the last door that we have to worry about is conveniently, because of course it is, a 13 door.
Like the organization.
Yeah, like all these guys that were decimated.
Yeah. Just need to, explain the bit to everybody who's watching. Make sure that they're aware.
Yeah, the plot of Riku's story is really interesting. So he just kind of shows up in this castle with all of these Organization 13 members. For some reason, he can smell the darkness on all of them. And so he just walks around and he says, I don't like the way you smell. And then he defeats all of them.
And he beats them.
Yeah, it's such a... And then he doesn't really smell anything for the rest of the series, but...
Yeah.
It's an interesting
really
little
smelly.
side bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it gets a little bit awkward in Twilight Town because he's talking to this random girl and he says, oh yeah, you smell like this girl I used to know. And it's like, that's not how you start a conversation.
Yeah, maybe don't start a conversation that way, buddy.
All right, we're going into the last world here. We're going into Castle Oblivion. In Castle Oblivion.
Yeah.
In case you didn't want to see this room anymore, I'm sorry. We're going to see more of them. But there's not that many, because I think there's, literally a couple. I think there's 2 more.
Exactly 2.
Yeah.
As opposed to Sora, who would have like an entire gauntlet to go through in this world.
Yeah, I think it's it's a crazy little loop. And the game also, if you look at the map, the game baits you because it looks like there's a straight shot, but you have to go take like all the way around. It's very incredible. But if we look at the map on Riku's story, it is a straight shot to the end. So we're just gonna... And the extra map card that I grinded just to make sure I wouldn't go into the final boss alone is a lucky number 7. Isn't that beautiful? All right, so we're just gonna go through this last room here, and then we're going to start the final boss. So time is coming up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is the final
close
boss.
To the end here.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Ansem. The tune is going to start the same as all the other fights, where we're just going to get into dark mode as soon as possible, but then we'll be able to finish it with Dark Aura. Start with Dragon Mouth for a little bit more damage first, though.
Yeah, Ansem doesn't really get knocked around by Dark Aura by a lot of other bosses do, so it's pretty easy to just hit him with Dark Aura and he'll take most of the damage. She also wants to wait and make sure she waits for him to play a card, and so she can break it with Dark Aura. If you don't break a card, he can actually throw up his Guardian, and your entire sleight just gets eaten by that.
I also need to do another sleight here, because otherwise, for some reason, all of my 9s won't respawn when I reload. I should have access to like 3 or 4. For some reason, I only get 2. And yeah, time is going to be coming up here on the last hit. Hopefully, I'll be able to give you a good enough warning, but sometimes all of his health just disappears.
Oh,
I think all of my health might disappear, though.
Oh.
Okay. We're good.
No, you're good.
All right, hopefully here, and time.
GG! GG. So much fun. Thank you so much. Swift, You did incredible. Thank you so much for showcasing Rechain of Memories here on Oops All Kingdom Hearts 2. We appreciate you very much. Why don't you tell everybody just a little bit more about you, where they can find you, and what you've been up to?
So I've been grinding a lot of this game, and I've also been grinding a lot of Kingdom Hearts 1 over on my Twitch, twitch.tv/SwiftSRL. And also, is now a good time for shoutouts, just super quick?
Absolutely, yeah.
I want to thank Friel for helping me here. I want to thank the entire Kingdom Hearts speedrunning community for being a home for me for 11 years. And also a shout out to my buddy Luis, because I told him that I would.
Nice. Nice. Friel, what about you? Any shout outs that you want to give?
I was going to say, if we're talking this game in particular, shout out to old runner named D-Wins, probably the progenitor of this game, and when I was learning this game, I used their notes for a lot of my learning. That if anyone deserves credit for this, for a lot of where this game has come, it's probably them.
Heck yeah. Well, you both did
that, yeah.
Sure.
I was just gonna say, I've also been grinding this category on my Twitch. Been really digging my heels into this category recently, so that's if you liked what you see here, then there's more of that on my Twitch as well.
Definitely go check out Friel and Swift. You can follow them over on their channels. Please go check them out. Folks, this was absolutely incredible. Thanks again, Swift, for showcasing this. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to be jumping into Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer with Spike Vegeta. Stick around. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts 2. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts 2. We're jumping into actually Kingdom Hearts 2 here with Spike Vegeta. We're doing randomizer here. But before we do, I just want to give you all a major thanks for supporting the Games Done Quick channel with your subscriptions, your gift subs, your bits, your primes. Your contribution goes to help keep our show running. So if you enjoy the streams here on the Twitch, as well as the videos over on YouTube, consider subscribing using your Prime Gaming sub, or just gifting out some subs to those who can't do it. You get ad-free viewing, you get access to our chat during replays, and yeah, it's a great way to support the channel and keep us going. And if you can't support via subbing, hey, that's okay. You can go share the word and spread the word and tell other people that might enjoy Kingdom Hearts right now. Go post it in your Discords or go tweet about it on your Twitter platform of choice. All right, without further ado, I am so excited about this next run, Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer with Spike Vegeta. Spike, how are you?
Woo, what's up, Jiggy? How you doing, buddy? We're bringing the energy today. Let's go. Yeah, how's Soul Cage been so far in general? It's been great, right? This is where you say great.
It's been fantastic. It's been really awesome, Spike. We got to showcase some incredible games. We just had Rechain of Memories. Yesterday we had some Birth by Sleep, and today, right after you, we're jumping into the Japanese run of Kingdom Hearts, which is apparently extremely different than the any percent on the English version. So I'm pumped about it.
Yeah, it's funny little quirk about Kingdom Hearts. Every version you go between, everything's completely different. Square really got excited about the concept of balancing their single-player video game. But regardless, here we are. What's up, everyone? I am Spike Vegeta. We're going to be doing Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer in a set of settings that I created years ago called Hit List. Basically, I believe somewhere on the layout, somewhere around me, there should be a little box with different characters, for the most part, from this game in it. Those are all our enemies, and they must be slain. But not all of them, because that would be ridiculous. We don't want to do that. I have to complete any 7 of the 10 objectives you see there, which are all super bosses that you will find at the end of the given worlds in the game. Plus, I know Final Form level 7 is on there, so we have to find all the forms and be able to get Final Form to level 7. But again, I don't know which of those goals I'm going to have access to. I just have to beat any 7 out of those 10. There's definitely some spicy ones on there. I did not vet this at all. I just hit Gen Seed, and this is what we got. There's Sephiroth on there. There's Lingering Will. There's Data Zemnis, Data Zaldin, Data Roxas. There is a lot of sauce. With that being said, one final thing I want to give a shout out to Zach the Robot, my good friend, who's going to be co-oping Hit List with me at GDQ coming up. Joining me in the call, coming to us live from RPG Limit Break. Thank you for hopping in the call, buddy.
It's great to be here. Glad to be able to help commentate your randomizer run here.
That's right. Thank you, Zach. All right, with that, everyone, we're going to be starting off. We're going to be playing on the critical mode difficulty. Pretty much everyone's going to either play on beginner or critical. Definitely recommend beginner when you first get into this, because you're probably going to see a lot throughout this. I'm probably going to die a bunch. It's very easy to die. That being said, I'm ready to go when you are all ready.
Yeah, let's do it. Whenever you're good to go, let's go.
All right, let's do it in 3, 2, 1, go. Does that? Yo, my auto splitter works. Let's go. These are big moments. I just converted over from primarily using the Epic Game Store version. Now we're using the Steam version, so I had to make sure things were working. Oh yeah, another thing, if you ever see me like standing still for like a second, like a big old dummy, that's just like right there. It's because I'm also just added in a new thing where it skips the cutscenes for me, which saves us a few more bits of time. Little air combo boost there. So now I'm just kind of looking at what our effectively opening care package is. I'm going to take all the items from Donald and Goofy because I will do a better job with them than they will. Let's see, we got an aerial dodge. Ooh, that opening movement is not great. We'll give them this stuff. Yo, tornado fusion. Honestly, we can make something work out of that. That is just enough to get up there. And yeah, this is can I reroll? This is awful. No, actually, we have access to you. So that's good. I will mark those as we go.
Sure. So you might be looking at that and being like, isn't that where we fight all the super bosses? Like, why are we in World Never Was right now? The Garden of Assemblage has been modded to become portals to all the different worlds. So each of the worlds has an icon on it that corresponds to those worlds. This one that Spike went into is World Never Was. That's how we get to it. All the other ones are all the other Disney worlds. There's a big door in the back for Pooh's house. There's a portal at the bottom for Atlantica, if you so choose. But we don't have all the portals, so we need to find visit unlocks that will give us access to those worlds, and then by extension, those super bosses. We have to complete the entire world before we can actually get to the super boss.
I believe these would just kill, so we're just gonna do this.
I would say just like other randomizers, I would think that the early part here is the hardest because you're looking at all the different places you can go, where do you have access to, and what are you looking for right now, Spike? What's the thing that you're just like, I could have no experience.
I'm looking to not have a no experience accessory on. So I was like, why are my levels not popping off? Let's do that again. I am currently looking for any sort of like utility tools, any sort of combo modifiers to be on. Horizontal slash, that's a really good one right there. I tell you what, we should just leave here right now. We're walking. Sometimes, gamers, you just have to walk away. So, a new setting that just got added to this are your armors and accessories that you find come with abilities on top of them. So I had one armor at the beginning of the game, and I was like, oh, cool, I'll slap that on. It had no experience on it, meaning I gained no experience when I killed all those highly scaled enemies. That's fine. I'm going to come here, and we're going to kill other stuff and get access to all those. That is hilarious. That was the only thing I started with, and it prevented any sort of cheeky leveling up.
The seed really did say, "Hey, Spike, you're on Oops All Kingdom Hearts. You can't have it easy mode."
That's a big oops, dog. That is a massive chungus oops. Oh my gosh. God, I'm gonna be adjusting. I'm like first time I'm playing really with the cutscene skipper. I'm gonna be doing it on stage here. So I'm gonna be figuring it out as we go. Yo, Thunder, you asked me a little bit about like what are like the big things I want to find. Magics are really, really good. Thunder, great. Fire, great. I've already got 2 magnets. They're spoiling me right now. That's so cool. But anything to just allow me to be stronger, because the best defense is a good offense, as I believe they always say. So as long as I can just kill the enemies a little faster, that's great. Speaking of kill the enemies fast, these are some highly scaled enemies that would kill me. That little gunshot, that's something he could have done right there. Would have one-tapped me. It said, leveling up is so cool. I love it.
There we go.
I'm going to be utilizing Jack's limit right here. If you are a fan of Nightmare Before Christmas and you like Jack Skellington, he is pretty baller shot caller in this game. Let's pop another one. I want to make sure, ideally, here, I'm going to go ahead and just take this. It does a ton of damage. You can kind of just meat grind through their health. You can see they're up in the corner. It scales better with magic, and my magic stat is actually like a little low right now, but that is fine. Whoa, and it didn't go up. So basically when you see the little like red boxes pop up there I might be able to put that on. For that Sora leveling up, I generally want to see strength or magic increases. Those are the big ones, because that means I'm going to take out enemies faster. Defense and AP, while definitely not useless and you like a little bit of that, you would definitely like a smaller ratio of those. Ooh, reflect. Yo, very good magics. Very, very good magics, actually. Because, again, your best defense is a good offense. Other, like, defensive tools that will, like, actually make a difference will be stuff like Second Chance and Once More, if I can find those. Those are really, they're, like, kind of themed abilities throughout the entirety of the Kingdom Hearts series for the most part. That, they prevent you effectively from just getting one shot. And that's good, very good for us, because, while defense increases are nice, I need a lot of them for it to matter, because, again, we are on critical difficulty. Basically, everything's going to, like, 1 or 2 shot me. Ooh, we got another world unlock right here.
Nice.
Ooh, and I see...
I want to mention that Spike knew that was a world unlock because the chest visual is going to tell us what's inside the chest.
Yeah, it's generally just a faster way to like, I can see that's, if they're little like kind of flat, darker chests, then we know at that point it's effectively just junk. It can have some good stuff. Ooh, Once More. That was one of the big things that I just mentioned that would make us a lot more durable. Wow, there is a lot of stuff in this Twilight Town.
It's ice cream right there. Obviously, that's important.
That's massive. That is actually, see, every time you see those little chests that I open up, the like kind of, I guess almost like more like cream colored. I don't know. I'm trying to think like how I would describe it.
The icon on it is like a keyhole.
Yeah. So yeah. We'll just go with that. Yeah. Those are directly unlocking the worlds. And those, truthfully, to answer your question, those are the big things that we're looking for. Ooh, Combo Master? Yeah, I'll take with a higher magic stat. All right, make sure I don't put on anything that prevents me from getting experience. I got Berserk Charge. Yo, damage control. Yeah, give me more magic. That's good. Okay, we're going to go with that.
The joke about ice cream being important, it actually is important. It unlocks more visits of Twilight Town.
Yes, it does. Guardian Soul, couple Keyblades, but basically everything that is not like the tiny little flat chests, I'm gonna go ahead and just open them up and hopefully get something mildly helpful. You're right now here early on in a Cage 2 randomizer. This is just called the shotgun phase. You're just like kind of going around the worlds, picking up all the easy stuff. Because while I could do some combat sequences here and there, by and large, I am unprotected. But in all honesty, for like 5 seconds into the scene, we have a good amount of things. We have that reflect, which is the definition of a good defense is the best defense is a good offense. I'm going to say that like 12 times today, I guess. Because literally just as long,
actually, Spike.
What was that?
It's the best offense is a good defense.
Offense. Oh yeah, honestly, in this case, yes. It is unironically probably the most famous single tool in KH2. I think it kind of defines this game. Basically, it just rewards having good knowledge of the game. If you know when your opponent is going to retaliate at you, then you can reflect that back at them and do big damage. Even when you're on like low levels, reflect still does ridiculous damage, and when you're on high levels, it's ridiculous damage. It's wild. It's wild. So all right, we've gone through most of the shotguns. I'm also trying to look over at what the goals are. Oh, do you want to actually real quick explain, Zach? I'm going to be marking some stuff in blue or red of those 10 goals and what that actually means.
Sure. So yeah, Spike is gonna do his best to mark bosses in blue that he has access to, but he may need to do some world progress for. And then red are gonna be the ones that we've actually defeated already. So right now, Spike says we only have access to Data Zemnis, which means going through World Never Was and getting to the top of the tower there. But
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I had access to any others. I don't believe I do. I do not.
Okay, yeah, because each one of these bosses is associated with a world. It's kind of roughly spread evenly. There are a couple exceptions. Hollow Bastion is one of those where we have Data, Demix, and Sephiroth in that world. So luckily on this card we have Demix and Sephiroth, so we're likely to see both of those today. But we might not actually find the unlocks we need for that. We'll have to see how the seed plays out.
But right now we're just hanging out with
the other
Pooh.
double. Well, yeah, we're playing a mini game, rescuing Piglet. It's twice as much as twice the speed as normal. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah, that is actually a world that was not necessarily a goal world for me. I think of them. We sadly do not need to eat the bear, but I decided to just go ahead and take it because it would also be, it would lead to progression points. So the hint system I have, and it's off screen, y'all can't see it, but all you really need to know about it is the more I push into worlds, the more I will be given information of what particularly useful things are in each world. So I actually, with that, I actually just got my first hint, and Zach, you'll find this interesting. Simulated Twilight Town, which is a goal world, ooh, glide, very nice, has nothing in it. So, that is Data Roxas. We actually don't have access to that goal even. That's where you would fight Data Roxas at the end, that kind of top left corner. But it has nothing that will particularly help me with beating the seed. So we're just gonna, probably if I end up getting the single item that unlocks that world, I'll go ahead and use it. Or I'll go ahead and go there only if it becomes like that is my 7th goal. Let's do some limit form usage right here. Limit form is without a doubt my personal favorite form in the game. It kind of draws on the powers of Kingdom Hearts 1, which you're going to see later on here with Nintendo, KH1J. Should be a lot of fun. And it just gives you access to all these super sick limits, like Sonic Rave, Ragnarok, other ones, Strike Raids in there, Ars Arcanum. They're all very, very cool. And they all have their own usages, actually. I'm actually going to like to go in because that's going to take me out of drive form and give me a free refill of that drive. I'm going to use a little bit more of it here. I'm electing to push. God, there's so much magic early on. I'm going to like to go a little deeper in here because this is actually kind of like Zach was saying. Each world has like a goal at the end. One of the only exceptions to that is actually this Hollow Bastion visit. As it actually has 2 goals. Let that limit go off and then pop into limit form itself. This final wave will spawn as soon as I have killed all of the little creepers on screen. The little ones. Out of context, you're like, what's a creeper? The 3rd ice cream. We have all the ice creams. Okay.
We did it.
I guess, dude. All right, everyone's favorite ice cream in the call. Go. I like strawberry. I'm basic. I'm sorry.
Ooh, mint chocolate chip.
Mint chocolate
You
chip.
stole the one I was gonna say.
Now you stole it. Stole it.
You have to take another one.
If I have to pick it-
We can't afford a
Rocky
second
Road.
one. That's right. Rocky Road. Let's go. Chat, tell us what it is. I don't have to chat up, but I'll let Jiggy call out what the good ones are. Ray, only we
cookies
can
and
hear you. But
cream?
what ice cream are we getting you, baby? Ray laughed.
Ray said
gotta
chocolate
include Ray.
chip
I love
cookie
Ray.
dough. That one's pretty good. Coffee ice cream. I'm seeing chocolate marshmallow, black cherry. That's a hot take in my opinion.
Chocolate chip cookie dough. Let's go. That was Ray's pick, anybody was wondering. I have so many accessory slots. I even put on the extra ones here. I'm going to stand still this entire scene. This is going to be rough. Actually, do I just want to go into this world? I might want to. Here, did I get anything cool? Garnet ring. It would give me dodge slash. Not worth. Not worth. Put on the draw. Any cool keyblades? Auto limit. Native combo. Air combo boost. Air combo plus. I'm going to stick with this one. All the keyblades are going to have randomly set for both their strength and magic between 0 and 7. And it's randomly set. So don't be like, oh my God, he got the ultimate weapon. That's so cool. The ultimate weapon could be a 0/0 with no experience. Every keyblade is just going to be randomized in that regard.
I was actually going to ask you, Spike, if there's just a keyblade that you know, when I do randomizers in Zelda, it's just like, get the Master Sword, get the upgrade to the Master Sword. There's no reason not to. But it's all random, right? You know? If
the whole kit and caboodle is all random. Sometimes I almost kind of wish that I let them not be random. Think if that would be potentially cool or not. Like, oh my gosh, we found like one of the really good keyblades, like Decisive Pumpkin or something. I'm actually going to elect to do that with your boy, okay? This fight is generally very annoying, and it's actually pretty scary doing it this early on. It was like normally in vanilla, but I do have myself some like really good magics and whatnot. I'm gonna keep reflecting because reflect good. What?
Damn!
They blocked the fireball. I got cheated. Let's do it again.
I want a big F in the chat right there. Mode.
Oh my God, that was actually incredible. Here, let me also customize the magnet here. That's it. Because that is actually going to be a very good buff to the damage. Customize Magnera. Yep. Because a little thing you can do, a very common technique in Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunning in general, is actually to just find ways to make you do really funny amounts of damage because of like frame rates and stuff. Oh, he hit me. That's fine. I did not. Oh, hi, Ma. Okay. Let's go over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a reflect into a magnet, which is going to knock all these enemies, like, kind of like re-up the damage on them. Hey, Oren, you got any health on you, baby? Yeah, I got you. We're going to do this. Pop it. Pop it. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to get over that. Oh, my gosh.
Spike, you're not feeling the heat. Spike. You got to feel the heat, Spike. Come on.
Spike.
Oh.
You've had limit form, Spike.
Oh, you're right. We're going to make that work. Okay. Good call. Good call. This is really why I had Zach in there.
So yeah, in Randomizer, we can actually give ourselves the Olympus Stone that we get at the end of this visit. So we can just use dry forms.
That was
like
unfortunate.
Spike, he must really think you're cold.
Okay, here, take this. Oh my gosh, get out of here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it would not, I could not get it to swap off targeting Hades there. Because I was like, oh, I'll just use Sonic Grave there. Woo! All right, that was some good comedy right there. That was great. Moving on. Electing to push through this world because it does have a lot of checks in it, but it also has Zexion in it, that top right goal on the first row. So, yeah, I figure I'll just push towards that. He's generally an easy goal. Reflect that bad boy. Oh, my goodness. We're going to do this. Man, my stats are not very high. That's fine. Okay, just keep slapping. A good side effect of having limit form, another reason why I love it so much, when you use the limits, as you hit things with it, it'll actually heal you. So you can see my HP kind of pop back up after that. Let's also, I got a money pouch earlier. There's so much going on. Give me these, dude. I want a little stack of ethers because, again, we have so much magic and not a lot of, like, physical stuff, which is funny because our stats are opposite. I have a good strength stat and a bad magic stat. But I'd rather lean into the magic stat. Ooh, okay, so Hollow Bastion, I just learned about, has access. We hard will need that second membership card. That's what I will say. Because there are 2 goals there but also it is locking both Roxas and Terra with the proof of connection and nominate sketches and another world unlock. Hollow Bastion, not a ton of stuff in it, but all of it is very big to allowing us to progress the scene.
Okay, so we will need to look out for the second membership card.
Yeah.
That is the item we're looking for.
Yeah, that is the big item. And I say that we have to be given it. What I mean by that is in this randomizer, I have a setting on that's effectively just called beatable only. And what that, I love getting draw from that fight. What that means is that it only needs to make sure that you can beat the seed. So there is a world, like I said, I have to do any 7 of these 10 goals. We might only have access to 7 of them. Oh, we got a big one. It's another skill and crossbones. Let's go. Luxord, though, that is not a goal world. But we do have access to it. It very well might be asking
for Port Royal.
Yeah. Go to Jack Skellington, no, Jack Skellington. There's too many Jacks. There's 2, and I can't count that high. Jack, what's his name? Jack Sparrow. They're even both Jack S periods. Oh my God, unreal. Hey, Final Form. That's also cool. Final Form is probably, for most people, that is actually the best form in the game. You know what forms are? Sword just goes Super Saiyan. It's great. You gain access to a lot of enhanced abilities and whatnot, and it utilizes the drive gauge you see there at the bottom. Let's make sure what Keyblade it has. Okay, it doesn't have something that's going to prevent me from being good. Give me that. Yeah, give me that. We got Demix right here. We got to take out his water clones, which let me give a couple, just kind of butter him up a little bit. Because I'd rather not lose out on my final form. I don't want it to run out because it's only at level 1. I don't want it to run out before the fight ends and then I lose all my drive. Oh, okay. Well, I could have done that. That's fine.
Good old fire spin.
Oh, it did run out. That's fine. You know what? Hey, another glide. That's good. That's just enhanced movement. Like that, probably the first few runs you do where you have the cutscene skipper on, you probably don't save any time. You maybe lose time. Because you don't know what's going to happen. Do I have like a drive recovery? I'd kind of like to recover. Yeah. All right, we're just going in. We'll be fine. All right, here's
I believe.
I do have a thunder. Yeah, we got this. I'm gonna walk
the
forward.
True final boss of Kingdom Hearts. There he is. It's Pete.
Dude, he is a monster.
He's everywhere.
Oh. All right, good. I got rid of the boys. Yeah, we're gonna pinball him one more time.
So you'll notice that we're skipping one of the segments in this fight where we protect Meg. Another quality of life the randomizer does.
Yeah, it normally would be effectively just a 1-minute sequence where we just have to wait. There's nothing we can do otherwise. But yeah, with that, there's a lot of little just kind of scripted sequences in the randomizer.
But Spike, you need to get up on the Hydra's back.
Dude, I honestly, yes, I do.
Spike.
I unironically should at this point. We're pushing
already
OC
there.
early.
I saw those thunder damages. You need to do this.
Yeah, that was just terrible. Yeah, my best form of damage is actually the only combo modifier I have is the horizontal slash, which just makes your air combos so much better. Yeah, we need limit form. I'm about to whirly goof. I love that I also have knock smash. We're about to whirly goof the heads when they come down. So that is not a good sign.
I just also love the fact that one of your moves is called Whirly Goof.
It's honestly, it's about to wreck. Okay. Oh.
One more.
Just hit him. Just hit him. All right,
Nice.
there we go. This is good. That
there you
also
go.
got some limit levels. All right, we got there. I should have committed to the whirly goof. I was like, when it was the two heads, I was like, I don't know if it'll stay in one place long enough. I think if I got a different head pattern, I would have done something there. But okay, that's OC1. We got final form. That's cool. That was one of the things we potentially needed. Man, where do I want to go? I'm going to go here. I'm just going to make final form level 4. And there's a lot of checks here. Honestly, you know what? I'm going to say it. This was the smart play. This is where I should have gone. I love it.
So, Spike, tell me the colors in your tracker. What do they mean? What does blue mean?
Blue means I have access to that goal. If I wanted to go fight Xemnas right now, I could do it. You couldn't stop me. Red will eventually mean they have been slain. And once we see 7 of those in red, then we win. So 7 blues implies that we're in a go mode of sorts. Yeah, let's also do some jumps into these. Otherwise, if they're gray, can't get them. There are 2 out there. We're still looking for them.
Spike. Or Spike hasn't marked them as available.
Right, that also could very well be the thing. Is that implied? Is there something I haven't?
No, you're good right now.
Okay, I was like, that sounded like a. Hey, Spike, do you wanna click that? Ooh, the scimitar. Very good, very good. All right, scimitar gives us half access to another one of our goals in Lexaeus. Scimitar gets us into Agrabah. Any Aladdin fans out there? You're gonna be disappointed. It didn't follow the movie at all. I don't know why I'm building it up for you. Yeah. Ooh, another. That is effectively half of our way to another goal. So this is good. We must just keep assembling. We must keep searching. We must keep digging. Did I get a third hint? I did. Disney Castle has Valor Form, which is also something that I potentially need for go mode. What is this? It's the other scimitar. All right. You know what? Zach was going to give me crap for it, so I'm going to click it. That's right. He's in blue. We can do it. Let's go. Okay.
Spike, you have a blizzard, right?
I do.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you don't see the tracker.
Yeah, so Agrabah has the visit unlocks, but it also needs the elemental magics Fire, Blizzard, Thunder to finish the second visit. So Agrabah actually has like 5 locks if you want to count them. So that's why I was asking Spike about a blizzard. Just making sure he had it, because if he didn't have it, then he doesn't have access to Lexaeus.
Which is quite funny. You would think like, oh, well, there's 3 fires, 3 blizzards, 3 thunders. What is happening? What? I have access to a third goal. Hold up. All right, there's the boys in blue down there. The boys do be back in town. Okay, well, here we are. All right, that was back-to-back Proud Fangs after we basically just got back-to-back scimitars. Dude, I love when you don't vet seeds and stuff like this happens. These are also just like a nice set of goals. Yeah, going to Twilight Town, in fact, was the path of the hero. Because, yeah, that locked about 400 checks. And a glide 3. Oh, my gosh, we're unreal. I can't be stopped. Jiggy, get ready. Tell Nintendo to get on deck. I'm going to come 6 hours under estimate.
Dude, I'm pumped. Nintendo can do the run twice. Like that's fine.
Dog, I'm pumped.
This is gonna be like the shortest Spike segment of all time. Spike can just go back live, play some NES game, Super Nintendo game.
That's right. That's my thing. That's what I do. Ooh, give me the jackpot. I like that. Never mind. Ooh, okay, that's actually a very good one. Let's go. I don't want retaliating slash. I mean, it's fine. Man, I love the dynamic of having. I love the dynamic of there also being abilities on the armor and accessories. You can actually get much stronger on it, but you got to work around what they have.
Reminder to chat. Some of the chests have like different things in them. So they have different colors on them, different shapes. The small black ones are like the junk or the filler items. So that's why Spike is able to skip those.
Yeah. To know, like, they can have good stuff. I like to not pick them up just to kind of speed up the seeds. Mm-hmm. They could have, like, potions, ethers. They could have mega elixirs. You know, remember earlier when I was like, wah, I want a drive recovery. There could have been a drive recovery in there. And now you can laugh at me because I didn't get it. There could be, like, power boosts, magic boosts, lots of good stuff. Because any sort of getting your stats up are good because things will just die faster. Should I just keep doing this? I mean, I don't have. I probably should go. I should have went to Pride Lands first. It's in case I were to get more forms. Yeah. Because one of our goals is actually leveling up Final to 7, which might seem like that's a really easy goal. And yes, the act of that is pretty easy. The thing about it is, finishing leap. Let's go. Is I have to find all 5 forms in order to actually do anything with that. I am so much weaker than I think I am.
This is it.
I need to find all 5 forms. Because I only have 2 forms right now, I can only get each of them up to level 7. Or to level 4, rather.
Level 4. Yeah.
And every time you get an additional one, that will allow you to get 1 extra level in addition to all the prior levels on that new form. Do you know where one is? I could go get it. Should I go get it? It'd be in Dizzy Castle. That's Valor form. Which that is also a goal world there. Twilight Town got revealed with my 4th hint, and it actually doesn't have... It has some good magics. That's where Magnaga, Fyra, another Torn Page are. I will elect to go to a world that looks a little bit like this. Yeah, why not? I mean, Valor could have just been in this corner.
On this pop-up.
Nope. We all wanted it, but it didn't happen. I was going to go to Pride Lands. I'm trying to talk to the GDQ audience. GDQ audience, how y'all doing today? Y'all having a good day? Little oops all KH. I know Swift just absolutely myrtleized it. They're doing good.
Pretty good. You know, the chat's been pretty awesome. You know, lots of KH community members coming out, people chilling, hanging out with Kingdom Hearts. It's been fun.
Let's go. Love to have you all here. Love to have the excitement about Kingdom Hearts. Who knows? I've been told if we get 10,000 people in the chat right now, Kingdom Hearts 4 will come out this decade. That's right.
I heard that too. So everyone go spread the word. Tell everybody that Kingdom Hearts 4 will come out if this decade if you show up here.
That's right. Honestly, okay, real talk. Let's get some real talk.
All right,
if I were to tell you, 10,000 people in the chat, Stage 4 will come out in the 2020s. Do you take that right now as a Kingdom Hearts fan? Are you like, cool? That might be the underdog. I don't know.
We're at 6. I actually think that KH4 is a 2028 game. So I that's my bet.
You're thinking 28?
I'm thinking we got 2 more years before they drop it. That's what I'm feeling.
Hasn't it? Which I'm like, dude, I'm very much not I need new games to come out. Like, dude, I'm still playing ancient civilization-made video games, playing stuff on the Super Nintendo. Mm-hmm. So, it's not a big deal for me. So I guess I'm not necessarily as invested in, has it been, 7 years since we heard anything about Kingdom Hearts 4?
We talked about this. Trailer. We talked about this yesterday about how this feels like the biggest drought in the franchise history.
Oh yeah,
because usually there's a side game where you play through the entire story of Kingdom Hearts 1 just to get 5 minutes of lore at the end, and they haven't done that in a while.
That'll be fun. Yeah.
Bye, Pete. See you later.
See you, Pete. Yeah, limit form.
They canceled their iPhone game. That was
that's right. That was a big moment.
Yeah.
Huge moment right there. I would love to see this Valor form at some point here in this shotgun. I don't think this is it. Just another key. A book. Goofy got a book. Oh, you know what? Whirly Goof's sick. I don't want him to have. Hold up. Teamwork. What do you have on? Wait. Oh, it's your shield. Here, put on Jackpot. Are we? I tell you, I'm gonna hold this for a little bit. I want to go to Pride Lands. I want to have some pride in my work, and we're gonna go to Pride Lands. Yeah, what was so good about finding that scimitar that then gave us the Proud Fangs, kind of standard opener for a lot of people. Dodge slash, let's go. they'll want to go to Pride Lands and Agrabah as quickly as possible, because that's just like 50 some odd checks just right off the bat. Oh, you know what? Get a magnet, because these dudes can easily kill you. You're gonna see me in Lion Sora mode. Pretty much do that little kind of corkscrew attack in the air. It just meat grinds health really well, because otherwise they do just kind of take away, as you can imagine, in lion form. Sora can't quite do all the things he would do in like normal human form, so we got to work with it. You do have access to all your magics. You have Simba's limit, but then that's kind of it, along with that corkscrew attack you just saw. So you're generally just gonna start a little air combo, then go ring. It's great. We don't know anything about what's
again, Spike.
Ring. That's right. That's right.
Okay, I just thought I didn't hear you right. I wanted to make sure.
I'll just make sure. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what you get when you bring me on. Weird noises.
We love that. We love that, especially while we're running around as Lion Sora.
That's right. As we're getting our initial D on, let's give him a little. Dude, I love that. They just made him a car. Flying on the floor.
Lion Sora was one of those moments where I was just like, oh, this is a good game. This is a good one.
I'm glad they went here, dude.
Yeah. That was,
honestly,
I asked this question yesterday, Spike, but because you played all of them, right? You played all the Kingdom Hearts games?
I played an amount of them. Not as many as you might think. I'm a fake fan, dude. I'm like, oh yeah, I love KH1 and KH2. And that... It's now been 20 years since KH2 came out.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I am familiar enough with all the others. Yeah.
Did you have a world that when you got there on your first playthrough, you were just like, oh my God, I can't believe they did this?
Oh, 100%. The world that will always be the most iconic to me. Oh, that was great. That was great, 2-pack. Was Hollow. Wow. Was Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 1. That was when, like, everything just kind of changed. It was great. Let me take your stuff. That's where, like, the story changed everything. And I was growing up, I was a big Kingdom Hearts fan, obviously, of, like, the originals. But a lot of what I loved about it was actually genuinely just the Disney aspect. Are these good? Oh, I can have double once more. Let's go. Yeah, I'll take the stat buff, though.
So you saw Black Cauldron and you're like, what? What do you what do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? Put on the Automaster, swap quick run to dodge roll, drive, draw, blizzard. This is fine. And we want to just fight. No, my stats are awful. I don't want to do that. I don't have experience boost from anything. What are we doing? Well, Zaldin is also a goal. I have a lot of, like, almost goals. Go ahead and just slap me. This is fine. This is good that we have Donald and Goofy. Because anyone who's ever like, dang, Donald and Goofy never do what I want them to do. You want to turn them on Sora attack, which just means they stay close to you and they don't attack anything. Unfortunately, Goofy's shield is a walking killing machine. So as you can see, I can't actually prevent this. So you know what? I'm going to pop into final form. That takes him away. My HP and defense were a little too high. All right, hit me again, boys. Keep hitting me. This might have been faster just to deal the hits at this point.
Yeah, so this is one of those fights that you can end in a few ways. One is doing enough hits. One is taking critical damage. Or there's a timer that if you hit that timer, it'll advance it.
Yeah.
Usually the first fight of a world is like that.
Oh, I had Trinity Limit. I could have just done the cool thing.
You could have, Spike. I was going to tell you, but it's funnier to let you, like, rounder.
God, but it is funnier. Oh, it's so funny. Are we kind of semi-progressed towards all our different goals? We are. That's cool. So once I find all the stuff, we getting there. A lot of this is just kind of putting together your map of the game. What is your roadmap to winning? The fact that we already have access to 3 goals, pretty good. I don't know, how far into the seed are we? Oh, only 3? This is terrible. This place is awful. All right, we're going 6 hours over instead.
All right, Nintendo, it's okay. We'll do Japanese Kingdom Hearts 1 another time.
That's
gotta
right.
randomize
Next
it to
year,
finish.
Oops All KH 2027, baby, to commemorate a year out. Ooh, wisdom. Very good. Okay, that's a good pickup. I now have eyes on I have 3 of my drives. I have eyes on a 4th, which I probably will get in Disney Castle. And then Master Form, which, I'm not gonna lie, gamers, I have no idea what that is. I can't do anything about it. Do I want to do the Trinity limit finish, or do I want to push limit form? Let's do the Trinity limit finish. So as long as you have X amount of magic, yeah, Trinity's cooler.
It's actually been, we did Oops All Kingdom Hearts 1 in November of 2024, actually. So it's been a minute since we've had Oops All Kingdom Hearts here on the channel.
A little every other year.
Yeah,
right,
yeah. I mean, it was almost 2025. It was November 30th to December 1st of 2024. So.
Okay, if I complete this world, that's pushing towards Zaldin, who is the 4th from the left, 2nd from the right, if you prefer, on the top row. In position 4, we'll say for now. This pushes me well on the way towards him. But it also is actually going to give me enough hints to where I will get a 6th world revealed to me. What's in there? I did just get my 5th world revealed. It was unfortunately just Olympus Coliseum, which we were doing earlier. We've already done most of that world. I'm just looking for the 2nd Battlefields of War. Hilarious. Unfortunately, there was like nothing else in OC. The Thundaga will be there, which Thundaga's great.
Okay.
You like to have those 2nd and 3rd tier magics. I'm still rocking only a baby fire. But I could go to Toronto Town, but I don't think it's worth it at this point. I'd be giving up a fire. I'd be giving up Magnega. Lose 1 torn page. Ooh, what's this? It's a membership card! Oh! Okay, okay. Bang, bang. No, I was clicked out. I was trying to be a good streamer. For once in my useless life. Okay. Yeah, just hit him with the double reflect. Yeah, this is, gamers, that's with a bad magic stat. That's how good reflect actually is. Okay, so, honestly, I could go get in go mode. Hold on. Wait, nope, put that away. Yeah, because we don't know where that is. We don't know where that is. I tell you what, we're gonna go there. Yeah, this is good. But despite though being almost in go mode, does not mean we're in go mode. I'm pulling some like Phoenix Wright stuff right there. Jig, have you ever played the Phoenix Wright series?
You know, I actually have played the first one, I think. I really enjoyed it. It was just a lot of reading for me, so it was pretty tough. But I did enjoy the music. The music was great.
Yeah.
But the reading.
That reminds me of my good friend Piper Don't Care, because he pulls that joke every single day. We tried to we were like, okay, he wanted to kind of get into RPGs. So we were like, okay, play Chrono Trigger. I think anybody could enjoy Chrono Trigger, right? Trying to get into an RPG, nice, accessible. And he got like 4 hours in. He was like, dog, I can't read this much.
I'm scared, Spike. I'm actually scared. So I did like a sub goal on my channel for me to play Chrono Trigger for the first time. So I'm doing it next month, and I'm terrified that I'm gonna die from the reading. Like I've never played Chrono Trigger.
It's gonna unalive you. Oh my god.
Like I'm actually terrified. I'm excited to play it because everybody says you gotta play Chrono Trigger. It's the best video game ever made. I'm like, yeah, sure. So is every other game ever made. But like,
that's what they all say.
I'm really terrified about the reading. It's gonna scare me.
All right, so we're going through all the checks here in Hollow Bastion because we know there are 2 items that would just put us in go mode. I would straight up have access to 7 entire goals if I were to find the things in here. Let me do some jumps into magnets. You're gonna notice I like using magnet because my magic stat is higher here. Okay, you need to die. And doing jump magnets will just do a great job of pulling all the enemies in, and I'll have them kind of bouncing back and forth between multiple. You know what? Let's do this just because it's a cool skip. And very well, the items we need might just be in here. So this is the Cavern of Remembrance, and I'll leave it to you, Zach, if you want to explain a little bit about like what this world is and what I'm trying to do. Like, die.
So yeah, this is the area that was added to the final mix version of Cage 2. It's meant to be like a platforming challenge with some hard fights in between, leads to the actual Garden of Assemblage to do the data super bosses. So you might be thinking, well, Spike has been saying that his stats have been too low and like he's having some problems with some of the fights. So is he really going to do these harder like mob fights? Well, no, he's actually going to skip them. So he's going to do a clip out of bounds, and then he's going to traverse the abyss to get to another platform, and that's going to skip the first fight, which lets us skip the second fight by default. So he went into critical health so he could use Auto Master, which will help us gain some height.
Let me switch. I do want to have quick run on here instead of dodge roll. Scan run. Okay, so yeah, here you go.
So he's going to line this up. He's going to try to clip out of bounds. There it is. And now he is out of bounds, standing on this ledge. And then a little safety master form.
Yeah,
now he just goes through this load zone, and we're already through. This is where you would get through after the first fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna break this though, but I might have to, because let me see here. How would I do this otherwise? Yeah, because I only have master at level 2. So first of all,
so yeah, we need to break these vents. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, they're closed. Like,
I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna try this because it would just be hilarious if it worked.
you have fire, Spike.
Oh yeah, I should do it with fire in this instance. Yeah.
Oh, you have magic lock on.
Oh, do I have magic lock on? Oh, is it on master?
You might be on Master's Keyblade, yeah.
Oh, it is on? Well, that is just unfortunate. Okay. I wonder. Okay, let me try this.
What level of glide do you have, Spike?
Level 3. I'm gonna actually try to
you should be able to do it.
Wisdom.
Okay. Not to say you could probably just glide up, but
Okay, this didn't. Oh, do you think you can? Okay, I'm not familiar with that method. Okay, we're going to do. So yeah, I should have just like held the Auto Master earlier. I was able to just make it. All right, so we're going to leave here. We're going to then come back in because this will refill my drive. I need to get knocked down into critical health again.
So something else you can do is like you can use final form to get the height, revert from final form, and then just glide until you have enough height, and then aerial dodge.
Okay, let me. I guess. Okay, yeah. Then let's do that. We're learning, gamers. We're learning. Yeah, because I would have had to get down into critical health in order to actually use Auto Master. This is stuff I'm not used to. Okay, so go in the corner. So explain to me what this method we're going to use is.
So go into final and then jump up and glide. Now revert, but then start your glide again. Don't aerial dodge. Okay, now go to the right. And you should glide up.
Yeah.
Now, once you get into that little crook, aerial dodge.
Ah, very cool. Okay,
Wow.
that is the full skip. Yo, good audible there from Zach. That was great.
That was cool. Good job executing though, Spike.
Yeah, I needed the breakdown. Okay, that is, I now know a method when I don't have Master. Now, here's the funny thing. We needed to do this. Because that proof is actually our ability to get to Terra at the end of Disney Castle. the timeless river we saw earlier. And this was nominated sketches. Okay. So I've got the things that I need from here because I'm already up here, and there are some nice abilities I wouldn't mind finding. I actually never read my reports at the beginning, so there might be some stuff here. Like, is this like explosion? Dog, I would have exploded. I would have exploded over the explosion. Other things would be cool. I would say the biggest things from our tool set we're missing out on, we don't have a Donald limit, Fantasia, or Duck Flare, and Duck Flare is very, very good. Fantasia is also solid. And I don't have like either of the like really good ground-based finishers. Could be one here. Oh no, but Reaction Boost also very good, actually. I need to be careful as I drop back down here. I'm trying to like hug the wall so I can hit this load zone. Otherwise, if you fall all the way down, you're actually going to spawn in the enemies there. And then you're actually trapped.
Well, you wouldn't be trapped there.
Oh, because yeah, I wouldn't be coming from the other
you were.
side. That's right. We're just giving out false information. That's what we like to do here. That's what we like to do. Still none of those.
That does mean we have access to 7 goals.
That's right. Yeah, let me actually mark those just so it is accurate. Now the joke is actually a little more on the table of like, yeah, we fire up the engines. Fire up the engines. We got to get going. Here's the only problem. My magic's. Oh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I actually think this is possibly the play. I am going to poop. I'm going to put this here. I'm not gonna poop. That's we don't. But you can.
Yeah, Spike?
Oh, we do have an experience boost. Wait, go back. I got one at some point. It might have been there. I don't know. I just had to. Never mind. Put that on. Is there one over on these? Okay, yes, there's a berserk charge there. I will be right back. I'm gonna go make my level number bigger. And I think at the stats we're at, this will be fine.
Just gotta make number go up, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Because that will just allow many, many things to die much, much faster. Ow, thank you. Do I have friends? Well, I have Stitch. I can't use them. Dang it. I can use them eventually.
I was gonna say, Spike, I'm your friend. So you do.
I'm your friend. Honestly, I'm lucky to have Jiggy.
Spike, you didn't take Tron's potion, so you're back at.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's fine. Here, I tell you what, kill me. Sometimes, listen, we do what we got to do. Did I only take his ether? Did I even take his ether? This is good. This is good. This is very comedic. We got in go mode too fast.
He's also not on sword attack.
Yeah. All right. This is good. This is good. You know what? I'm going to blame that on the cutscene skipper. It probably threw me off in the menu earlier. Yeah. Okay. Tron.
Sure.
Don't do that. Items, Tron. I really just took the ether and said, that's good. All right. Do that again. Hit me. Ow. I kind of want to get hit one more time. Thank you. This is good. Plus, now my drive's up. This is, gamers, it's all according to plan. So with the experience boost, I'm basically just going to double everything I get from getting any kills right here. Let me immediately get Stitch out. Because what Stitch is good for, ideally, I'm just going to put it like this. He licks the MP bar on the screen down there, and it will fill my MP up. So I can just continually do this. And with finishing lead, that's actually pretty good. Ooh, nice flash step. And he deflects 99% of small projectiles. I say 99% because sometimes he doesn't. And that's always hilarious.
I kind of like that they just said, well, what can Stitch do? He can be really annoying just on the screen. He's going to like play the banjo. He's going to just, he's just going to run
I'm
around.
So overstimulated right now, dude.
Yeah. He's just going to be a little guy.
So yeah, I'm going to do this because these enemies, the reason why this is so convenient, these enemies will spawn infinitely as long as the time doesn't run out. And they don't drop like HP or anything. Because in order to actually utilize EXP boost, I need to be at or below half. Actually, does at work or is it just below? I'm actually forgetting right now.
Like 50% or below.
50 or below, yeah. So I'm just doing this slope loop over and over again. Hey, Peter Pan, I have another friend. I have Jiggy and P-Tab. Yo, we just watched Hook last night, me and my friends. That movie's great.
It's underrated. I think it's underrated.
We are about to run out of time. I'm kind of just getting my level as high as I can get it.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Try to squeak out that level 36. Oh, well. But our stats are good now. They're not like out of this world. The stats are actually, they're pretty bad considering the level we are, but they're good enough for me to basically kill everything pretty quickly outside of the actual bosses on the screen that you all see. Because, yeah, like those are the final goals, but speeding up everything to get to them and just making it more consistent that I'll get through them is very, very good. Grab one more check here, and then we're actually leaving this place. We don't need to do anything here anymore. Flash step, I know we got. Just take off the Automaster at this point. We did the thing, we did the stuff. That's good. Love that. And let me just swap back this experience boost for, I think I probably want to do the combo boost right there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, and the last thing I'll do, because we might as well journal. This is a mechanic that was put into the game somewhat recently. You can check where stuff is. Hey, nice. I got a Steam achievement for looking at this.
Thank goodness.
That's good. That's good. Explosions in Port Royal, Sea Drift Row. Rip. Not gonna get that. Bada bing, bada boom, slide dash, auto master. Guard break is, oh, that's great. Okay, we're gonna have guard break. This is good. Aerial spiral, wisdom 6. I'll get that. Experience with combo man, auto found. But yeah, these basically just tell you where some good combo abilities are in the seed. So they're good to find. Let's go over here actually then and just get Valor. Because then I can get all my other forms up to level 6. There is a world, I will say, where I don't end up doing simulated Twilight Town still. So I might not actually get guard break, but that does buff the need that I might do it. I probably should be buffing wisdom as well.
Yeah, I was about to say you should be leveling forms because we saw Wisdom 6 has something, right?
Yeah, that is where Aerial Spiral is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to want that.
Let's go. Gather.
Good old Magnet, one of the most overpowered spells in the franchise.
Honestly, Zach, good call. Yeah, Magnet is pretty much good in any iteration it is in Kingdom Hearts. Especially, like, a lot of times the scariest fights in Kingdom Hearts speedruns end up just being the mob fights, even more so than the super bosses. These super bosses are scary, but, like, when you have a bunch of little random enemies running around, ready to mess up your day. I don't think... Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just get them PO'd. Let's do that. So having something that just gathers them in, it breaks through their super armor. That is very, very crucial to just making your speedruns more consistent. Having those big magnets. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna put this up. And let's put on second chance. Maybe I'll die less.
Maybe.
Honestly, huge maybe. We'll put on another one of these. And then... Oh, bad menuing. We should wisdom form. Yeah. My strength stat. So my strength stat is actually like very solid. To note to Zach, because these numbers will mean something to you. I have 41 strength and 36 magic.
Okay, yeah. So enough for all the story content. Yeah.
But considering we're already level 36, unless we end up in a weird position where I could do more. Then I'm going to be effectively level 1 stats for all of the super bosses we're going to fight at the end. And here's why you're level 1, you're level, like, I'm actually level 36 right now. There is a stat floor and a stat ceiling, but more importantly for what we're talking about, a stat floor in Kingdom Hearts games. In particular in Cage 2 is a big one to talk about. That if you're under a certain stat, depending on the world you're in, the enemy you're fighting, you might as well be level 1. It does not do increased damage. They do like kind of scale your damage slightly up so that you're not doing like literal chip damage to bosses. Just might be surprised how much damage we're still doing. But yeah, like my stats are, like I said, 41 strength, 36 magic. For it to matter anything for all these other bosses you see that we're gonna have to take out, I would have to get them up to like 60, 61 plus. We are more than likely never going to get that high. So I would love to see Valor pop right here. We have not seen Valor. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna hold that for a little bit. Here, where do I want to go to just prep things? Let's do Agrabah.
So to catch people up with what Spike's up to, Spike is currently in go mode. Spike can go and beat all 7 of the bosses that he needs to, but we're just making sure that he can beat all 7 of the bosses, right?
We have to actually like get to them. Like just because we have access to them, we have to actually get through these worlds to actually like get to their like doors.
Yeah. But I have done most of the prep, I would say, for a lot of these. What is this? Oh, the other battlefields. So, okay. Immediately, where was it in STT? Well, that'd be a spicy Zemnis if I ended up doing Zemnis with this setup. Man, no guard break or explosion. Do I have combo pluses? I'm debating right now what is the best play. Because I actually just gained access to a lot of other goals. I tell you what. Yeah. Let's just get something out of it before I drop into it. So yeah, with Zemnis,
the rare trickster.
Yeah, I like to bust out a little trickster here and there. That's gonna allow me to just kind of break through a lot of these like little kind of HP gates a little faster. There should be one more there. Oh, he's still alive. Okay, there we go. Agrabah got revealed. I'll get another reflect if I keep going through. The thing's like, man, would you cut Zemnis? We could cut World That Never Was, actually. That might actually be the better play. And do Zexion instead. Like, we need to cut someone, because Zexion is already mostly prepped. And I will elect to actually unmark Zemnis for now. And there's a double world where I might not even actually do Roxas. The big thing I would like to find out where it is Master Form. And I'm trying to think in the worlds that I don't know about yet. Because then that's just get final to level 7 and you're good. Man, we're getting sweaty about it now. Diggy, I'm sorry we're getting so sweaty over here on your Oops All KH.
Look, we gotta show them the power of the randomizer. Sometimes you have to be like this, you know?
That's right. There's so many options here. Because again, gamers are like, why aren't you doing all 10 of them? Because we don't have to. Unless Jiggy's like, we need to fill time. And then I'll consider it.
If you get like 5 of them before our first break, then yeah, we might want to add a couple more bosses. But I think we're doing okay. It's up to you. Yeah, we'll, right now we're doing great. You know, I don't think the chat's gonna be mad about more Kingdom Hearts randomizer though.
That's right. Like, there's a world I'm gonna have to, honestly, gamers, you could make me have to do all of them. Actually, I don't think we're not like making it an incentive. You know what? 10,000 viewers in here. 10,000 viewers. You get Kingdom Hearts 4 this decade, and I'm gonna kill all these dudes.
Yeah, if chat gives out 50 subs to the GDQ channel, then I think we could add another goal. You know,
a little something, something.
So yeah, these locks
Yes.
were why we needed the elemental magics from earlier. Doesn't set the bar that low.
Yeah, so Agron's almost done. So we have fully prepped Terra. He can be defeated. Zexion is mostly prepped because now all of a sudden I'm going to fight him. There's a little maybe it's like I should do the crowd pleasers, but I mean, we already have Terra on the board. We got Demix on the board. That's going to be a nightmare. We got Sephiroth. We'll see. All right, we got to fight Gene Jafar and his rock hard 6-pack abs. Look at these things. You could cut meat on this.
He's
You gotta
kind
go
of
for the
a
gut
monster.
first, otherwise, like, he'll just keep throwing stuff at you, and we don't like that. Ow! 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 Turns out I'm the meat. Oh my god. All right, he's down. All right, he's got a big tummy ache. All right. We're gonna put. That's a good spot to leave him at. Now I'm gonna roll him up because I should have enough of a strength stat here to where we can just one tap him from here. So to get to that juicy body of his. All right, bada bing, bada boom. Dried forms have been revealed. That's also not master form. The only other thing there are torn pages and that aerial spiral we knew about from earlier. Do you want to fight a boss? Yeah, sure, why not? That'd be fun. Let's break it up a
I
little
think
bit.
it's boss time, yeah.
I'm committed. Yeah, let's go, baby. Jiggy wants blood. Jiggy's Joaquin Phoenix up there putting the thumbs down.
I'm ready.
Destroy him. Yeah, let's go with this. Let's go with that. You can go with this or you can go with that. Did Donald ever get a limit? I must find out. Nope. Oh yeah, we also have more of these. We got more of this. Blizzard Boost is cool, but I think we're just gonna go. Man, I'm having this realization. It doesn't matter. Our stats are in a weird spot where it truly doesn't matter. I probably should give it more magic. I don't know if I had a good magic buffer in there though. All right, so Lexaeus, how does this work, Zach?
Reflect. That's how it works.
That's right.
So he has a power level on the top right. Most of the time that doesn't matter, but as the fight goes on, Lexaeus will actually do more and more damage. That's what the power level thing is doing. In order to do some damage, we gotta try to break him out of his little berserk state. If that can just kind of be done with reflect or by doing the reaction commands that come up. The Spike is going to try to get... Oh,
Yeah.
he's getting a desperation move now. So let's say this is doing his big final attack. He's going to create a bunch of rocks and earth on here. And you can just reflect through it. It's fine. So yeah, Spike is transitioning to limit form here to try to do the last bits of damage. Ars Arcanum is very good for this because it does not add to the internal counter that the bosses have to retaliate against you. And with that, Spike has completed one goal.
One
of
6 to
7.
go. That's right.
yeah.
Let's go ahead and go over and prep to another one because there's just no world where I was going to do Zexion. Yeah, let's do this one as well. We actually, a lot of times I play these seeds and I'm somewhat limited, I would say, on my options. About like which goals I'm going to do. Here we have the rare time you're doing like a GDQ run or something, and it's actually, you have a lot of options. It's being very kind about that. I personally move my customize around a lot just so I have quicker access to certain things. For the most part, you shouldn't customize Magnet. Ow, 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 ow.
I mean, I would argue that you probably don't need to customize fire because it is the first.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. Because if you just tap down to magic, it will default be on fire. So it's just one single tap and you get there. All right, in and out, because this will actually push us closer. The way the little save points work, this is a piece of commentary that's probably not worth bringing up, but it's fine. The little save points, once you've kind of progressed a plot to a certain point, the way it works in Cage 2 Randomizer is that if you leave the world and come back in, it just puts you closest to the next story segment. That's all I was going to say. That's it. Y'all can get off my back now. right, very nice. Pride Lands got revealed, and there's Genie there. There's the Thundaga we knew about. And then what I'm going to do here is called Berserk Horizontal Slash. Yeah, let's take off this one, put on the Expert's Ring. Honestly, just leave that on in general. What is really good about this is that Berserk Charge basically removes all finishers from your combo if you're in the MP recharge state.
You won't stop a true hero.
So yeah, Spike is going to use Cure to get into that state, and then he's going to start a combo on Hades, and because your combo does not end, you can just horizontal slash indefinitely until Hades breaks out or you drop the combo. So as long as he continues to do that at the right rhythm, he can just take Hades from all the way full health to nothing.
Yeah, and that can be utilized on a number of different humanoid type bosses throughout the game. And he is one of them. Does he count as humanoid? Is Hades humanoid?
Yes.
I don't know. Yes.
He's a Greek god. You know?
Yeah, he's got this. That's what we're based on. That's right.
Yeah.
We're like suckier versions of those Greek gods. That's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just worse versions of gods. It makes sense.
That's right. Man, I want to play Hades too. I played that like one night with my friend. That game's so good. Anyways, Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
When's Oops All Hades? It'll take an afternoon.
It's 2 games.
That's right.
2 games unless we did like I don't know. You have to be run with a specific weapon or something like that.
Honestly, sounds like sauce.
I have wanted to do Oops All Roguelite though. Like Oops All Roguelike. Like oops, it's just a oops, this is the run or something like that. Spike didn't let this guy play.
Boy, I got stuck in the menu and he still let me kill him. All right.
Gone.
So
Spike,
that is another common boss killing tactic, but yeah. Good.
Spike, would this be a good spot just for a quick break?
Yeah, let's do it. We have 2 bosses down. Honestly, we're kind of flying through it. So yeah, let's just.
Oh yeah, we're going. Folks, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to jump back into this Kingdom Hearts 2 rando. But during the break, I have a quest for you. I learned that the GDQ Discord moderators hate Disney. They've never seen a single Disney movie. They all hate Disney. So what I want you to do is I want you all to go over, open up Discord, join the GDQ Discord, and in the general chat, post your favorite Disney movie. We have to give them recommendations. We have to save them from this terrible rumor that I've heard. Anyway, go there right now, and I'll give you a heart in Discord. I want to see everybody's favorite Disney movies in the GDQ Discord. All right, we're taking a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Kingdom Hearts 2 weekend. We are actually playing Kingdom Hearts 2 right now. Spike Vegeta in the middle of this wonderful Kingdom Hearts hitless randomizer, Kingdom Hearts 2. Spike, welcome back. Are you ready to rock and roll? Ready to get more goals?
Let's rock and roll. We just took out our first 2. We need to finish at least 5 more of those. Who knows? We might end up doing extras. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I'm ready to go. Whenever you want.
I don't know, Spike. I think we could put a challenge on this. I mean, you're rocking and rolling. I think maybe if we get like maybe, yeah, I don't know, 20 subs by the time you get to the 7th goal. You think that we can do 8?
Dude, I would happily go take down. I'll give y'all a Data Zemnis, because that would be number 8 on the list right now. The final boss of the base game, but he would be in 10 times harder mode. I would happily defeat that boss if y'all send a few little subs along the way.
All right, that's a cumulative. If you want, I said 20 cumulative across the board, helping GDQ out, supporting GDQ. If you gift out those subs, even if you got a primer right now, that would help us there. But yeah, whenever you're ready, let's go, Spike. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, 3, 2, 1, go! Yay! Okay, let's do Pride Lands. Let's go be little lion kitty Sora again. Yeah. Now, what do I have? I have Magnera targeted right now. So leave the Thundagon. We got to go finish up the first visit of Pride Lands. Pride Lands is already like mostly done as well. And this allows us to get to Data Syax, who's the middle boss on the bottom of the list there. For the hyenas, we're going to go for this cute little strat. I'm going to catch them with a magnet. That's going to get their AI to retaliate, that they will just run into this reflect. One more, though, should take them out. Yep. And they'll just do that over and over again because you are dishing damage back out at them from the reflect, and that also is hitting them, causing them to want to retaliate again. Hit them with a couple of thunders, and we're going to also get Simba or Scar with a bunch of these reflect.
Bye, Scar.
He's at.
Also, I do want to welcome back Zach, of course. Zach the Robot, thanks for being here. Coming at us live from the RPG Limit Break.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
thank you,
great
Zach,
to
for
hear.
being here.
Scar is not happy though. His anger has grown for far too long.
For way too long, as it turns out. Yeah, I was a little sloppy there. It actually tried. Listen, here's the truth. I'm terrible at actually skipping this. So I'm going to reflect him to try to get past his last HP gate. And this should be enough with Simba's limit to get the kill. That's right. Hey, it's
Bam.
G. Look at Simba doing his thing. Simba, that monster. Looking over, I will say I still don't know where Master Form is. And Zach, again, this will mean something to you. I have had 16 of the worlds, or there are 16 total locations / worlds where stuff can end up being. I have had revealed to me 11 of them. So it's getting pretty narrowed down where Master Form could actually land. So again, if I get that Master Form, I can probably also just do the Final Form goal. I do know where to get access to the to Data Zaldin, who's the only gray square on the top row. That would require potentially a little back and forth. It's in Halloween Town, but access to deeper in Halloween Town is in World That Never Was. So hilarious. I'm gonna go ahead and hit him with a thunder and then use the corkscrew, another thunder. Hey, max glide, that's great. We will be
That's
zipping
another
off.
thing the randomizer adds.
Now you
is
just get
that
to fly.
We can actually get to the level 4 of the movements, not just level 3.
Yeah, it wasn't until like a couple years, honestly, Zach, into playing the randomizer that I realized like, oh, level 4 like isn't actually a thing in the base game. Like not for like your standard build.
It is the value of the growth ability on the form when it's maxed out.
Yeah.
But the randomizer lets you put that on base aura.
Which is good because a lot of this movement, like, yes, it is nicer to just zip around the levels faster. Some of the movement, like having it upgraded, is like almost intended, I would say, by the devs to just like survive certain attacks. So they expect you to have a really fast glide, aerial dodge, dodge roll in order to have a lot more iframes on it, stuff like that. All right, so now we've got a little Shadow of the Colossus boss here, effectively, where I'm just mashing triangle throughout this whole bit. And then y'all remember that Berserk charge we were talking about earlier, where I lose my ability to perform finishers, but I can have just an infinite combo? I am going to use that here. So we're going to use Cure to drain all my MP, and then we're going to...
Just gonna ISG. Just full on Ocarina of Time ISG right there.
That's right. That is what it is.
See you later, bud.
And now,
And
once
Spike is going to use the Wildcat limit here to
fly,
just kind of corkscrew up to the boss here, do that last bit of damage, and that's it.
very good. Beast Castle got revealed. It's also not big. There's only 4 locations left: Sora's Heart, LOD, SP, or Port Royal. Oh my gosh, I made myself fall. Do you want to? Hey, I'm gonna hold him actually for just a little bit. We are just kind of getting to the point where, yeah, the prep is just about done. Let's go back in, yeah, because I can't level up Final or Wisdom anymore. Pop away this guy, and then we are going to Well, I tried to show that off. I fumbled that a little bit, but that's cool.
So yeah, what Spike was trying to do there was use the magnet to do some damage, and then Trinity Limit to push the enemies out of the magnet, and then magnet will pull them back in, and it will just progressively do more and more damage. So even though Trinity Limit on its own was not doing the damage, the magnet was doing it over and over and over.
Gonna do a pretty cool strat right here where I got the water clones down to 30 or less, and now you see he has 5 or less forms up in that top right. Now the end of Trinity is going to carry over and do over half of his health right there. I'm going to pop him up in the air, and then we're going to limit form, throw an ether just because it looks cool. Nice.
Yeah, you didn't need that.
Yeah, I didn't need it at all. I just thought it would look cool. What it is, it's item buffering by throwing an ether in the air and then starting a limit like I did. Yeah, that's fine. I start the limit, then the ether lands, and then you can extend your combos quite a bit. That will mean something later on when I actually need to fight like super bosses and such. Just allow you to hyperextend that combo as much as possible. Because also, just something worth saying about it, and just to give it an on-screen example, I'll just pop into Wisdom or Limit Form right here. You see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I actually ended the combo early right there. Until the finisher of each of Limit Combo's limits, you don't actually add any revenge value. Which, Zach, now I'll leave you to describe as we're getting closer to super bosses. What is a revenge value?
Yeah, so revenge value is just a name for the internal counter that the bosses have for how much damage or how many attacks they can take before they will instantly retaliate against you. It's a very basic explanation of that. There's little nuances there that don't really matter, but the main point is that, like Spike was saying, all those attacks that Limit Form is doing don't add any to that internal counter until you get to that last hit of that limit. So we'll be abusing that a little bit on some of these bosses, notably Data Roxas if we end up doing that.
I like seeing those lasers up there in the air. Being able to reflect that to actually get the kill. I have the 13th world revealed. They're coming in hot because I'm doing a lot of deep progression. Sora's Heart does not have it. Yeah, it's just Peter Pan. Yo, we got a staff though. Hold up. Everyone hold on to your butts.
Oh.
You know? You can release your butts.
Oh.
You put that butt down.
It's gone. I released it.
Anything cool up here? You can have form base, sure. We're just gonna go in. I don't think my magic stat will be high enough to do anything big here. Let's just check it. And not really.
So if Spike's magic was high enough there, he could have just spammed magnets and then looked at the ground to help the game to spawn more enemies in. And then that would have been enough to just get through the entire 1,000 Heartless fight. But because our magic stat is not high enough, or our magnet level is not high enough, we have to kind of do this the vanilla way, where we grab the robots and we do the laser spin to kill a bunch of enemies all at once.
Yeah, they are admittedly being very friendly so far. If they just keep feeding this to us, giving us their reaction command, then this usually doesn't take too long. I did some reflex right there because that's what you don't want to see, are those long wind-ups.
I asked them to help you, Spike. They are my brethren.
Oh, that's right. They're robots. They're a bunch of little Zacks. Come on, Zach. Right here. Let's go, Zach. Every time they give me the quickie. Ah, wait, there's another one. Back up, Zach. Zach Jr. That's right. Come back. Oh, baby, come back. Oh, I tell you what. We're going to limit form. That's right. Limit form was really just a way for me to refill my magic. Oh, come on. Stop with the wind-ups. These aren't Zacks. These are like Kyles. Everyone has one of those in their life, that Kyle. Sorry to any Kyles in the chat. I'll renounce my anti-Kyle beliefs if we get 20 subs right now. All right, we got rid of them. They're all defeated. They can never bother us again. All right, so that prepped 2 more of our bosses. Do you want to fight one of them? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, let's do a boss. I like fighting bosses. It's a problem I have. Star Charm. Check to see here. Let's. Oh yes, I love that for me. That was a great pickup. That was a stat increase. Our stats are now maxed if we end up going to what's it called? We end up going to World That Never Was. And currently not on the docket. It could change.
Yep, you never know.
But it also gives me a combo boost. Combo boosts and air combo boosts are both great because they just buff your finishers based on if you're doing a ground combo or a aerial combo. And it's increased by how many hits are in the combo up to that point. All right, Sephiroth. I don't have guard break or explosion, so I think we're going to do a little bit of an alternative strat right here. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's going to end up being what we do. I'm going to do air combos instead. Oh, that's going to be too much though. All right, this is fine. This is fine.
Once more saving him.
You got this, Spike. Beat him up. Jam emotes in the chat right now, though.
I'm gonna do this. Sure, we're making stuff up.
That's what randomizer's all about, making stuff
That's
up.
right. You're gonna get weird builds. All right, well, he's
All right, so
in the
we're in
face.
second
Oh,
phase.
okay. What's up, dude?
He's gonna start doing fire pillars and orbs.
He's gonna jump at me. We actually love the jumps because that's gonna be a free punish at that point. All right, we're doing this again then, dude. I gotta try to get him to about 4.5 bars. He's still got a lot left in him. I'm gonna do 1 empty hit right there just to stun him. And we're gonna go directly into infinity right here. Oh, he's trying to descend Heartless Angel. Sephiroth can actually be one of the scariest bosses in the run, actually, just because he's so random. So I'm actually going to reflect right there, and then this should push. Yep. I'm gonna pop a couple of these. Okay, so he's in his final phase. This is his most random bits right here. Okay, we were able to iframe our way. I'm gonna hit him with another infinity, and then I'm actually just gonna stay in this. Oh, I love that. I love that for me. And this should do it. Infinity. Very good.
Deleted.
Well done, Spike.
Very, very
Yeah, that was
good
fun.
fight.
That was fun as
Hype in
stupid as
chat.
the opening got.
That was some
What's
good
up, dude?
stuff.
That was fun. That was good. That was very good. Do I still not have any drive recoveries? Where are they? I'm about to just big roll and roll and roll. I'll do my best Fred Durst right
In
here.
the chest you haven't opened, Spike. That's where they are.
But, like, surely one would just pop up, right? Keep rolling, 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 rolling. This is because I don't want to lose my drive form. All right. I think it's time, gamers. We're going to STT. That's right. Because at this point, we're already at 3 goals. Oh, my God. Gamers, this might be the fastest hit list seed I've ever done. We're going to need those 20 subs. I'm not going to lie.
I was gonna say, yeah, that cumulative sub goal right there. We can make it go to 8. It'd be fun if you want to see. What was it? Data.
I know. It's, all their names are so stupid.
Zemnis.
Data Zemnis.
Data Zemnis. I was like Data Roxas. Data. I don't know. Data Zemnis. Yeah, if
Thunder.
you want to see that.
So
The
now we're the
cumulative
last
goal.
world that I really need to prep if we just end up doing 7 goals is Data Roxas right here. We have to do We have to go through Simulated Twilight Town. This is the tutorial. So what that tutorial in the base game is supposed to be, what am I doing? In the base game is supposed to be like, oh, you got to fight Setzer. Like, he normally takes like multiple combos to take out. And here, this Dusk is supposed to like teach you a little bit about combat. I'm just going to be Zeus. I'm going to use Thundaga. You are not supposed to have any magic at this point in the game. So it's kind of nice and hilarious. It's once again another quality of life that the randomizer put in. Otherwise, Roxas has access to like no tools. Now, while you don't have Donald and Goofy, so you can't use like your other forms like Final Form, Wisdom, Valor, Master, you actually do have access to Limit, because Limit doesn't need any other party members to be sacrificed. You can just pop right into it, like right here. Oh, I pushed the other button. That's fine. I did that. Here, I'll show it right here. Yay! Now I'm Limit Form. Now I'm Sora. So now if you're watching Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer and you really don't know how this plot works, man, this is confusing. I promise you, this plot is confusing enough. I have definitely done a version of Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer many years ago where we had to watch all the cutscenes. Watching all of them out of order, man, it does not clarify anything. I would like to be clear about that.
I think that would break me.
I was going to ask you, Spike, if you were going to do the RC's break here, but you didn't, so that's fine.
The RC's break?
You can break Twilight Thorn's RC and do damage while he's not on screen.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah, I actually have never learned that. Maybe we should learn that before we do it at GDQ.
I'm going to have to teach you that. Yeah. But yeah, we can use Limit Form to just get through this fight very quickly.
Yeah. Another tutorial fight. Another one where like the reaction command section there where I'm just spamming triangle a lot. Yeah, that's all sorts of sped up. I didn't know what that was going to go into. Forgot if there was a pop-up there or not. Still getting used to the cutscene skipper. It's all because of the cutscene skipper. That's why we're going to come like 30 minutes under estimate.
It doesn't save that much time.
28 minutes. Also, Trinity Limit, for whatever reason, is very good. Yo, I got Struggle Champion. I got another trophy. Let's go. But Trinity Limit just like builds up a lot of hits really, really fast. So these fights, normally when you play it casually, it's going to go to the time limit. And you will just hopefully have more than 200. But here we're finishing them in like 4.5 seconds. Here, the way the damage scaling works, one Sonic Wave. Oh, wait. I pushed the wrong button. That's fine. He's probably going to... Oh, dang it. Here. God, my worst fight of the night is Axel 1, dude.
Bam. Hey.
Sonic Wave was supposed to talk about... I lost like 5 seconds. Now I'm upset.
We did get a sub, so we're now down to 19. If anybody else wants to jump in on that.
For the entirety of the world that ever was. I will say that's where all like the coolest combat strats come from.
It is. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
if you want to help support GDQ, that would be real cool. Consider gifting out a sub or two.
Roxas, Zigbar, Psyx, Luxord, regular Xemnas, big time Xemnas, all of them are going to go down. But don't forget 19 more subs for GDQ, which supports the events happening. What's in here? I know Guard Break is one of these. Is it you? Nope. Is it you? Nope. Is it you? Nope. Okay. That's fine. All I read it was STT.
I guess we're doing it because we did just get a nice 20 sub bomb from Monkey Feet. So thank you so much for that.
Yo, let's
there you go,
gamers.
We're going for 8.
This is good because this seed is... I've unironically done probably like 400 of these seeds. This is probably in the top like 2 or 3 fastest I've ever done. It's wild. Okay, so I will have to play through... At this point, it pretty much has to be World That Never Was. I might... How many subs to get a 9th goal?
I'm not gonna say a goal. I think if there's currently a hype train on the GDQ channel, and I say if that hype train hits level 8, we will do 9. What do you think, Spike? Do you think that's fine?
8 for 9. I love that.
8 for 9. That's tough though. That's real tough.
Right.
I think that's like another 20 subs. So I don't know though. But hey, we're getting there. 9%.
I would
So
believe
definitely
in you
consider
gamers.
supporting the GDQ channel. We don't normally do all this stuff, but you know what? We're rocking and rolling here, and Spike's getting us close to that. So we have what would be the 9th though, Spike? That's you're getting up there.
Y'all, I mean, we're like, I would fight Data Zalden for you all. Probably is what this would turn into. Which would
Data
actually be
Zalden.
like a number of extra worlds I would have to do to get there. Data Zalden, one of the most infamous fights of the game. He's the one that like Sora. Yeah. Y'all remember that famous line? Sora? Yeah, that was what it was. Yeah, he rides on the Dragoon and everything. He's got all the lances.
He's pretty tough.
It'd be wild.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
Rogue.
it might happen here, Spike. It might happen. Because we've had some wonderful gifted out subs here on the Twitch stream. Thank you, Beast Zero, and thank you, Lungalus. That gets us to level 6, so halfway through level 6. Meanwhile, Spike just obliterating Axel right now.
That's right. That is a fully prepped Data Roxas. And you know what? I'm level 5. I mean, we could just fight him.
I say just fight him. Do it.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you know what? We were thinking the same thing. Fine. Okay. Put on the guard break. Put on the air combo boost. Put on the form boost. Put on the fire boost. Those won't do anything, but makes the brain happier. Do I want to put on the combo boost? That would actually do more. Yeah, because that's. Oh, but it's the short. It's the little keyblade. I don't want to do that. You know what? I actually like the long keyblade. This is one of my favorite fights of the game, Data Roxas. And he's so my favorite, I have to pay attention so I don't die during it. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it to Zach to explain to you how Data Roxas works.
Yeah, so remember when we were talking about revenge value and how we try to manipulate it on super bosses, make sure we know when they're going to retaliate? We're going to see that a lot. So what Spike's going to do here is he's going to just kind of bait Roxas out a little bit, do some damage here and there, let Roxas do his thing, and eventually we're going to get this reaction command to steal Roxas's keyblades from him. Spike is going to try to be very careful here. Okay, he's going to do a safety training limit.
Yeah, it's already like slightly off script, but that's okay. We are just going to pop over here. Yeah, so his damage is fine at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, so Spike is going to just kind of wait it out. Eventually, Roxas will do the reaction command we want.
Yeah, I could have buttered him up like 2 more bars of health, but now he's almost there. Yeah, he's going to get 1 more combo in.
Ooh.
Oh, that was risky, Spike.
Yeah,
I
Spike
like
was
that.
reading there.
All right, I'm going to pop immediately
now
into training
Roxas-
limit and catch him. Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, Roxas doesn't have his keyblades anymore, so he's just going to do lasers every time he wants to attack. But hopefully, Spike will be able to know when they're going to happen. So he's going to do 1 Zantetsuken, that's the big attack there. He's going to do a second one, then the lasers come down. He's going to use Ars Arcanum to iframe through those lasers. Now, he's not going to finish that limit, so Roxas is still at 0 revenge value. Second Zantetsuken gets him through again. So now his drive is down. So he's going to try to keep this combo up, keep Roxas occupied. Okay, he's going to try to get another retaliation. Okay. So he's going to use training limit to kind of reset this. And then he's going to repeat the same thing by going into limit form. So 1 Zantetsuken, second Zantetsuken into an Ars. Now we should just need one more Zantetsuken, and that should be a kill of Data Roxas.
Nice.
Bam. Nice stuff.
That's my
We
favorite
didn't even
fight in the
get to-
game. That one's really cool.
We got to listen to the song for a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I was
I'll
nice
give
to
you an
scratch that one
update
out
here,
first try.
Spike. I'll give you
Say
an
what?
update. We did get to level 7. We are at level 7 here. So there is a chance that you have to do 9. We got a wonderful gift bomb from Droll Mag. So thank you for supporting the GDQ channel. To remind everybody, if you would like Spike to do 9 goals, aka we have 2 more goals in addition to the ones he has to do. We are trying to get to level 8 of the hype train. All right. So you only got about 2 minutes left.
Now we're gonna fight regular
just do Data
Roxas.
Roxas.
Yeah.
Yeah, just normal Roxas.
Yes. Yeah, story Roxas. We don't really need to do a lot. We just go into limit form, guard his attack, and he's dead.
Yeah. I want to say that fight is normally the gatekeeper of people getting into Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer. There's actually a lot of different ways to make him a very accessible fight. There's like various different ways to cheese him. You just need to get through it. And I'm glad those cheeses exist. Otherwise, I actually don't think Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer would be as popular as it is today. He is a brutal fight. I'm just fighting him. I have a bunch of tools. I've definitely had days where I died to him many times. He's a toughie.
Yeah, we're just going to be making our way up to the next boss in this world, Zigbar.
I was not supposed to go into wisdom form, but my final's already maxed out, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, for Zigbar, let's take one last check. I don't believe Donald ever got a hold of one of his limits. That's really like the big piece of the toolkit.
Did you check the shop already, Spike?
Yeah, I
For
could double
Donald?
check it. Pop. Yeah, there's something in
Okay,
there.
I just thought I'd have you double check.
Yeah, no, that's a good call out. That's a good call out. Because mainly what we're going to try to do here with Zigbar, we would love to use Duck Flare on him. That just does a nutty amount of damage. I don't have access to that, so I'm going to do that same Berserk charge you saw from earlier. So I'll initially knock all these back. And we'll just try to make this one nice and fast. Actually, here, we're going to bring him into the other room because we can also show off a little bit of a final form. Fun little final form kind of reset.
So yeah, we bring Zigbar into this other room so we can't do his big final attack. And as long as Spike can continue these combos and resetting them with this magnet, he can just do this over and over. Zigbar kind of just broke out and is just kind of doing his own thing, but we can still wail on him.
I couldn't get the thunder off. Yeah, he broke out at some point because I probably messed with his revenge value a little too much. But yeah, that's effectively you can do a little final form before you actually use your last finisher. Because what's going to happen there generally is he will. What was I going to say? Is if you use a finisher on him while he's in that room, it will knock him back out of the room, and back in the main room is where he can do all of his worst stuff. But by cutting off the finisher with the magnet, that keeps him in a state where he's still getting stunned, but I'm not knocking him out of the room. And we can kind of just keep that combo going over and over and over again. And yeah, we're just gonna reflect this back.
So yeah, we have Luxord now.
Yep, our next
The card
foe.
man.
The card man, the Yu-Gi-Oh guy. I was going to take
Actually,
air combo. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say there is a mod that changes Luxord into Yugi. So
The best mod. Ooh, does the air combo plus just kind of put it there? Ooh, that's actually really nice. And I'm actually going to try to just kill him from here with the 48 strength we have. Go for the train. I'm trying to skip out on his DM. Here I'll do an item buffer. That one might have meant something. No, it didn't.
Oh,
No,
so close,
you're gonna kill here.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah. He normally would do an entire minigame. Whenever we say a desperation move, which is kind of the bread and butter of Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, trying to skip those. Desperation moves are just where they become invincible. You can't do anything to them. You just have to wait till the attack's over. So we're always trying to skip those. Now we got Psyx. Again, that's what's fun about The World That Never Was. That, again, this is all the content that you all added with those 20 gift subs. You get a lot of just like the coolest bosses right here. I'm going to reflect his retaliation right here. And then I'm going to do a full air combo with 2 finishers. That causes him to give us a really fast retaliation. And then we're going to reflect that back at him. Let's go for it again. And then we're going to go into this one, into another limit form. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bing, bada, boom. And yeah, dude, I love when it's a big combo boost in Sentetsuken. It does over a bar. It's so nice. All right, so we're already prepped up to Xemnas. We are, well, almost. Well, yes, Xemnas, but then Data Xemnas right afterwards. Y'all definitely added a pretty hard boss I will have to do at the end of this.
I was going to say, they did pretty awesome. We made it to 700. We made it to 7.5 of the hype train, so it was pretty great. But this was an awesome time, so appreciate that. And Spike will be doing 8 checks. So if I can just snag a few more experience points along the way. Again, our stats pretty much are at the point where they just don't really mean anything. The seed was very nice today. It gave us a lot of really, really good things. Our stats just aren't like through the roof. But a lot of times I say stats are cool. I think more importantly is when you're just getting all of your abilities and such. All right, so going into Xemnas 1 right here. Supposed to be kind of the penultimate boss of the game. Didn't let me have the slide dash. What a jerk. Do I have any more prep after this? Nah, dude. Nah, dude, it's 4 bosses.
Yeah, you're all prepped. You just gotta do the bosses now.
Zach, you pick the order of the final 4. It's Terra, Xemnas, Demix, and Psyx. You pick the order. Who am I going to first?
Let's do Psyx, Demix, Terra, Xemnas.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I think Xemnas is going to be in a weirder spot, no explosion, than Terra is.
Yeah.
So once again, we're going to be doing like a lot of what y'all been seeing. Oh, can I get away from it? Yeah, let's see if we can get away from it.
Okay, so yeah, Spike's going to try to skip this building.
Whoops. Nah, I was too far away, and then he went too far over. I over-damaged him right there. I just needed to go into a Trinity limit. He would have died. But yeah, you, like Zach was saying right there, you could skip this building reaction command, but you have to, one, not over-damage him. There is a backup I was trying to do, where for whatever reason, when they're in a falling state, they're not invincible, and you kind of catch them and do it. It's fine. You got to see the cool building thing again. He did. Yo, executive ring, poggers. Okay. All right. With that, gamers, we got 4 more bosses to kill for y'all, and then we are done with Cage 2 hit list for the night. And as Zach has said, we are going to be going to take on first Data Psyx, which with what I've got, again, 1 final check. I do not believe we have Duck Flare. I am going to wish we had gotten to Aerial Spiral. That's fine. Yeah, do we want to... do we have, like, double negative combo? This might be kind of a cool place just to show it. I don't have either negative combo.
You have negative combo on a Keyblade, and I think you have one on an accessory.
We do, yeah. We actually have it here. Just bam. And bam. I don't have like a particularly cooler way to do this. This is like a fun showcase of, if you want to get into Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer, there are a lot of very accessible strats out there. I like this double negative combo. Oh, wait, I do have to, where is this air combo plus? Where does this keep happening? Who has it? Air combo. Wait, where is my air combo plus? What do I have on that's
You
causing?
might have taken it. You might have taken the accessory off when you put the negative combo on.
Oh, did I? Oh, it was the grand ribbon. Ah, dude, that honestly, I had to look back. That's routing.
Do you feel it? The moon's
That was very good. Yeah, so I'll let you, Zach, explain like how double negative combo works.
Yeah, so we were talking about how we were like manipulating the revenge value of bosses to like know when they're going to retaliate. This is kind of the opposite of that, where we don't actually care about the revenge value because the animation that Syx does when you hit him with a finisher overhead like this is long enough that you can just do another finisher. So with 2 native combos, you can just do this overhead finisher attack, and the animation is long enough. We just repeat this over and over and over, and Syx will not do anything.
Ever? Like
So
he just chills?
Yeah, he's just chilling, trying to like right himself up.
Oh, poor guy.
His revenge value is going sky high, but he can't do anything about it.
But
He's gotta do this animation.
here's the thing, you know, Spike's got the muscle memory right now. One mess up and it's you know.
Dude, honestly, this is a lot. I say this is an accessible strat. To do it, especially like somewhat fast, like you could do it like this to make sure you're not gonna like whiff one of your inputs. Like this is actually not as easy of a strat as you might think it would be. I want to really make sure I'm not double tapping jump. Otherwise, that would give me an aerial dodge. And then that's going to screw it up. Give him a little too much time. That'll screw it up. That being said, let me slow these last few down because I don't really want to do all this again. The fight wouldn't be over. Okay, we got him.
Nice.
Yeah, there's the next strat beyond that I would have done was utilize Peter Pan. Is also a very classic strat without the double negative combo in order to take him down. But yeah, I thought that was a nice place just to showcase like there are accessible strats in this game. Anything else I want to put on that are not the air combo plus? Let's just put on damage control because I want to fix this back. Put on the form boost, sure. And I actually just want to buy a stack of these. Let's upgrade our stuff to Mega Elixirs. Yes, this will refill everything. All right, so now also let me fix all my customize up a little bit because now we're going to be taking on your boy Demix. Honestly, very much like a almost more like puzzle-based boss. Also here at the end of Hollow Bastion. And there's a lot of randomness to it, exactly how he's going to use his water clones and everything. I will once again leave it up to my good friend Zach to kind of give a little bit of play-by-play and what is going on with Demix right here. 3 bosses left, gamers.
So yeah, Demix just does a bunch of mini games before you let him damage him. For some reason, he just likes to play games. Kind of like all of you at home.
That's right. We all like playing games. That's why we're watching GDQ. That'd be weird. Right now,
Hey,
I kind of
speak
hate
for
it.
yourself. Me too. I hate games.
Gaming, Jack. Gaming's for nerds.
So in the story fight, you can fight these water clones by just hitting them. In the data fight, you have to hit them with a blizzard in order to get the reaction command from them. So that is why Spike is going to be hitting them with a blizzard. He can just kill them with a fire, though. So he's going to do the reaction command of these water clones, and then that's going to draw more in. We can use fire to kill more. Now, each of these mini games has a certain number of water clones to kill in a certain time limit. So
here's the big one.
Okay, we got the 75 early, so this is the big one. We have to do 75 clones in 30 seconds.
Oh,
And I don't
So
really
Spike's
have
gonna
like
try to
any
get through
sort
this.
of a safety here. I might have to pop into like final form or wisdom
Yeah.
form.
Yeah, you got to use a form with a little bit more mobility to actually do all the kills here. This is going to be close. It depends on when this
Okay,
spinner
it fell.
stops. Okay.
Should have the 25 left.
Okay.
Yep.
So after we're done with all these mini games, we actually can start damaging Demyx. So Spike's going to go into final form to maximize the damage we can do. Now, these final form fires don't add any of that revenge value that we were talking about. Because those Keyblades kind of just like reset the combo, we can just keep doing the damage like that. So now Demyx is a little bit out of control now. Okay, he's going to let us reset with another minigame. But now we have to get Demyx's health down low enough that we can actually kill.
Pause figuring this out because I want to make sure that Goofy comes back to life. And now I can use the fires because Donald and Goofy both have to be alive or you can't use final form. Now we need to get him down to basically 1 bar of health. Okay, and that's good. He's up against the wall. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Donald just had to get shot for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what the duck did.
Okay, so he's effectively at 1 HP. So now we just got to do one last set of mini games, going from 25 clones to 50 clones to 13 clones, and then the last mini game is 100 water clones in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So Spike's going to try to build his drive back up as a way to get through that last phase.
This is the penultimate phase. This is the 13. Exactly was saying. We're very close, but we're not quite there. So I'm going to do one more set of Blizzard into fires. That'll fill your drive very quickly. And watch that 30 seconds. Watch that 99 water clones. Pop into Wisdom and then utilize that enhanced movement of Wisdom Fire and try to get around. We wanted to get him in the corner to try to keep the water clones grouped up as much as possible. 10 seconds, 10 clones. Like we got this.
Not even close.
6 seconds left on the
Well
clock.
done.
Let's go. And again, anybody who's like, oh, why didn't you just bring him down to 0 HP? You hard have to see both the water clone dances at the beginning of the fight and there at the end. That is the fight. All right, we're going to Terra. So how are we going to do Terra? Because I've got guard break right now. Yeah, how do we want to do this? Let me customize you to be Thundaga. What are you thinking?
I was going to say, if you wanted to show the pan strap, but if you're going to try to do no cheese, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this will be, I'll probably only give this like a couple of tries right here. Yeah, I have to think about, there's one.
So yeah, Terra has this mechanic that when you start hitting him, his armor is going to actually reduce the damage that you do. As you do more and more damage in your combo before he retaliates, his armor actually breaks down. So you'll do more and more damage as you do hits in your combo. But like all the other bosses, there's a revenge value limit on that. So you can't just do that forever. So what Spike is doing is he's trying to measure out this damage, make sure that he's not hitting that revenge value limit. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so then what is the number at that you have to do for this? So it's 5, 10, 15.
So 25 is the limit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where, because I have to count in my head what all these hits are actually doing.
Yeah, each of the attacks in the game has a added value that it will give to that revenge value counter. Basic hits are 1 and then finishers are 3. There's little variations between different attacks. So Spike is trying to figure out a combo that works here.
Yeah, I think I've got an idea. Oh.
Okay, so now we're getting the crossbow attack thing. Okay, so yeah, he's gonna try to just get through this phase with final form.
Yeah, we're gonna try to just push it as much as possible. We're gonna go for, we're gonna see how much I can push this. Without explosion, this fight is so awkward.
Yeah. So this Berserk Hori also works. It's gonna add a lot of revenge value. But as long as Spike can maintain this, he can keep doing damage. He did pass an HP gate there where he moved into second phase, where he starts doing a little bit extra on his attacks. Now,
Oh, the
Spike has reached
mashing.
the final phase.
This is fine.
Oh.
It was going to run out because I got the MP back.
Yep.
So let me go ahead.
Yes.
We're just going to hold it. I'm going to reflect these back at him.
So now we're going to see Terra's desperation move.
I'm just gonna... We're going to guard this. Guard a second time. Try to get away.
We're going to outrun it. We're going to get ourselves against a edge so he can't snipe us from behind, and we're going to guard all these attacks. And now Spike's going to do the same thing, using Final Form to break that armor. And
Pop into limit.
he's going to go into limit form, buffer that ether or that mega elixir, try to get more limits out of this.
GG nerd.
And then this should be
And bam.
well done.
Yeah. I was trying to think how to do it with guard break, and then I was like, it's not worth it.
Genuinely impressive, Spike. These fights are real intense, folks. If you've ever just played them, like casually, they are tough.
Yeah,
Especially-
they were so
especially on
tough.
critical
I just
mode?
got
Are you kidding?
I just got another Steam achievement, and it is because you all donated. We went all the way through the world that never was. We're gonna do one more boss for y'all. I need
Heck
to
yeah.
definitely throw on some combo pluses here. Give me 2 of them. I think 2 gets the job done. We'll find out. But yeah, Data Zemnis, and it's actually a 2-fer boss. It's actually got 2 phases behind it. Yeah, so for this first bit, you know what, Zach, you've been doing so good all night. I'm just gonna let you. I love getting to focus. I always talk when I'm speed
Yes.
gaming. You do it.
Yeah, so Spike is going to be basically hitting the revenge value limit on Zemnis, forcing that teleport into a retaliation. So he's just going to do these combos over and over. He set up the combo pluses to make sure when he hits that guard break, he's actually going to trigger that teleport. So as long as Zemnis keeps doing that particular attack, Spike is going to keep doing this combo of double reflect. Now he's going to do the dance here. So Spike is going to go into a Trinity limit, make sure he can iframe through all of that.
Do like one hit there to
And-
kind of make sure he's stunned.
And then use limit form and Ragnarok here. Kind of just get some damage in. And now hopefully, oh, Zemnis decided to dance again.
Yeah, it's fine. He's actually pretty close to effectively dead for us.
Yeah, so we only need to get to the like 4 HP bars left.
Yeah, I'm already good.
And then he's going to give us, yeah, you're good. So he's going to then try to do the building reaction command again. This is going to take us from where his health is at back like all the way down to 1. And then we'll do one last hit and we'll move on to the last fight, the final Zemnis version of, or Data Final Zemnis. Because this is Data like Zemnis 1 or Story Zemnis, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Now we'll get Zebra Zemnis in the white and the black, of which he does look quite stylish, I will say.
Yes.
Want to end there in limit form, so I do have my drive once again filled going into this final fight. And the big tool that is getting utilized here is going to be Combo Master, which is the ability that was on this Keyblade from the start of the seed and why I've been using it the whole time. Because it allows me to continue my combo even when I haven't actually connected with anything yet. Okay, I need one more combo plus. So that's fine. I'll just have to adjust this. So then I'll just do a slight reset right there. And that should do that. Okay. So what it's going to allow me to do is effectively like carry the damage. Oh, that's fine. I can just do this. Carry the damage with me from the reflect splash damage. But I'll let you talk, yeah.
Yeah, so Zemnis can kind of just grab you in the middle of that and start doing this dance.
Yeah.
Zemnis is just misunderstood
He's tough.
dancer.
He is, dude. He's getting his ballerina on. All right. Let's give him this on. I know how to reset the combo this time.
Okay. The randomizer has a quality of life to make it so we don't have to do that first fight again, so we can just go straight back into this one. So yeah, Spike is going to try to get those orbs again, try to carry that reflect damage like he was saying. Okay, there we go. We got an orb.
So I need 1, 2, 3, and then... Okay, it's only off of the empty bits.
Yeah, so the reflects are also adding revenge value, so Spike is having to account for that when he is able to carry the reflect and when he's not able to.
It's still one more than that. Is it the whole thing? Okay, we didn't get sniped this time. The little vine dance right here with the reversals, this is also a really effective and very honestly cool way to do it. Oh, he did the middle.
He baited you.
He did, dude. I needed to panic going. I was talking. All right, well, maybe I can save this.
Yep, so we're going to try to get Riku to save Sora. Just going to do these Dark Aura attacks, pushing this Xemnas clone out.
All right, what do I do to actually break it out? Because like the triangle never spawns for me here on date.
Jump up a little bit when you get close enough to him. Okay, you're too slow.
Yeah, that is usually it. Okay, it is 4 hits. I should have put on 3 combo pluses as it turned out. Okay, reflect, then reset. It's when he doesn't give me the vines. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now he's gonna get pushed out.
Okay, that's fine. It resets.
Yeah, that honestly. Okay, boom. And I wanted the whole time try to be pushing him towards the center.
All right, he's getting to the point where he might grab you, so beware.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Does Riku help here?
Sort of. He heals you.
So one of these is going to be real.
Meaningful damage, but
2, 3,
yeah, one of those
4.
clones is not going to actually take any damage. All right, there's a dance again.
Yep. Okay, he's good. We want to see this cutscene.
Puts us back on the ground, so we're not going to be surprised by a grab.
Yes, reflect that back out.
So
I'm even trying to like just trade some damage right there. I have 1 mega elixir left.
dance again.
Okay.
So
3 bars.
Spike is going to try to measure out the damage here. Because after a certain point, he's going to want to do his big desperation move, the laser dome. But in randomizer, we can actually skip that. So if Spike can do this right and do the damage in the right amounts. Okay, he's a little early. Oh no, he caught him. Okay. So now if
he's whack-a-mole.
We ever lose invincibility frames, if we ever lose iframes, we're going to get the laser dome. So Spike is going to try to get this done. Make sure.
GG! That's
time.
GG!
I did not know if that would actually work. Him in whack-a-mole phase. I could have been safe. I've never seen him that dug into the ground before. I just took out my mallet, started slamming. GG's! That was a lot of fun.
That was incredible. So thank you so much for showcasing this. It was a blast having you on the show. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Zach, thank you so much. You absolutely killed it on comms. It was nice for once in my speedrunning life. I just got to focus and play the game. I'm so used to talking and screwing up while I'm doing that. Now I just got to screw up even while you were talking. It was great. For anyone who doesn't know, coming up, I do have to shamelessly plug, because it's just GDQ. SGDQ 2027, and we're going to be on the last day. Saturday, Zach and I are going to be doing a form of hit list right here, but with y'all's donations, we might have to possibly fight more than our base number bosses. Potentially every single super boss in the game will be slain. It's going to be fantastic. So make sure you want to be there to watch that and all the other great runs throughout the week. But, Jiggy, thank you so much for having us and doing Oops All KH. As a community, we appreciate it.
Yeah, we love having you. This was so much fun. Spike, seriously, thank you for being here. Zach, you killed it on the commentary. It was so much fun having you. Any other shout outs you guys have?
Shouts to Nintendo.
The other one I have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a good one.
Nintendo and Glitched are coming up next. Stick around for that. If you are interested in Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer, cage2rando.com. It has everything you need.
There you go. All right, Spike, seriously, thanks for showcasing this. Folks, if for some reason you don't already follow Spike Vegeta, you can hover over the title of the stream, click on his name, and click that follow button. Definitely go check out Spike. He's playing through every single Super Nintendo game ever, and of course, all kinds of other stuff on his channel. I feel like a lot of people, they know you from GDQ, but they got to check out the Spike Vegeta Twitch channel. That's where the true action is, you know?
Right.
Folks, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to jump into our final run of the night. It's Nintendo taking on Kingdom Hearts, but the Japanese version. Apparently, it's going to be absolutely incredible, so stick around, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ channel. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts weekend. We're coming down to our actually our final run of the evening, but I just wanted to check in with you. How are we doing? Are we having a good weekend? This was so much fun. I am very, very happy that we've been here. Can I get some ones in the chat if you are excited about the Kingdom Hearts J run through that we're about to see here? I want to see the ones. Folks, let me tell you, we do have something coming up, and it's something that I think at least one of you in the chat knows about. It's not just because Spike mentioned it literally during the last run, but let me tell you, Summer Games Done Quick 2026 will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th through the 11th. You can visit gdq.gg to learn more or register for the event. You can go check out the schedule as well at gdq.gg/schedule. I am so pumped about Summer Games Done Quick, and I know you are too. I'm going to be there, so definitely come if you can come out to Minneapolis. Go register because you won't want to miss all the incredible stuff, just like that Kingdom Hearts 2 hitless run that Spike and Zach are going to do there in Minneapolis. All right, without further ado, we're going to jump into our final run of the evening. It's Kingdom Hearts J any percent CSR with Nintendo. Nintendo, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I am going to be running Kingdom Hearts original Japanese release. This game came out all the way back in March 2002 on the PlayStation 2. It's going to be a very fun experience because I'm sure most of you haven't seen this game before. It's actually like way different than the later versions of the game. And joined by Glitch.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Glitched. I also run the PS2 versions of Kingdom Hearts, English and Japanese, so I kind of know a bit about the differences between this and Final Mix, so we'll go over that with you guys as well today just to kind of clue you in, but are you ready, Nintendo?
All right.
Glitch, why don't you tell me just a little bit about what the major difference is that we are going to experience here between just a normal, say, Kingdom Hearts any percent run or Final Mix any percent and this Japanese version?
Right. So first off, you can see right here, there's only there's no difficulty options at all in this game. All we have is the vibration confirmation at the very start. So this game kind of just has a set difficulty. There's no beginner, standard, proud mode, none of that. And the balancing is just a lot different all throughout the game. It's the closest to like the normal difficulty in Final Mix or English, but it's kind of a mix of beginner and normal. So it's pretty interesting, the strats that come out of that. That's
All
the
right.
main key difference, I would say.
That's awesome. Well, Nintendo, if you are ready, I say let's jump right into this.
All right, I am ready. I'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go.
All right, let's get it.
And you've been working
right.
on this run for a while, right, Nintendo? Like you've been. This is like your game right now.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah, I've been like hyper fixating on this game past couple weeks for sure. Because I don't normally run these versions. I usually run the HD versions, which is what most people speedrun. But I decided to try out these ones because they're way different and they're actually really cool. There's a lot of like unique quirkiness about them that we'll be able to get into as we go along in the run.
Yeah, and we're already seeing one here. Instead of picking up the staff, which you see in the majority of the Final Mix categories, we're actually picking up the sword. And this is because your strength, you don't get the free power boosts in the run at the very beginning, so your strength is much lower. You actually start with 2 strength instead of, I think, 8 to 10 in Final Mix, somewhere around there. So you kind of gradually build strength as you go on. But otherwise, the intro is pretty much the same here. We're just killing the shadows and doing the tutorial section here, teaching you how to lock on, how to jump, do platforming, those sorts of things.
Yeah, one big thing to mention right away is that this is the CSR category, so it's removing cutscenes. If you remember as a kid, because some people played this game on PS2 as a kid, I hope. Like
All of us old heads.
Yeah, like the original North American release. You couldn't skip cutscenes, so a lot of people would have to rewatch cutscenes when they die to bosses, like Riku 2 is the famous example.
Oh yeah.
On Hollow Bastion. But we have a way of skipping cutscenes on the PS2 version, which is what makes this a lot more speedrunnable, so we can actually skip them. And it just has like a now loading screen on the bottom whenever it's skipping.
And something interesting about the cutscenes in this game as well, especially with the CSR here, is that when the cutscenes skip in this game, they're not actually skipping outright. They're just speeding up extremely fast. So that now loading screen is kind of just hiding the cutscenes being sped up at like 10 times speed. So it's pretty interesting here. But we have the Dawn route for the experience, so we're just picking the specific options here to make sure that we gain experience fastest at the beginning of the run, and then a little bit slower towards the very end when we're not really going to get a bunch of level ups. But it looks like, did you get the fast fade here on the cutscene?
Yeah, I think I got the good one.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of variance that can happen here depending on how fast or slow you play. That loading screen into the selection of your experience route can be 10 seconds slow or a lot faster. Nitin actually got the faster one. Actually ended up lining up his entrance to that cutscene perfectly, and that was pretty good shadows as well.
Yeah. One more thing to mention is that this version, one like big thing about this version is that it only had one super boss. So like
Phantom.
Yes,
Yeah.
it just has the Phantom. There's no other. There's no Ziza. There's no Sephiroth. There's no Ice Titan. It's literally just the Phantom.
Yeah, and they kind of had their own version of the super bosses in Japanese. Hades and Rock Titan were kind of super bosses in this game because their HP is just absolutely ridiculous. They have so much health that probably like I would say probably twice as much as Sephiroth, especially Rock Titan. So they kind of allocated the super boss title to bosses that already existed in the later versions, but this was the very first version that came out, so they tweak things and kind of move things around on the next releases.
I think for me, I'm the most curious to know about how dramatically different this is compared to the US release. I mean, I know that instantaneously you said that you don't pick the first buffs, right?
You pick the starting weapons you pick, which they do give you like some stat differences. I don't think they give you that much different in this game, right?
They do. You get +2 strength for the sword, or you get basically +2 of whichever stat it is, except for magic. Magic gives you +1 MP still, but yeah, the starting weapons are basically the same across the games. It's just the major difference with Final Mix is that in the beginner category, you get free power-ups to increase your strength at the very beginning, which you don't get here because there is no difficulty. It's just Kingdom Hearts. So,
right, yeah, the power-ups, yeah.
Yeah, that's the major difference that people are kind of less used to seeing because beginner is the most popular category. So we don't really have those here. So we're starting the run at 2 strength instead of like 8 strength or 10 strength. I forget which it is.
So have way less.
Yeah, so a lot of the fights, you kind of have to interact with the enemy AI a lot more than you're used to seeing. A lot of the time in beginner, fights end so fast that you skip a lot of phases and you don't have to do a lot of things with the enemy AI. But in this game, you kind of have to do it all because of the lack of strength that you have for most of the run. Towards the very end, you get very powerful, much more than the English version, and honestly about on par with how powerful you are at Final Mix, maybe if not a little bit more. But there's a lot of weird quirks with boss HP and stuff as well that make it not seem so.
So, quick shout. So there's like a bit of a movement section there in Destiny Islands to collect all of the raft materials. And there's a relatively new jump called Saiyans Jump, because it was found by Saiyan. Shout out to Saiyans. It's really, I'm like one of the only runners that does it because it's really hard. But I got it, so that was awesome.
Yeah, Saiyans is another OG KH runner as well. He's put a lot of time into this version in specific, and obviously Final Mix he's been a veteran of for a long time, and he developed that jump kind of on a whim when PC came out. Was just like, yeah, this seems pretty good, and no one used it until very recently when Nintendo adopted it, so it's actually pretty good.
Yep. Just gonna collect the fish now. So the beginning of the game is a lot of platforming and movement to get the raft materials. It's a bit, so actually a huge thing about this game, because it's on PS2, for some reason they dedicated the right stick to the command menu. So I can use the command menu with the right stick, but that means I can't use the camera with the right stick. So you move the camera with L2 and R2. You can only move it left and right. That is a pretty
huge difference.
Which makes the platforming in this area a lot harder than it is in the HD versions. Because you can only move left and right, you can't see above you or below you. And the camera is also just kind of really clunky. Like you'll see later on in the game, the camera can get quite weird.
Yeah, especially in Japanese. Japanese is kind of what you would consider like a beta version of this game. By the time it came out in English on PS2, they kind of fixed a lot of these quirks or, you know, inconsistencies with things like the camera or the physics of Sora, how he tracks enemies with his Keyblade attacks. Things like that are all a lot more underdeveloped in this version. And it's not a huge issue for the run in most cases, but sometimes like things like the camera can make tricks a little bit harder or things of that nature. But you can see above and below you only if you have a certain camera setting. So there's two different camera settings. There's auto and manual. So manual camera is what we use for most of the run because it just allows us to have the best control of the camera. But with auto camera, whenever you jump, it automatically looks below you. I don't think it moves up actually, but it will look below you. But yeah, you see it right there kind of happening. So Nintendo is still on auto. I think you're going to swap to manual later, right?
Yeah, I'll swap it later.
Yeah. But you can kind of see it a little bit in this section. Every time you jump, the camera's thinking, okay, he needs to see where he's going to land, and it'll kind of tilt up a little bit. But that's really the only way you can see below you. But right now, we're just racing Riku. It's not as important to win this race in this version because the item that you get from this race, Pretty Stone, actually sells for a lot less money. We need to collect money throughout the run so that we can buy gummy parts to make our ship faster. But the Pretty Stone only sells for like 30 money in this version, so it's a lot cheaper.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
We like to win anyway because, of course, it's much faster than losing, but it's not as crucial if we barely lose or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of really tiny differences between Japanese and North American release because there's like a lot of items are just worth less money or more money. Most of them are worth more money, I think. And then it's just like, yeah, really small things, but we should be able to go over most of them in the run.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of them and kind of point them out as we see them here. But that's pretty good coconuts. But yeah, the other thing we actually recently figured out, because we had some help from Sonic Shadow Silver, she is also a legend of this game, the PS2 ports as well. She figured out that money drops much more frequently from a lot of enemies in the Japanese version. So we actually recently kind of rerouted a pretty big time save for the gummy menus because of how much more money we get. So we'll probably see that in this run as well, and it's gonna save around 15 seconds in this version, right?
Yeah, it'll save a decent amount, but it's just really cool because we get to go. The gummies go really fast.
Oh yeah,
the gummies are generally
I'm
kind
curious.
of like the.
I'm curious to know,
go
like,
on.
what can you buy in this version because of that that more amount of money that you can't buy in the English?
Yeah, that's just the gummy piece. So there's a gummy piece
Yeah.
that lets you speed up like super fast. So it is really nice because the gummies are kind of like the slow portion.
Yeah.
Just auto scooters. Well, not really auto scooters, but you know, there's not much you can do in them. So speeding it up is awesome.
Yeah, the only way you really can speed them up more is with better ship parts. And it's nice that we actually routed one in that we didn't normally have for the past like 15 plus years that people have been speedrunning this game. We kind of overlooked it, but it's the Haste 2G. So you hold square and you boost with your gummy. And it is the upgraded version of one that we get earlier in the run, but yeah, you go really fast.
Yep.
All right.
Before that, we are on to just getting a dark side here soon. We're about to leave Destiny Islands and actually start exploring the different worlds.
And funny enough, Dark Side 2, the first boss of the actual game, not the tutorial, is probably, in my opinion, the hardest fight in this entire version. It's not as much the case in the later releases. It is in the PS2 English, but not as much in Final Mix. The fight itself is not difficult to complete, but if you want to do it extremely optimally, the strategy is very, very precise. We're going to be basically attacking in a very specific way to make sure we deflect these orbs that come out. And we'll see this in just a moment here. We're right about to get into the fight.
Yeah, so he's gonna be shooting out these projectiles, and deflecting them is actually like way harder than it looks because it's just like the timing in your attacks, the positioning of Sora, all of that matters on if you can deflect them, and they do like a very large amount of damage if you hit them.
Yeah, so right now we really aren't super strong. We have 2 strength or so, but every time we hit these projectiles back into his hand, we're doing maximum damage. So we're doing like 20 as opposed to like 2 or 4, but that's pretty good there. Usually you want to try to hit both of those, but that's what makes this the hardest fight in the game, is having the precise positioning to get this early kill here. It's very hard, but you can make up for it with critical hits, which Nintendo was able to do. So that is the hardest fight, or at least one of them, already down and out of the way.
Yeah, it's just
Nice
getting
job.
a quick kill. So what he does, he raises his hands up, and then he wants to do like a ground pound with his fist, and that whole animation just takes like 10 seconds. So if you don't get the quick cycle, it's really slow for like the early game especially.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of early game is a lot of extremely precise or just randomness types of strats, like kind of adapting to just random things happening. Like we're about to head into the 2nd district here once we've landed in Traverse Town, and we have to take out 5 shadows so that we can fight Leon and get on to the next portion of the story. These shadows are also kind of random. They can jump in on top of you, and you want to try to take out as big of a chunk of them as possible at once, so you don't have to sit around fighting them individually. So he's going to try to stand still to manipulate them to jump and see how many he can get here. 3 to 4 is good.
Yeah.
Nice. Looks like we just got 3. That's awesome.
Yeah, so it just takes one full combo. Like you'll notice, so like again, most people are used to watching beginner speedruns.
Oh, nice.
And this category is just gonna be so different because we get to kind of have a lot more complex strategies because we don't kill things so quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like here I'm gonna try to beat Leon, which is actually kind of tough. I have a hard time doing it because you have to have some
It's a
really
hard
good
fight.
combos. Yeah.
And there's 2 different things that he can do at the start of this fight. He can fireball or jump. Jump is usually the easiest to deal with, and that's what we got here. So you're going to want to do a couple hits at a very specific rhythm to force him to jump back. And as long as you are hitting him with as fast of combos as you can, he'll jump into this corner and kind of trap himself for us to get the perfect amount of damage. Very well done.
Yeah, that was actually one of my best fights. That was pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, it's sort of like he didn't do much there. It looked pretty easy, but I promise if he starts swinging, then he just doesn't stop.
Yeah, all of that's very precise. Like, you have to have your combos at a pretty specific rhythm just to make sure he doesn't break out with slashes. But another thing about this version that's kind of different from the other versions is that you cannot sell synthesis items. So we're going to be picking up a lot of extra items throughout the game just to make up for that fact so that we can afford to buy our gummy pieces for faster movements through the gummy missions. So we just picked up an elixir for that reason. They sell for 50, so pretty good. We need 1250 by the time that we get out of Deep Jungle.
And yeah, so it's way harder, like in the Final Mix, you can get that super easily, like you don't even need to worry about it. But in this version, you'll see me picking up a lot of money throughout the first like half an hour of the run or so, just to be able to afford the gummy pieces, because they're super important. You need to buy them for sure.
Yeah, even with having to go around and picking up all the items, the gummy pieces still save that much time to where it's well worth it. But we have another kind of difficult boss here. So this is Guard Armor. This fight typically ends pretty fast in later versions of the game, but since, you know, we are much lower on the strength, we have to interact with a lot more of this boss's AI. But first we start with a round of soldiers. Our goal is kind of to just take out as many of them as possible with Donald's help. If Donald shoots fires like he did there, it can end the fight much quicker than just doing it alone. So good job, Donald. And for Guard Armor, the strategy is actually to lock onto this foot and to clank this spin attack if you can. That lets you pretty much get damage in for a long time before he jumps and ground pounds on the ground here. Once he does this, we want to get another combo off to stagger him, and then we switch feet. And the reason for that is because each of the feet have health bars separately from the body, so we want to take out all of the limbs first before we start attacking the body, because it does more damage to fight the limbs individually and then the body rather than the body the entire time. So we kind of rotate around as he's fallen from the stagger, and we take out each limb individually. We want to focus on the hands first. That was perfect. This is a great fight so far. Once all of his limbs have popped and they've been defeated, then he's going to go into this animation right here that kind of recovers. And during this, he's actually invincible. He doesn't take any damage, but we're kind of just waiting it out here until he flips back over for us. Once he's flipped over, he's actually fully vulnerable, and we call Donald and Goofy's help because Donald and Goofy are actually very helpful in this version. They deal a lot of damage, especially early on because of how much lower we are. Their help means a lot, so that was an incredible fight, dude. GG.
Thanks. Yeah, it was pretty good. Donald and Goofy, yeah, they do a lot. Like, so we don't have Scan yet. Scan lets you see their health bars. We won't have it for a while, actually. You just don't get it until you get, like, a higher level. But when you get it, you'll see that Donald and Goofy actually help out quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. And that's another kind of byproduct of the fact that we're picking Sword. Usually Staff is what's picked in most Kingdom Hearts 1 runs, and you get Scan a lot earlier from having the Staff route. But with Sword route, you get it around like level 14, 13 or so, rather than level 8 or 9. So we're going to see it a lot later. But yeah, Donald and Goofy at the early game, up to, I would say, Agrabah, which is about the first half of the game, they do almost as much as damage as Sora does, especially Donald with his magic. So it's like kind of having an extra Sora's help on the screen. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
But you have to just, pray that Donald loves you that day, right?
Yeah.
They're pretty nice, I think. The thing is that, so if you press, not everyone might know about this, but if you press triangle in the original Kingdom Hearts 1, like on all versions, you can command them to do things. They pretty much just attack or follow you. So most of the time I'll be using triangle, and you can tell I'm doing it because their portrait will actually light up on the top of the screen.
Yeah, it lights up blue whenever they kind of go into an aggression state, and that aggression state can be called manually, or it can activate from different conditions, like how much HP they have left, how much HP you have, things like that. We actually just kind of did a deep dive into that in the Discord recently with some of our data miners, and it was fun to learn about all the different conditions of it. But we usually use it ourselves to control the way that they move within fights, just so that we don't have to pray, so that we can make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Folks, if you're just joining us here, this is Oops All Kingdom Hearts Weekend. We are currently watching Kingdom Hearts on the PlayStation 2 Japanese 90% cutscene remover with Nintendo. So stick around if you're just joining us here and you don't already follow the GDQ channel. Make sure you do.
100%, yeah. So
our first.
Oh yeah, this
sequence
is
break
actually
there.
Yeah, you can go and explain it.
Yeah, so the first sequence break, and probably the only one actually in this run, is in the Japanese and English version, but it's only in the English version of Final Mix, which isn't the version many people run. So what you do is you notice a Trinity, your very first Trinity that you see, a cutscene begins of all of your party members and you observing it and just kind of noting what it is. If you hold forward during that scene, you can skip through this gated area that you'd normally have to bypass by using a red Trinity, which you unlock much later. And it lets you get right into this secret waterway area of Traverse Town. And talking to Leon gives you the Earth Shine early because they're expecting you to only get in there after you've made some progress in the game. So the Earth Shine is the item that gives you Simba. So getting that here kind of just allows us to not have to do a huge roundabout travel through Traverse Town whenever we come back later on after Deep Jungle.
Yeah.
It just gives us that item early and saves a lot of time on movement through the city.
I would say it's really funny because like we get the Earthshine item, which is the summon gem. However, we're not actually allowed to get Simba yet because this game is it's so well made, and they tried so hard to prevent you from sequence breaking that they have so many fail safes like that. Like for example, there's actually other clips and stuff you can do later in the game, and if you try to do them, they'll just like have a invisible wall in the way. So it's like, oh, if you somehow manage to like get over here when you're not supposed to, we'll just have an invisible wall anyway. So like this game tried really hard to stop us, but that one at least works and saves some time.
Yeah, they did a good job. I mean, even with this being considered kind of like a beta version of the game, even this one is like foolproof. Like there's not really a whole lot we can do to break the sequence or, you know, glitch out of bounds or do anything weird like that. It's all pretty well made and tightly done.
Like this run.
Yeah. All right, so here we're talking to Merlin. This is just to kind of get this scene out of the way. For later on, we have to give him Winnie the Pooh's 100-Acre Wood Book. So we kind of just do this routing to get through here. We also needed to pick up a Trinity, which is another big difference in this version to the rest of the versions, is a lot of Trinities. And most of the other runs, we don't really pick up any Trinities because they're kind of just a time loss, but those are part of our money route. So I mentioned earlier, we're picking up a lot of extra money for the gummy pieces. Trinities, especially blue Trinities, will drop money and items. And we use both of those things for sale, and also some of the items we use to help us in fights later, because fights are much harder in this version overall. Our damage is less. We have to use things like ethers to be able to use more magic. So this Trinity here is going to give us a bunch of money and a Mega Ether as well. And that Mega Ether is going to be used in a Deep Jungle. So we're going to have to hold on to our items pretty well for a couple worlds at least.
Mm-hmm. Shouts to the green board right there that just says A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, Merlin's a teacher, man. All right, so we're taking off some pieces of the gummy here. This is pretty standard. You see this across most of the games, or pretty much all of the versions of this game. So we're taking off everything except for the cockpit, the gun, and the engine. And we actually do need to keep the gun on.
That I still don't fully understand the gummy menu, to be completely honest. Like, if you asked me to build something specific, I would not be able to do it.
Oh, me neither. Yeah, I never learned it. You used to get like these blueprints from progress of the game. It's like, yeah, you can make the cactus from Final Fantasy or the cactuar, and I'm like, dude, how? This is so hard. But yeah, taking all of that stuff off increases our speed.
My gummy ship kind of looked like garbage by the end of the game. I was not invested in customizing my gummy ship.
Well, hey, you made you made a custom gummy ship? Did you still make one?
Nope.
Okay.
It kind of looked like that,
one.
But like with some more guns, I think, by the end of my first playthrough.
Yeah. Just making a custom build instead of using a blueprint is already like crazy.
It's next level. Yeah. Yeah, most people don't interact with the gummy menu at all because it is very confusing. Even just moving around in that menu is hard. Like you have to press L1, L2 to go up and down. You have to rotate it with the sticks. Like it's just very
you can even, like,
complex and
pinch
strange. Yeah, you can.
The pieces. It's funny. And yeah, the reason we have the tissue box, as it's commonly known, is because the gummy ship has kind of like a weight property. And if you have under a certain amount of pieces, then it goes as fast as possible. So it's better that we remove everything and just have the essentials.
Yeah, but that does come with the problem of weakening our gummy ships. Our HP and the amount of damage we take in the gummy is a lot lower. So that's kind of why we decided to bring the gun, just to keep ourselves covered and not have to worry about, having to dodge enemies so much, especially later on when there's tons of Heartless ships that come through.
Yeah. And as our first Disney World, Wonderland, you can go the bottom route, which is Olympus Coliseum, but we actually don't need to go there ever. It's completely optional in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yep. Kind of a shame. It's a cool world, but the rest of the worlds that we do decide to go to outside of Olympus, so this world and Deep Jungle, are just much easier for the speed run. Fighting Cerberus with no tools is brutal, so we do not want to have to do that.
I loved Olympus though on my first playthrough.
It's a great world.
It was just so fun.
Yeah, it's good for sure.
Now I'll warn you though. During Aquarius, I'm leaving the room. I'm not even gonna be in here. You all can have fun. You could stay. You could play. I'll come back in after you deal with with Ursula.
Great news though. We should not be seeing Atlantica. We might briefly see it if we get unlucky, but we shouldn't be seeing it in this run.
This is the best category. It's so good.
It is good.
I changed my mind. It took me 8 hours to beat Ursula.
Okay.
Yeah, she's tough, especially in this one. Another thing that we will see later in the run is like the main strategy we use in the run to beat bosses like Ursula that are just such a pain is stop. And a lot of bosses in this version are very immune to stop. And we'll see that later on. But for now, we just had to pick up a Blue Trinity there to get a couple more items for sale. The Blue Trinity gave us an ether, a potion, and I think a cottage or a tent. I think it was a tent.
Yep.
But that's just for sale.
Okay, so the first box that drops here is the one that we want to grab, by the way. If anyone paid really close attention, I think it's 4. Yeah.
Big brain. Easy money.
It can be kind of hard. Like, they drop so close together. It's kind of an odd thing. Like, I don't even know if it's intentional. I guess it is, but yeah, the first one that drops is Soldier. And then, like, it goes in order. Like, the second is, like, Donald or Goofy.
Yeah,
Something
Goofy,
like
then Donald, then both of them. Yeah. So this fight's kind of weird. It is a crank tower. It doesn't have HP in the same way that other bosses and enemies have HP. It's kind of... It deals a set amount of damage per hit. And that was actually pretty good for how weird it was going there. Yeah. One thing that can happen there is that when you break all of the cranks on the tower, the target may not appear on the tower for you to finish it off. And you kind of have to fight around all of the cards, fighting you and everything like that while hitting the tower still. So that ended up pretty good.
Yeah, it was strange. I just didn't get the lock-on, like, period there. Usually I do get it, but I just didn't want to. The lock-on can be
sometimes
annoying in this game. Which I'm sure even casually people have that issue sometimes. But it's it's a pretty early, like, when you consider this game came out in 2002, it's like such an early adoption of like this kind of action RPG that they're still figuring things out.
Yep. And another thing we did there to avoid a weird difference in Japanese. In Japanese, Sora's ledge hang animation, where he's hanging from a ledge and flips up to climb on top, is actually a whole second slower than all of the other versions of the game, PS2 and Final Mix. So we do things like Keyblade swings to avoid using that ledge hang, just to save a little bit of time and to not put us in weird situations with platforming. We skipped also a fight with a bunch of Heartless in that room by taking a very specific movement path. Basically, rolling right over to the torch, lighting it, and jumping over the ground. The floor is lava in that room, so if we touch the floor, they spawn heartless. But now we have the boss of Wonderland before we finish this world. This is Trickmaster, and this boss is kind of tricky. Aptly named. So at the very start here, there is a pretty difficult fire strategy where you want to time 3 fires in between him walking to avoid lighting his little maraca things here, or his torches, I guess. And it gives us the perfect amount of damage to finish the fight early later. But this fight is basically a matter of looping him with very well-timed fires and getting 2 to 3 combos whenever he knocks down. So we're also calling for the help of Donald and Goofy here as well, because they are very strong in this fight for some reason. They help make this fight go by a lot quicker. And we also get to see another interesting difference in Japanese on this fight. Fire does not cost 1 MP. It does not cost 1 orange. It costs half of an orange bar of MP. So we get to use a lot more fires in this version to finish this fight off very quick.
Yeah, it's crazy. It uses less than 1 MP. It's just so weird when you've, like, most of you have probably played the newer versions, that anything can cost, like, under 1 MP, but yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think it might be the only spell that has ever costed that in Kingdom Hearts, to be honest.
Yeah, it's strange.
But it's great for the run because it lets us have a lot more tools to deal with difficult bosses like that, and just Heartless fights as well. We're going to be fighting some monkey type Heartless pretty soon, the Power Wilds, and we usually use Blizzard for those, but it's nice to have that like extra double fire for like 2 fires for the cost of 1, just in case we need a long range magic spell.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me too, because it kind of differentiates Fire and Blizzard. So we just got Blizzard, and Blizzard's actually also buffed in this game. It's pretty good. And that costs 1 MP. So if you think about it, like Fire's kind of like the weak projectile, and then we have Blizzard, which costs a bit more. So actually, I kind of like it. But it is a little busted. It probably needs to be nerfed a little bit.
It sure did, though. Yeah, it kind of gives them their own unique properties. Something weird about Fire, too, though, is that Fire's range, even though it is longer than Blizzard's by a lot, it is shorter. Like, the Fire range in Japanese original is shorter than the Fire range in every version that came after this. It might have been a bug. It kind of looks like it is, because the animation still travels the same distance, but the hitbox on the Fire actually fizzles out a lot earlier than the later versions. So you kind of have to be a little bit closer than you're used to if you're used to coming off a Final Mix or something as well when using the spell.
I didn't even know that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's really weird. It used to be a big problem in Trickmaster until we kind of came up with that intro that you just used in your run. Using that intro, you kind of get to use Fire a lot closer, but we used to have to roll really far, and it would mess things up a lot sometimes.
I would say one actually kind of related to that, a really cool thing about this game, and this isn't true in all versions, is that when you lock onto something and you have the blue lock on, the closer you get, the lock on will actually become like brighter, and it's telling you what spells you can use at certain ranges. So you actually pay attention to the blue lock on when I get close and far from enemies. It's actually like changing the way it shapes to show you what spells you can use at that distance.
Yeah, that's actually pretty wild. Yeah, I learned that a few years ago, and I've been playing this game since I was like 5. I'm almost 30 now. So like, there's always like new stuff to learn about these games.
Especially this,
like the swimming thing.
Yeah, that's another thing. We actually learned that you can swim faster after like, 22 years of the game being out. We just learned randomly, like, oh hey, you can actually just swim faster in this game.
Yeah, just hold circle instead of tapping it.
Yeah, you have to hold the button down instead of tapping it.
It's wild to me that nobody tried that. Like, not a soul said, hey, what if we just held circle instead of spamming it?
Yeah, because it's weird, because it's actually kind of hard to tell, to be fair, but it does go faster, like if you time it.
And there we just had a quick forced fight with Sabor. So we lose that fight on purpose because in this version, our defense and our health is a little bit lower than usual. So we can actually lose that fight in 3 hits. So we lose that fight because it's a lot faster than defeating her, our attack is a lot lower as well. And then we take off some abilities for Tarzan to make him only prioritize healing us if things get dangerous, and also to get critical hits, because Tarzan is very powerful in this version.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts of the game is the slide collection, because you can optimize movement so much. I love optimizing movement in this game. It's probably my favorite thing about this speed run as well, like Kingdom Hearts 1 specifically. Kingdom Hearts 3 has a lot of it too, which we saw Viden run on the first day. But it's really cool in this game how precise you can be and stuff, and like small skips you can do with your movement.
Yeah, it amounts to a lot of time save that otherwise you wouldn't really think is important. If you stack it all up, it saves a ton of time. But the slides are interesting because you don't have to like stand on top of them to pick them up. It's like any part of Sora can pick up the slide. So there's like parts where we will swing our Keyblade, and our Keyblade touching it will allow us to grab it and things like that. So super cool properties. We just watched the slides here with Jane, and we're going to do another unique thing. So normally you'd see people save warping in Final Mix, because saving or entering the gummy menu from the save is pretty quick in that version, especially PC where loads aren't counted. But in this, the load times are much longer because it's the PlayStation 2 version. So we're actually going to do the classic hippo hop, jump over the hippos here to get up to the vines for the next progression of this world.
It's called hippo hop because there is one hippo that's going underwater. But if you're fast enough, you can hop on him before he goes all the way down.
Yep.
So it's a little hard. It's not really like that tough, but it's one of the like harder movement sequences.
For sure, yeah. And here we're just going up to the treehouse as well. We kind of just have to go from point A to point B, following Clayton around because Clayton's up to some nefarious activities here. Trying to poach gorillas and things like that. So we're just chasing him down, and now we're going to get back to the tent. We've seen that he's tried to take out Turk, which is our homie. We can't be having that, so we're telling Jane, and then we're going to have to fight a big, I think it's 5 fights of Heartless in a row, the Power Wild split. So this can get pretty tricky, pretty technical. We don't have a ton of MP like we're used to seeing in something like Beginner, so we have to be very good about managing our magic use. Blizzard is the best thing to use against these guys because it has the best like spread, the best damage. I think it takes 2 Blizzards to take them out. Yep. So this first room here, they're going to be in a big group, and they kind of can spread randomly just before the fight is even loaded in. So we're going to have to try to adapt to their spread here with things like fire, physical hits, and things like that. So there's one hiding. There he is.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, those ones can be really like it's the same with all of these rooms, so they can die in like 5 seconds if you just lined them up perfectly, or if you miss a blizzard, it's really bad because, as Glitch mentioned, we have like no MP, so missing a blizzard's quite bad. And then you just have to kind of hit them and then try to catch them wherever they go.
Yeah, one of the detriments to having to pick sword at the very beginning is that we are sacrificing that entire extra bar of MP that we would get from having the staff at the beginning. So instead of having this 2 extra blizzards, we only have like 4 or 5 or something like that. So here we roll in a very specific way to take out those group of 3 monkeys there, and that was actually a really good lineup on the next ones. These ones in the back in this room can be in a random position. They're just kind of in a random spread. So you're gonna have to quickly analyze where they're all at and which ones are the best to shoot the blizzard at. You want to try to hit more than one with all of your blizzards anytime that you can. And there's a little interesting jump that you can do here by rolling up this slope. You're actually not really supposed to get up here like that, but it takes us into the treehouse, and this is another room in Power Wilds that has a really random spread, but that was awesome. That was an amazing room.
That's probably the best room I've ever seen there, to be honest.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, we use all of those items that we got from Trinities, like the Wonderland Trinity gave us the Ether, the Merlin's House Trinity. We use them all here because we need to take out these Heartless quickly, or else we're going to be running around hitting them with physical hits, which is just not as good as these bursty blizzards here. And there's another weird time save that you can get just based on the way the fight goes. So when you talk to the gorilla there, that gives you the item to get you to the next fight. or the item doesn't, but just a little cutscene before the next fight. You can either get a fast load or a slow load, and it depends entirely on if you picked up money before the fight ended, because the game, you see under or above the command menu, it's counting up your money as you get it. It has to tally it up and total it before it shows you this cutscene. It'll just wait until that's done. So if you pick up money, you get a little bit of a slower load, but if you somehow manage to finish the fight without it, you actually save a lot of time.
Yeah, there's a couple of sequences like that too in this game where it's basically just like any on-screen elements will prevent the game from progressing, so you have to take that into account when you're doing fights.
Yeah, picking up items can do it too. This fight here is pretty tough, so we're doing a very specific movement here to manipulate Sabor into the corner. And once we get her into the corner, we just kind of knock her down with finishers, and we call our party members to attack her with us. And we want to try to loop her in hit stun while she's knocked over the best we can. If we knock her out, she's going to jump into these bamboo bushes. But we have a lot of fire, and fire, again, only costing half MP is very helpful for this. Still does as much damage as you'd expect, so being able to shoot a bunch of fires if it's going wrong is nice, so we can end it quickly.
I think it's pretty wild you don't have scan yet. Like, I know that that's later, but like they give that to you early.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we don't have scan. We're not gonna have it for a while too. Like we're not even like that close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be useful to have it too. Like it would have been nice. It actually would be pretty nice to know if like Sabor, how close she was to dying. Stuff like that, but
yeah, it kind of allows you to like change your strategy when you know how much health an enemy has, especially on the fights where the health bar actually matters to where their AI will change. A lot of fights in Kingdom Hearts, enemies will change AI phases, like they'll start doing a different action completely past a certain amount of HP depleted. So early on, we don't really get to know that very much. We kind of just do it all by feel. But here we have the black fruit fight. This is just a scripted fight where you have to hit this thing, I think, 10 times or something like that.
Yeah.
12 something.
Why is it here? What is it?
I don't know. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just here.
Yeah.
But we take that thing out, and somehow it frees Jane and Turk. So they tell us that Clayton is going crazy and that, you know, we got to help the gorillas. So now we're going to go fight Clayton. And we actually just kind of implemented something that's new to this game, but it's been in the final mix runs for quite a while. For a long time, there's this thing in this fight called animation skip. Clayton's on this big lizard, and when you stun him, he gets put into this animation that the lizard goes from invisible, or the chameleon, whichever it is, goes from invisible to revealing, and then you can knock Clayton off. So you can skip that animation in final mix, and we thought for a long time that you couldn't in this as well. But Nintendo and Sonic also basically figured out that it is possible. It just works slightly differently. So the intro is the same here. We combo him on top of this little platform, and it skips that animation completely. But you just have to wait a slight amount longer than you're used to get him to get knocked off of the chameleon. If you attack too early, the chameleon will get mad and start going into this revenge type of attack repeatedly. But once Clayton is knocked off, we kind of just want to corner him into this back wall and get help from Tarzan and Donald for doing damage. And we just want to keep Clayton in stun, because if we don't, Clayton will jump around. He has the possibility of using potions and things like that. But that turned out pretty good. We also charge our MP at the very end of that fight, because it actually matters all the way into the next world, Agrabah, that we're going to.
Yeah, it was crazy. When I was like learning the speedrun, Glitch was telling me like, oh, you gotta hit him for the MP, and I was like, it lasts that long? Like, you hit it for like a fight in like 15 minutes from now. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
So like, you see I have orange MP on my MP bar. I guess to quickly explain, like you get MP by hitting stuff, and it builds up that bar basically. And orange is like the lower amount of blue. So you just want to have completely max orange and blue. Ooh, almost.
Ooh. Yeah, this jump is extremely tricky, and you can see that slow ledge hang in this version as well. But yeah, having orange MP is like having a second bar of MP. It kind of like overlaps and overcharges. So at the end of Clayton, you actually get a third bar from your level up. Your MP increases. So right when that fight's over, you want to get a couple hits off just to charge it up a little bit more for something what we'll see later. But now we're just going to be heading back to Traverse Town to turn in these gummy pieces to Sid and upgrade our ship here so we can get to Agrabah.
Yeah, we'll have a bit of a stretch of just gummy missions here.
That's okay. This is called the Gummy Ship Podcast. Nintendo.
Let's go.
What? How? Why? Why did you want to jump into the Japanese version of this game? You know.
So a big thing is just that I personally find like it really interesting to see what they change, because like this is what they built everything off of, right? Like this is the original Kingdom Hearts. This is what brought us KH2, KH3, all of the aside games and stuff. Like it started here, and I just find it really cool to go back and see like what they did back then. Like the fact that there's no difficulty option, it's like, wow, they actually originally didn't have that. Like they had to think of that later, that they're gonna add like different difficulties and stuff. Just find it really cool.
Yeah, something else about that too is when they did add difficulties, they didn't even call them what we're used to seeing now. Like nowadays, the standard for like Kingdom Hearts difficulties is beginner, standard, proud. That's what we're used to seeing. We didn't even have that. We had normal and expert after this.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool when you go back to the PS2 version just to see how like the game design and the philosophy of the games evolved with time.
Yeah, and also like actually something we haven't really pointed out, I think, is that you don't press triangle to interact with objects and stuff. You press the bottom option of your command menu. So
Right.
it's a bit more in line. I don't know. It's just like a little bit more manual with the way you do things. And you'll see actually the limits you get. So there's a limit called Ars Arcanum that's really powerful towards the end of the game. And that has to be manually used as well. You can't just like mash triangle to use it. That was a more like much later like Kingdom Hearts 2 thing when they started adding triangle to do stuff. And
Yeah.
they added it back in the remasters. But in this game, you have to manually, there's like a button to manually interact with things.
Yeah, even in the PlayStation 2 version of Final Mix, which also came out in like late 2002, it was that way as well. Like there was no triangle command until after Kingdom Hearts 2 when they remastered everything. But I personally like it a lot more. A lot of people think it's a little bit weird because they're just so used to seeing triangle from KH2 onwards and in the remasters for 1, but it's really, really responsive. Like whenever you press that command on the bottom, it's like frame 1. Like there's no delay or anything between when it is executed once you press it. Sometimes it can take a while to load in, but the same can be said about the triangle command. But yeah, using it for limits and things like that, I think is pretty comfortable and pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
There was one other thing. The summons are different too, right? The summons
Yes.
are usually what's in the bottom menu for Final Mix HD and onward, but in this, they're in the magic menu.
Yeah, you'll see me do it later on, but like I have to like quickly summon Simba in some fights, and you'll see me have to navigate to the magic menu and then navigate to the summon menu in the magic menu. So it makes it quite a bit harder. But it's I don't know, it's kind of interesting.
It makes sense, right? I mean, you would think summons are like magical creatures, magic power, right? So
Yeah.
I kind of understand why they did it, but it is a little bit different and a little bit strange compared to just, you know, quickly slotting to the bottom slot and just busting out Simba or something. We are almost here to Traverse Town, though. Normally, something that we can do for backup for money is we can pick up gummy parts. So, there's actually a point to taking out some of these enemies. In the later versions of the game, a lot of the time people will forego having the gun on the ship because it just kind of loses a tiny bit of time to equip it. But we can take out Heartless ships as we're flying through these worlds to get gummy pieces. Since we need a specific amount of money, we have to do all this stuff. Sometimes we may not reach the amount. Sometimes we might be like 10 money short or something. So getting those gummy pieces can actually help get us to the right amount. But here we get our last Trinity here. And this Trinity is going to give us 100-ish money, a little bit over that, I think.
Yeah, it should be quite a bit. Let's see my
yeah, I think it's like close to 120.
I have 399,
Yes.
so that's pretty good, I think.
You're going to be a little bit short, if I remember correctly. I think you need 407, so you'll probably just have to sell a couple gummies. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a weird amount. With all the items and everything we get, it's just a strange number. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure it's 407. But yeah, right now we're just talking to Sid. Sid is just kind of telling us what's been up since we've been gone. He's analyzing the gummy pieces that we've brought him. And he's telling us to take this book for 100 Acre Wood to Merlin. And also you hear the clock tower have a little boom there. That's kind of signaling the fact that the boss of this area, Opposite Armor, is here now. But we're not going to take care of Opposite Armor until much later when we have more tools and strength and stuff like that. But now we're just going to go ahead and
be able to sell Goofies.
Oh yeah, you can sell these too. There you go.
There we go, yeah.
Good. All right. Okay, so instead of selling gummy pieces, we sold Goofy's potions, which is actually smart because there's a part later in the game where we do not want Goofy to have those potions still, and sometimes he can hang on to them, especially if we're playing real good. So we sold those early, and we got well over the amount that we needed, so we'll get our gummy pieces no problem. And we're just going to save warp over here to Merlin, give him the book, and then we're going to meet Riku in the 3rd district here. So it's just a little bit of downtime, a little bit of like kind of delivery quests, cutscenes, and things before we head out to Agrabah and the mid-game. So mid-game is considered like the most difficult part of the run because there's a lot of really hard fights in mid-game, from Agrabah to Halloween Town to Neverland. That's what we kind of consider to be mid-game. And that's the part of the game where we just aren't quite strong enough to do everything extremely quickly, and we kind of have to be... we have to make up for it by doing really smart strats and very particular strats that involve a lot of RNG with the enemies and things like that. But we have a lot of strats developed to mitigate that the best that we can, so it'll still go great, but it's pretty tough.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting because this version, this is the original JP release, and it's actually, I would say, easier in a lot of ways than the North American release. Which is weird to me because I feel like a lot of games that I see back in the day usually were made easier for North America, but this one was actually kind of made harder.
Yeah, and it's funny. I feel like they kind of pulled that back as well once they made Final Mix. Like, you know, the very first Japanese edition, pretty easy, you know, not too bad. English and international, decently tough, and then Final Mix, if you're playing on a difficulty other than beginner, is actually pretty tough too. Like, yeah. I feel like it's harder than the English PS2 original version. So they went back and forth, kind of deciding, like, you know, how hard should we make this game? But yeah, the Japanese version is a good middle ground. Like, it's still difficult, but it's manageable. It's not like too much to handle, I would say.
Yeah, like, so they buffed the, like, you'll see later on, the health bars are actually like kind of nuts, but yeah, they also made Sora stronger. So it just kind of made it so everyone is generally stronger, and it's actually a bit easier. Yeah, and the progression of your strength is just a little bit better in the PS2 originals. Instead of AP ups being everywhere, there's power ups scattered everywhere throughout the game. So the game kind of naturally buffs you up through discovery, like, you know, exploring the map, finding chests that have power ups and things like that in them is much more common in this version. In Final Mix, for example, they removed all of the random chest power ups except for one, and replaced them with AP. So that natural strength progression kind of makes things a little bit better for us as well. Oh yeah, I love that. So that's really cool to me that they basically, like, I see it as they rewarded you exploring and finding new chests. So, like, there's actually a really good reason for you to go find chests in this region, because you can find hidden power-ups, and they're usually, like, hidden ones. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's really cool that they reward you with stats by exploring the maps and, like, finding chests. Yeah, there's lots of defense ups too, but we don't really use those because the way defense is handled in this game is kind of weird. You have to be within a certain amount of defense compared to the enemy's strength for it to matter. And with the way that we level up in the run, our defense is just so low that even if we found like 4 defense ups, we wouldn't take less damage.
So we just kind of ignore those, but thankfully our strength is kind of built in a better way to where each of these power-ups that we get actually does matter quite a bit. And having them or not changes the strategies that we can use in the fight by a lot in a lot of cases. So we definitely go for all of those. But here we're having our first warp hole. So we start to see these starting at mid-game. That kind of is what the gummy piece that we gave to Sid. He tuned up our gummy ship to be able to access these things. So that lets us warp to the next half of the map, which is what's going to have all the rest of the worlds that we're going to be going to. And now we're going to head to Agrabah. And this is an interesting part of this version as well. So because it's on the PS2, the processing power isn't so extreme compared to modern systems. There's a lot of lag that can happen. You can kind of start to see it here in these gummy missions. So this is another reason that we had the gun, because the more we take out these ships, the more we reduce lag, because lag slows our game down and makes us lose time. But taking those ships out will kind of reduce it and cut back on that time loss.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of places where you can lag reduce in this game, just because even in like fights, lag can happen.
Yeah.
So you know, you might have noticed on Power Wilds in Deep Jungle a second ago. I was using blizzards and the game would just slow down to like 10 FPS.
Yeah, this game naturally runs at 30 frames per second on the PS2. So when there's a ton of particle effects or just like character models and things on the screen, it starts to struggle. So we try our hardest to avoid that when we can. But there's some fights like those Power Wilds where, you know, we have to prioritize, all right, we need to hit these blizzards more than we need to worry about lagging a tiny bit. So it's just like finding the balance of what's worth it and what's not when it comes to lag reduction.
Yep, here's the infamous world, Agrabah. Quite tough.
Agrabah.
Yeah, Agrabah.
Yeah, this world is brutal. This world is infamous in PS2 Kingdom Hearts because this is like, the game is expecting you to be a much higher level than you are, at least much more statted up with strength. So the fights here can be very difficult, and I guess I would say the strats that we have to use here are very tight, because if we kind of mess them up a little bit, things can go kind of south. There's not really any risk of like things going too bad. It's just a matter of how much time we save versus lose.
I mean,
so normally,
you never know. With me, I have been known to die to some.
Nah, dude. You're a gamer, man.
I believe. Let's get some big hype energy for Nintendo in the chat. I believe.
Yeah, he's got this.
Right.
Easy. So this fight here is pretty important as well. So we're going to be saving Aladdin. Carpet's kind of leading us into the desert like, my homie's in trouble, man. Please help him. So Aladdin is getting surrounded by bandits here. Normally, in the other versions here, we could summon Simba, or at least the PS2 version. We would summon Simba and take care of all of these guys in one big roar. But Simba is actually much weaker in the Japanese version earlier on for some reason. So we kind of have to manually brawl with these guys, a mixture of using blizzards and physical attacks. We want to try to get them in groups, but they all spawn out from underneath the sand like this in different places. It's like pretty much random after the first grouping on every run. So this fight is a big test of adaptation and MP management, just trying to make sure you have enough MP to take them all out and they don't spread out too much and mess with you. But that went pretty decent. That was good.
Yeah, that was okay. The way they spawn is strange because they can only spawn in the middle-ish. So there's a lot of things to keep track of. Like, oh, I want them to spawn here, and then I want this wave to spawn because there's also different waves of them that spawn at different times. So
yeah,
there's a lot to keep track of there.
Yeah, the thing that defines mid-game to me in the original ports of Kingdom Hearts is adaptation, like your ability to adapt, because of what I was saying earlier, how, you know, you're not so broken that you can just clear everything so easily. You just have to adapt to when things get strange or whenever things don't quite go according to plan. So we're going to see a lot of that here, especially in this upcoming boss fight. It's like the definition of that. But here we're doing some menus. We're taking ethers off of Aladdin, so that we can use them for Halloween Town later. So we're taking some ethers. We put Donald in our party and Aladdin instead of Goofy. Goofy isn't really a big help here. Aladdin is a huge help. Like Tarzan, he does a ton of damage, and it's especially helpful for the upcoming boss fight here. But we take those ethers for the next world, and we equip a new Keyblade as well. We have the Jungle King from deep jungle now, and it's going to increase our damage a little bit to help us deal with the bosses and things coming up.
See if Aladdin can kill that thing for me.
Yeah, let's see if it follows you across the way.
Okay,
hey, that's
never
pretty good. Yeah, this room can be weird. Those green magic fellows, they can kind of go in weird places if the fight doesn't start off how you want it to. And sometimes you can make it to where, like we were talking about earlier, you can command your party, hey, go take care of this guy while I'm doing this platforming. And we tried to do that, but the dude was pursuing us, and we kind of just ended up taking care of it, but wasn't bad. Still worked out pretty decent. And we just opened a keyhole in that room so that we can fight the boss. So,
oh my god, I almost fell.
Ooh, okay, that was close. Nice, nice. Good save.
Yeah, so this is Pot Centipede. This is one of the most hardest fights for me personally, because you notice there's a lot of lag here, and basically you won't see the health bar. We still don't have scan, but basically the pots, whenever the pots combine with the heads and the tail, it gets health back. So it's actually feeding often throughout this fight, which makes it much worse.
Yeah, this fight is all about trying to deal as much damage as fast as possible before the pot centipede can regenerate. Because, yeah, like Ninten said, every time it connects a pot to its body, it gains health back. So that's also why we kind of need Aladdin's help in this fight, because Aladdin is definitely like having a second Sora on screen damage-wise. So having him commanded to attack this guy while we're also doing as fast as damage as we can is really helpful. And another thing that's great about this fight is while we're attacking the pot centipede, it'll explode and disconnect. Then it'll just leave its head and its tail vulnerable. And we want to combo that as quickly as we can to charge our MP back and use Blizzard. So since there's two pieces of Pot Centipede, the head and the tail, they both take damage. So when you're doing combos, you can hit both of them in one combo and do double damage, or you can hit them with Blizzards on both sides and do double damage as well. So that kind of helps you deal damage past the regeneration barrier. But you can get him into an RNG or into an AI like this, which is pretty nice RNG, where he doesn't stop moving. And he goes all the way to the final room, which is what we want, because whatever room you're in at the end of this fight is where you'll be once the game loads back in.
Yeah, that was actually really good. And it was mostly because he didn't, he just kept walking, and I was able to combo him the whole way. Usually what happens is that he just keeps attacking, and then like combining and breaking apart again, which gives him back health. So that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it can put us in a really bad loop where we're just desperately trying to deal damage, but he heals it back every single time. But went well. And now we have the Cave of Wonders Guardian here. This fight is a lot different than other versions as well. His AI is a lot more primitive. In the other versions, he likes to bob his head around a lot, try to knock you off once you've climbed on top of them. But in this version, he's pretty chill. He's just a chill guy. He likes hanging out and doesn't really move around very much. So Ninten is going to be doing a very specific combo sequence here to deflect the projectiles that he's shooting out of his eyes back into him, and it deals a lot of damage. It's just like the dark side projectiles at the very beginning. You want to try your hardest to time them. Oh, if you fall off, things can get weird. That's his signal to start moving his head. When you fall off, he's like, all right, I'm going to put my head back down so that you can deal damage to me again. But it can... Pretty much, yeah. It can be easy to get knocked off. And I guess you can clip inside of him. That's cool.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was insane.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Yeah, sometimes you can clip inside of him if you're running up him from that angle over there. And if he's doing this too, like if he's knocking his head back and forth, he'll just knock you inside sometimes. It's strange. But now he's put his head down and... Oh, the wombo.
Yeah, we gotta be careful.
We gotta be careful.
All right.
Every time he shoots out that fire breath, he's also spawning a bunch of Heartless. And some of those Heartless are a pain to deal with, especially the air soldiers.
Yeah, there's not much I can do, unfortunately. This is why Agrabah is a hard world, because if things go badly like this, you just lose a lot of time.
Yeah, they get really sus. But nice. Okay. Not too bad. We made it. Yeah, dying in this fight is not unheard of, because of exactly what you just saw, like just, you know, the head shaking around everywhere, the heartless spawning. There can be a lot that goes on in that fight, so getting through it without a death is nice.
But now you are in the Cave of Wonders.
Yes, the Cave of Wonders.
Yes, the diamond in 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 the diamond.
Yes, so here we're just kind of like knocking this pillar down underground. This actually opens up the treasure room later that we get through to fight Jafar. So normally in the game you kind of just explore around, you get to that room and you're like, why is this blocked off? Well, it's because of this little pillar here. So we come here early to take care of it. And right afterwards, we're going straight to Jafar. Jafar is a little bit easier in this version than he is in the other versions of the game. I would say especially easier than Final Mix because he moves around so fast in Final Mix in comparison. But it still can be a very tough and precise fight in this game as well. You have to make sure that your combo timings are very fast and that you're not missing out on damage.
Yeah. I'm just gonna touch the save point to heal because party members are extremely useful. So I just remembered. Okay, I kind of forgot to equip scan, which I do often because it's not needed for this fight. But yeah, we won't be able to see his health, unfortunately. It's okay though.
Yeah, as long as you get it for the next fight, you're good. That's where it starts to get much more important. But we did unlock scan right after the Cave of Wonders Guardian there. But at this start of the fight here, we're gonna knock Jafar 3 times. 3 staggers will get him into this laser phase. And he, in Japanese version, for whatever reason, he just spams this laser. He does this laser like 5 or 6 times in a row. And it's the perfect opportunity for us to get a ton of damage off. And especially with Aladdin's help, him doing special moves like what you just saw, or even just basic attacks, does a lot of extra damage. So as long as we are just hitting him with full combos the best that we can finish the fight before he decides to fly away. So that was pretty good. That actually ended up faster than I thought it would.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'll equip scan now.
Yeah, definitely do. Iago and Genie Jafar, this is a fight where the health is very important to our strategy. So knowing how much health he has is key for this fight here. So this is where scan is put on. Usually we would put it on right when we get it, but like Nenton said, it's not really necessary for Jafar as long as you do it right. But here, Genie Jafar starts off with blizzards. So his AI is slightly different in the Japanese version for some reason. So you have to move forward to get your blizzard damage. But once you get that, Iago's going to fly in controlling the lamp that holds Genie Jafar. And we're just going to be doing combos on this lamp until his HP hits about halfway into the green. So once that yellow bar of his HP is next to the very right side edge of where it says lock on, we're going to kind of chill on the combos for a bit. And this is because if we do over damage, Iago is going to fly to a spot that we don't really want him to be in. It's going to make the fight a lot more difficult to finish quicker. But while Iago is kind of hanging around deciding which direction he's going to go, we're just going to do blizzards on Jafar. Iago can kind of go out of our range of attack into the back here and give us time to get more blizzard damage. We can deal damage with blizzard on Jafar, but we cannot hit him with physical attacks. He's kind of behind a barrier.
Oh gosh, that hurt.
Yeah, I think he spawned down there, right? Yeah, okay, good. So whether or not Jafar spawns back in this side of the map depends on if you're looking at him after he throws a boulder.
Oh, is that
if you don't look at him? Yeah, that is what it is. If you don't look at him, he will always spawn down there after the boulder throw. This fight is actually super fast.
Yeah, it was weird. His pattern I got was very strange from Iago.
Yeah, he like moved to the left early and then just kind of hung around for a while. And the longer he stays in the center area before deciding to come back here, the better chance you have at him landing in that spot that we went to. We want him to land there so that we can finish the fight without having to chase him around the entire map. So that turned out pretty well. Usually he will land there if we do the strat right, but
yes,
even getting that extra damage was nice, like before he landed.
Here, I'm going to actually want to die in this sequence here because it will skip. For some reason, it lets you progress the game. And we don't really know why. It just kind of lets you die and then it's okay. So you just want to hit as many rocks as possible. Oh, I missed one there. That's not good. Just get this here.
All right. And this
Okay.
one, barely missed it. That one is really hard to hit in this version for some reason.
Yeah.
But we still got it before we had to finish out the minigame.
Yep.
Wasn't this discovered by Spike, by the way?
No, that will be later. I promise I'll mention it.
Okay.
But yeah, Spike Vegeta actually found something like over a decade ago that's really funny. But yeah, so this is actually a good time for a break, I think.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, no, that sounds great. Folks, we're going to take a short break, but when we return, we're going to jump back into this Japanese any percent Kingdom Hearts run. Stick around. Hotfix will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts. Nintendo, are you ready to jump right back into Kingdom Hearts?
I am ready.
Let's do it. Tell us what we're about to check in, like what we're about to see.
All right, so we're just about to leave Agrabah here. Before we leave Agrabah, I mentioned before that there are power-ups hidden throughout the game, and there is one here that we pick up because any power-up makes a pretty big difference in our damage, so it speeds up everything. Just after these cutscenes.
If you all are just joining us here, this is Oops All Kingdom Hearts Weekend. Nintendo is currently going through any percent JP. This is the original release, the first time that Kingdom Hearts ever came out.
Ever existed, yeah. It's crazy. I think it recently turned 24 years old, almost 25.
We could
Probably
see a
older
release
than some
next
people
year.
watching.
Then. We could see a
Yep.
release next year.
I hope so. There's been so many, every day I log on to the internet and see new rumors about KH4. I hope we see something soon.
Kind of reminds me of the old KH3 rumors. I remember watching a trailer for Birth by Sleep on YouTube just called Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my gosh, is that what this is? Dude, this is hype.
Yeah. The good days.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're heading to Monstro now. So this world's pretty chill. Compared to everything we just did, it's kind of like a cakewalk. The boss fights have much more simple strategies, and we're strong enough to take care of them without it being a huge hassle or demand from adaptability. But there's some cool platforming tricks and interesting things that we get here, like new abilities and things that kind of help and change a lot for the run later.
Yep, and it's also it also has a lot of weird differences from this version to like the North American release. It's kind of like more of a beta world than the other worlds, just because like
Yeah.
certain things we can probably point out later. But yeah, just some oddities here.
Yeah, once you see them, you'll be like, oh, what am I looking at? If you're used to seeing Kingdom Hearts 1. Mostly the camera. The camera is wild in this place.
Yeah, the camera's the main thing. Actually, so one thing about the camera that is really interesting is that I can't like prove it, but I'm like 99% sure that the camera is basically just Lakitu in this game. So like the camera gets stuck behind things, basically like exactly like Lakitu in Mario 64.
No, it's true. Like, the camera has collision
Yeah.
in the PS2 versions, whereas in Final Mix, it does not have collision. So if you're up against a wall and you try to turn your camera, Final Mix will just put it behind you anyway, like the HD version. But in this, it will get stuck. It's like a person. It can't walk through
it's
a
like
wall.
literally a person.
So, yeah. That is, Lakitu is a good comparison there.
So this is Monstro. We were trying to go to Halloween Town, but then Monstro got in our way.
Darn you, Monstro.
Yeah. It also looks funny in this version. Like he just looks kind of
Angry,
like
dude.
the CGI just looks different. Or the
Yeah,
the
that's-
model, whatever.
Yeah, that's a big thing that people really don't notice in these HD ports, or in the original ports versus the HD ports, is the majority of the models are different. And that's not just the Heartless colors either. Like, if you really single out the character models for like someone like Sora or Tarzan or Ansem or Riku, if you look at them side by side, they are totally different, like facially and things like that. Their face looks a lot different than it would in HD. And that goes for things like Monstro too. So... like, for Sora, for example, Sora has, like, a lot more blush on his cheeks in this game, and his eyes are more, like, deep blue, whereas in HD, they're a little bit less so, and he actually has his model from Dream Drop Distance in the HD version of 1.5. Yeah, awful. Same with Ansem. I don't like they both do. I don't either. I love the models in this one much more. They're just more detailed, and, like, obviously they're not coming from a 3DS game. So,
oh, God. I already got tripped up by the camera there.
Yeah, but here's the start of the world. The camera is already in a weird spot. It was like kind of at a sideways angle when entering this room, and it's still at a weird angle. So this entire time we're navigating through here, it's going to be strange. But we're going to try to hit Chamber 3 skip. So we're going to want to hold a specific angle to Keyblade swing onto that wall and grab this ledge. So nice job. Yeah, that saves like 15 seconds on PS2. It's actually pretty significant because of the loading time.
And it's hardest in this version because of the camera.
Yeah.
Being so weird there.
Yeah, the camera is in such a strange spot that it's a very awkward angle to hold in Keyblade swing, especially when the camera is like looking behind you when you're doing it. It's hard to control where you're jumping when you can't see the side that you're jumping to. But very good job getting that there. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, and you might have gone lost here casually, but I think it's like every green room is where you're supposed to go, right? There's like a trick.
Pretty much, yeah. They like flash green like that.
Yeah.
And this is Parasite Cage. So the lore here. We just kind of get swallowed up in Monstro as we're looking for the king and Riku and Kairi. We actually run into Riku here, and he helps us on this fight. So Riku's just there chilling. He should be attacking Parasite Cage and dealing a little bit of extra damage and staggers. But it's really up to us to take out Parasite Cage. It's a matter of just doing fast, well-timed air combos. And there is a spot that you can stand here in this little corner. It's kind of like a blind spot where he's swinging his arms back and forth to retaliate. But if you stand in that spot while you're comboing, it'll actually miss you. So that wasn't too bad of a fight. That was pretty good. You didn't get hit away or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, nice.
That blind spot is really nice.
Yeah. You can kind of get put in a weird loop where if you're not staggering him correctly, he can just keep swinging his arms, and every time you try to jump in to start the combo again, you just keep getting swatted away. So that blind spot helps mitigate that issue a lot. And here we are unlocking high jumps. So now we have better platforming capabilities, and we're also going to put a couple abilities on here. We're going to put Berserk on Sora, Cheer on Goofy, and we're going to equip high jumps so that we do have that better jump. And now we're going to have to pick up Dumbo. So Dumbo is up here in a chest at the back of Monstro, kind of towards the entrance of where you landed. It's the water gleam item that you give to Fairy Godmother.
This box here is only in the Japanese version. It's not in any other version.
Yeah.
They're just a box.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
I call it the Poggers box. It's Poggers.
I don't know why it's just so weird that they added a box there. Or like they removed the box there, I guess. I don't know.
It doesn't do anything. It's just there. Like, there's no items in it. There's not, like, we did find out recently you can platform to it, but even doing so is extremely hard from like where we want to do it. Yeah. And if you jump on it and stand on it for too long, it just breaks. So it's like, why is it there?
It's just funny. I just love those tiny things. It's just like, why did they change that?
Yeah. So this is Parasite Cage 2. It's a lot like the first one, except Riku's not here. It's just Donald and Goofy. Riku's actually kind of going to the darkness right now. He's trying to kidnap Pinocchio, and, you know, Parasite Cage comes back and starts to fight us. So it's all about fast, low air combos. That's kind of the name of the game for KH1 in general, but this fight is like the perfect example of that. You can pretty much keep him infinitely stun locked unless this happens here, which happens if you attack his head. Usually it's your party members that cause that. If they attack his head after a certain amount of staggers, he'll open up his mouth in the center. But otherwise, you can do this loop right here, where you're just constantly staggering him infinitely, as long as your combos are very fast and precise there. So nice job.
That was a good fight.
Yeah, that was good for sure. Thank you. Yeah, he pretty much always opens up eventually in that fight. I think it's maybe even just his health barrier. I'm not super sure. But
Yeah, I think the health barrier is what like kind of makes it possible, and then if you hit him on the head, he'll open it up.
yeah, he definitely does. So I'm actually doing a very new route here. I recently went back and like all of us, basically glitched in Sonic, where I like timing this new like gummy ship routing with money, and then there's also a power-up chest that we thought was slower, but after I timed it again, it seems like it's pretty good to grab. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab that right now.
Is it better for J2?
I believe
power
so.
up? Oh, right, yeah, because of hook and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, yes. Good idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and grab that. So, this is also an interesting hidden power-up as well. I mean, it's supposed to be obtained through a Trinity, but it's a Trinity that we don't get for a very long time. But since we have high jump, we can kind of do some platforming to get around the use of that Trinity. It's pretty cool. It's a really precise jump, too, because it's a very small platform. We'll see that here in just a moment. So we're going to land in the Magician's Study, and that's where we'll get it from.
I'll grab Dumbo as well. So you saw me get the Dumbo
Right.
gem, and we can just turn that in now.
I was wondering how much your friends really help you in this version of the game. I didn't know if they were more valuable because of the less damage.
I would say so overall.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're actually more valuable, to be honest. So this is the hard one.
Lock in.
Oh gosh.
Oh. There you go.
There we go.
Hey, nice. So it's actually really interesting that you can even activate that chest without the Trinity. It's just sitting there on like the perfect little platform for us to jump to. Normally you have to do a yellow Trinity. Sora, Donald, and Goofy will push those boxes that we jumped on top of in a way that lets us climb up them to get that chest. But you can just Keyblade swing to kind of gain some extra height, land on the box, and get that. But this right here, this is the defining thing of PS2 Kingdom Hearts. So if you are familiar with Final Mix, you know that what you're seeing right now is pretty normal. Like, you can get swallowed by Monstro when you warp to him, and then you leave and go to Halloween Town. In the PS2 version, Monstro can sometimes just not appear. Goofy can pop up with a text box and say, well, looks like Monstro's not here today. I guess we're going to Halloween Town. If that happens, if Goofy shows up and yaps, you save 54 seconds. So it's a pretty big time save. If it doesn't happen, yeah, you get swallowed, and most of the time loss just comes from that animation there, having to go back up to the save to leave. And the fact that we can miss Monstro, it kind of makes it like another hook ship. A lot of people familiar with Final Mix speedruns understand that hook ship either appears or it doesn't, and it can lose you a big chunk of time if it happens. Monstro is the same only on these original PS2 versions. So we unfortunately got swallowed again, but it's fine. It doesn't really change much about the run. It just means we lost a little bit of time there. But now we're going to be heading to Halloween Town, and this is where things start to get a little interesting with the new power-up strats as well.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So if you're grinding for like a really good time, you basically have 2 coin flips that are pretty late in the game that determine if you lose a minute. So it's pretty awesome, actually. It just makes it is a hardcore speedrun. You just kind of have to do it.
It sounds really great, you know, just the random RNG.
It's awesome.
I often look for games that have such volatile randomness.
Yeah, you should ask.
Me too.
That's his specialty. He literally only runs games like that.
I love RNG. It's awesome. Okay, so now we are here in Halloween Town, and Jack is controlling these Heartless to put on a fun little show for Halloween, and that's why they're kind of just chilling in the square here, but they're harmless. They're just vibing. But we do this interesting roll into this loading zone to kind of end the cutscene early. It's just better to do that movement, and then we jump up there and get that power up as well. That's another strength up that's kind of hidden out of the way. But you can reach it with high jump with a pretty precise jump on the edge of that stair. And we're going inside. We're just kind of getting the briefing on Halloween Town. You know, Jack wants to he wants to give the Heartless a heart because he thinks it's going to make them dance better. So he's just getting a bunch of ingredients for hearts, and we're helping him out. So we're going to go find a couple different pieces to help try to make a Heartless with a heart. But there's a pretty big menu here that we're going to be doing. So we're going to be setting the AI of our party members in a particular way to help us later on in the run. We're going to take off Thunder from Jack, equip Ray of Light so that we have more magic power, because we're going to be doing a lot of Heartless fighting in this part of the game. And we're going to equip all those ethers we took earlier from Jack. Just now we took some, and we took 2 from Aladdin. So we're going to take those as well to help with the Heartless fights. And the AI changes that we did, it's just to put supporting actions to the highest frequency for Goofy so that he gives us a bunch of free magic later on. And we're going to turn off Donald's advanced magic. So we don't want him doing stops or gravities, because that can very, very badly mess up fights for us later. But here we have some Heartless fights, our first round of them. So we're going to be taking out these shadows, and we're getting some search ghosts that spawn on top of this coffin. So we have to stand in a particular spot here so that our blizzard actually hits everything in one cast. We're going to use an ether while they're jumping in so that we can refill our MP before it goes to the bottom, before it's fully empty. That makes it to where that we have more magic casts that way. Because of the way that orange MP works and charges, we get more magic out of it if we save 1 MP before we ether there. But yeah, that turned out pretty well.
It's pretty... I like that we started doing that. Like, it's kind of recent. Like, past couple years, we've been like...
It is.
Making sure to optimize when we use our MP, or when we get MP items, because, yeah, when you have 1 blue MP plus the other 3, it gives you... So having 4 versus having 3 is a lot better because of the orange MP that you get. You get more orange MP the more MP you have. So it's basically like... in a vacuum, using 3 and then using an ether is actually a lot worse than using 2 and then using an ether, kind of thing. Just, it's kind of hard to describe, but the MP is kind of interesting.
Yeah, the orange MP basically ticks down from wherever your MP is at. So since we have 3 bars right now, if it was full orange on top of that 3rd bar, it would just go down from there. But it going down from the very top means that we just get more casts of blizzards, because orange basically counts as another bar itself. So it's pretty nice. So for this here, we're gonna knock that White Knight, the mummy guy, in the background there. We want our party to take care of him, just like that. And we have to pretty much clear all the Heartless out in this room, do a specific platform jump to skip the next spawn of Heartless and enter this coffin. And this gives us a little mini game here. We talk to the mayor, and he tells us to remember the order that these ghosts come out. And we're going to throw an ether just so, because we're waiting here anyway. Usually throwing in items loses like 2 seconds if you're just doing it outright. But since this minigame makes you wait, it just saves those 2 seconds to throw it during the wait time. And we're picking up the Jack in the Box. That's another item for Jack to help make the Heartless's heart. And that's the last item there, actually. So... Sally actually gave us the first one, the Forget-Me-Not, but this one here is the last one, and then once we take it back, the kids are going to take it. They're going to take the heart, lock, shock, and barrel. So we're going to have to chase them down and get it back. But that's most of the Heartless fights that we have to deal with in this world. There is still one more that we'll have to get right before lock, shock, and barrel. And that one is a little bit of RNG. We can either get the spawns for the toxic mushrooms, which we just ignore those guys and we just reload the room because they're too difficult to take out and they're all over the room, like they're not really grouped up. Or we can get some White Knight mummies and the gargoyles in the corner. That's what we want. We want to blast those guys with blizzards. So we'll see which RNG we get here.
Yeah, it's basically just, there's like 2 parts in the game where you can get the Black Fungus Heartless. And they're pretty annoying because their whole thing is that like they can become like stone and you can't hurt them. So yeah, it's basically just like you have to just leave and come back and hope they don't spawn. Or they can't spawn twice, but you just don't want them to spawn at all.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully no mushies.
Nice.
Nice, we got the good spawn. Okay, so this is the spawn that we wanted here. We just can blast these guys in the corner. That was very good. Sometimes they can go a little bit strange, like the gargoyle can get pushed too far back from the blizzards and your blizzards won't reach him, and we'll have to wait for him to fly towards us, but that went perfectly. We got them all in just a couple blizzard casts, so we're being pretty MP efficient here. This world is kind of all about efficiently managing your MP up to this lock, shock, and barrel fight. The more MP that you have, the easier that fight is going to be, because that fight, each of the kids are a very tiny little character model with a small hitbox, and the best way to deal with them is to just use blizzards. So having more MP means more blizzards. So being able to kind of save as much as you can is a good idea. So we have a pretty great amount of MP going into them. We used a Mega Ether just to top it off at the end there. That's going to give us a lot of blizzard casts, and also means that instead of using the ethers that we have in our item slot down there in the command menu, we can save those for the fight. When we have a blue menu, we can open up our item menu and use it from our inventory, but the command menu, we actually get to use them in battle, so we save those two for this fight here. So we want to move to the back of the room the best we can and kind of pick whichever kid is in the middle, just to kind of make sure our blizzard spreads across the whole room and hits all three of them at once. They are jumping around and doing weird attacks and things like that as we're doing this. And it looks kind of simple. It looks like we're just kind of spamming, but it is particular, like kind of keeping track of what they're doing and where they're going and adjusting based on that. But that was a beautiful fight. Very well done.
Yeah.
We used both of those ethers there too.
Yeah, it's really important that you have those two ethers, because if you don't have enough MP to blizzard the whole way, it gets like really bad.
Yeah. You have to chase them around. They're hopping all over the place, doing barrel rolls and spinning and all sorts of annoying stuff. So it's great to just lock them down with blizzard and chill. So this is also a pretty unique strategy to this version of the game, or these versions of PS2 originals. We're going to be utilizing that ability we equipped in Monstro, which is Berserk. So Berserk works by, it basically gives you 4 extra strength points if you are in danger HP. So if your HP is red and you're basically one hit from death, you're going to get a massive boost in power. And that allows us to skip an entire cycle on Oogie. So the fight is still particular. There's a couple things to keep track of, like the dice throwing that he does. We have to knock those back at him.
It's
all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. The main thing is the dice reflex. Just hitting the dice back at him. It's pretty precise.
Yeah, that's definitely like some risk-reward situation going on there, where you want to be as close to death as possible, but obviously, you know, it's not. Because how far does death send you back?
Quite a bit, yeah. It takes you back to a whole checkpoint before this fight, so it's a good idea to play it safe here. And you can still play safely while in that danger HP. You can kind of wait out Oogie's attack. He's going to swing at you. He always swings at you when you get close to him. So you can use that to get into the danger range and then attack him before his swing is done. You also have a little bit of invincibility after he hits you once. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah, and it's like, optimally I would actually just stay in Berserk HP, but because it's so risky, it's a lot better to not. Especially because you saw I got hit there. Yeah, that was Dice Reflect. Okay. I had to hit the dice back, and it can be tough because they just randomly bounce everywhere.
Yeah, he also throws them at a random spots on the ground. But that was a great fight. That fight is mostly difficult, not because of the HP thing, but because of that dice reflect. Like, it can just go so many different ways. Like Ninten said, they bounce around everywhere. Oogie can decide to throw them too close, too far, all spread out when he throws them, or all together. You just kind of have to know what's going on when they land. And Ninten goes for an aerial swing against them, which kind of gives him more time to react to what happens once they fall.
Yeah, it's really cool to Berserk strats. Like, there's one more I can do on Anti-Sora, but I probably won't do it because it's not really
that one is extremely risky. Yeah.
But it's kind of cool you can do it. Just be at low HP and win the fight a lot faster.
Yep, it's pretty hardcore. It saves quite a bit of time. It saves like 15 or so if you can berserk anti, but we're not gonna worry about that. It's a little too sus. But right here, getting this extra power up is actually allowing us to take out these little pimples on the Oogie Manor. I don't even know what these things are, just dark orbs. Call them pimples. Makes us able to take them out a lot quicker. So it's an interesting new route change. Normally we would have to do 2 blizzards because we have a lot of MP and blizzard's very strong. But having that extra strength up that we got earlier lets us be able to use regular combos, which is just a little bit faster than jumping and using magic.
Yeah, quite a bit faster with the power up.
Yep. Nice. All right, so this upcoming world, this is probably my least favorite world in the Japanese version in particular. And the other versions, it's like, yeah, it's okay. You know, it's a little tough, but in Japanese, there's a couple properties that are unique to this game that make it really difficult. Still a cool world, still very cool boss strategies and things, but it's just very hard. We're gonna be fighting Hook and Anti-Sora. Anti-Sora is kind of the same between the other PS2 versions and whatnot, but Hook is a nightmare. So I have faith Nintendo will do good, but we're going to equip the Pumpkin Head there. That's a new Keyblade that we just got. Pretty much as soon as we get a new Keyblade, in most cases, we're putting it on right away because it's going to improve our strength. And Pumpkin Head also improves your range. It's a longer Keyblade, so it's a nice thing.
Yeah, it's like in other Kingdom Hearts games, they kind of, like Kingdom Hearts 2 especially, they kind of balanced it so that you don't always want the next Keyblade you get because of abilities and stuff they might have. But in this game, it's more just kind of like next Keyblade is stronger most of the time.
Pretty much, yeah. There's a little bit of that in this game too. Like some Keyblades will have more magic. They might not be stronger, but you get like 2 extra MP bars or something like that. But it's very simple in comparison to the later games. Most of the time, yeah, we just want the strength. Like that's what's most important.
Yep, and so this is we're coming up on Hook Ship, which is the next coin flip.
The other coin flip.
It's only a coin flip if you don't beat Atlantica. So if you beat Atlantica, the game you'll actually always get Hook Ship, but if you don't finish Atlantica, it's random if you get Hook to appear or not.
Yeah, the community isn't really sure the chances of it for sure, I think. We think it's like, what, 70%?
Yeah, it's the general number, but we don't really know for sure.
Yeah. It's about a 70% chance that we do get to land at Hook Ship
we got
here,
it, yeah.
and we did get it. Nice. Good job.
Good job.
So, yeah, you did it, man. You manipulated the game, GG. Now, we don't have any control over it. It just happens or it doesn't. But you can kind of tell it happens when that Gummy mission, like the little rings and everything fade out. The cutscene will begin and you'll land on the ship here. So, in the lore, basically, we kind of get interrupted by this ship again, but we run into Riku, and he has Kairi, and we've been looking for Kairi too. But he's kind of hiding some info from you. Kairi's lost her heart. He's trying to get it back, but he's being a little bit mean in the process. So Anti-Sora is actually an enemy that he created, interestingly enough. He makes like a negative version of Sora that kind of looks like a Heartless, and he makes you fight it. So that'll be the first boss that you see here. And it's a pretty different strat from Final Mix as well, what you typically see in Beginner. We usually like make use of Stop a lot, but Stop in Japanese against bosses is very bad. Bosses just resist Stop more in this version. I think they have like a lower resistance. It's like 0.2 instead of like 0.5 or something like that. So Stop just isn't as good, and we just want to rely on putting him in a physical combo loop instead of using Stop. So there he is. There's Anti-Sora behind us, but
he's the
we're gonna
worst.
have a true battle with him. He is.
He took me. He took me like 5 hours to beat on my first playthrough.
He's tough.
Oh
man.
my god.
Yeah, it took me because for context, for anybody who didn't know, my first playthrough of Kingdom Hearts, I played on proud mode, completely. Completely blind. So I've never played the game, know nothing about it. I played on proud mode, and this guy beat me up.
Yeah,
That's pretty hardcore.
I would not recommend doing that as a first-time experience. That's pretty rough.
I learned that real quick. Kingdom Hearts 1 took me 55 hours to beat.
Oh dear lord.
Right. Gamer skills were tested.
Oh, yeah. Sanity was tested. I don't think I've recovered, and it's been since 2019.
Yeah, we don't recover either from this fight. This fight is pretty cursed. So right now, basically, we got the bad opener on this fight. He can open it a couple different ways. He can open by swinging the Keyblade, just kind of taking a casual walk, or going underground. We unfortunately got this underground animation, which kind of messes up our alignment for this fight. We kind of want to keep him where he's at right now, just in the corner the best that we can, because it lets us manipulate him to defeat our party members pretty early. And we want that because our party members are such a nuisance in this fight. You know, people always complain about Donald and Goofy, but in this fight, it is the most justified. This room is very small. It's hard to do air combos in and things like that. So we rely on the ground. We're going for the very sus strats, it looks like. But they will work here. Okay.
Yeah.
But basically, the party members need to get defeated so that they don't push Anti-Sora out of the way when we're comboing him and putting him in a loop. We can also do this here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, barely missed. Okay.
He got you.
He got me, yeah.
Yeah, that was the
just
risky
me.
strat using Berserk.
We're going to be here for 4 hours, everybody.
No, we got this. We got this.
I believe in you.
Yeah, so
Nintendo.
you can
You
see
got
it is pretty bad if you die. But when you're in Berserk, you get plus I think 4 strength or something, so it's like insanely powerful.
Yeah, it shortens the fight by a lot.
Yeah, so I just want to try it out there, but that's all good.
Yeah, so that's a better opening. He's just kind of chilling, walking. We can set him up very particularly if he gets an opening we can catch him in. We do 3 hits and then a full combo, and then 2 hits and a full combo. And it'll cause him to go into this break animation where he kind of explodes here. And then we call our party members to run towards us so that when he swings, he's hitting them both. And again, we want to take them out because they are really annoying in this fight. You see Goofy pushing him around with his shield, Donald hitting Blizzard, pushes him. We need him to be controllable, like his positioning, so that we can actually fight him very well. Because there's a very particular loop you can do where right after his finisher swing that he retaliates with, if you time it very carefully, you can actually keep him in that loop and keep forcing him to break and repeat. But right now, he's kind of trolling, being a little bit annoying.
Yeah, I'm really bad at this timing because it's actually a lot harder on PS2 than on the HD versions to get that hit. It's pretty precise.
Yeah. I think it's harder to do it as a ground combo too because your hitbox isn't like lingering as much on the ground.
Actually.
What the heck was that? You like landed
Yeah, I
for a
tripped.
second.
That's strange.
Okay. Good fight though.
Nice.
We got it on the run back. Nice.
All right.
So now we're doing some menus here. We're going to get the Raven's Claw, which gives us 2 extra strength. We're going to put on a bunch of abilities for Donald, Goofy. Goofy particularly gets his most broken ability, and this ability also kind of defines the PlayStation 2 ports of this game, MP Gift. So the way that ability works is Goofy spends 1 of his MP to give you 3. So they nerfed this very hard in the later version, Final Mix, to where it costs Goofy 2 MP to give you 3. But in the original ports, it's only 1. So Goofy is just an infinite MP machine. Like, he will just give you magic for the entire freaking run from this point on.
We love that.
So
Yeah, we do.
he's
actually.
awesome. So we're keeping Goof in the party quite a bit from this point onward. It'll help in this fight too. Peter Pan, we took off a couple abilities because Peter Pan has some ethers that we want him to use on either us or Goofy to help make the fights better. If we didn't take off those abilities, he would just spam his abilities and heal himself with MP, which isn't what we want. But we have a Heartless fight here that in other versions we would normally use Simba for, but Simba, again, is pretty weak at this point in the game in Japanese. So he's not able to take out all of these Heartless without disappearing. Like, he'll kind of leave early before they're all taken out. So we decide to do it ourselves just with physical attacks and magic. And Ninten gets in a particular spot there to hit all of those guys with fire, and it kind of aggroes them towards you. It makes them all charge in and lets you combo them in a more condensed area. And after they're all taken out, there's 3 more fellows that spawn here, a big Heartless ship and 2 more air gliders. So we're going to take out the ship because the ship has the most annoying movement. If you don't take it out, it'll fly across the screen and make you chase it down.
That's pretty good.
But that turned out pretty good, yeah. And here is Hook, the Menace. We do have the extra power-up from the new route, so this could be a lot less painful than it normally is, but because Hook is so resistant to stop, it runs out super early. You can see it's only stopping him for like a second, whereas normally the strats that you're used to seeing in this fight is you just keep spamming stop, full combo stop, and he stays totally still. He breaks out really early here. So we're kind of just trying to take him out, stop him to prevent him from hopping around or retaliating. He's going to go into this kind of revenge phase where he turns red, gets mad, and starts slashing about. But after it's over, he gets tired, and we get a chance to stop him again. And Goofy is providing us MP to keep these stops up, as well as Peter Pan's ethers that we made him save from not having abilities on.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow, that did a lot of damage. Yeah, that was weird. All right, so we're almost done here. This extra power-up is helping this fight a lot. That damage was huge. Yeah.
Yeah, that legitimately was like 20 seconds faster.
Yeah, that lines up.
With the power-up. It's awesome.
Yep. That fight is such a nightmare without extra strength. Like, because of how little stop does, you know, if you run out of MP, eventually Goofy's going to run out. He's not always going to have MP, so there will be times where you don't have stops to use to keep Hook in place, and if you're doing less damage without that power-up, it gets really sketchy. Again, especially with that big Heartless ship.
This game's hard. Like, I don't think people realize how hard this game is.
Yeah,
like
it's hard.
There's a reason why it's my least favorite in the entire franchise.
So I saw your you posted your ranking list in the in the Discord, and I was wondering why this is your least favorite. I thought that was crazy.
That's so for the context for the audience and for YouTube comments. I posted my back in the year context. Back in the year 2019. I set out on a journey to play every single Kingdom Hearts game in release order to try and figure out the lore. I gave them a rank, and I timed exactly how long it took me to complete all of them. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, where my rankings were, but out of all 10 video games, because that's how many Kingdom Hearts games. Well, now there's 11 because of Melody Memories, but out of all of at the current time 10 video games, my top 3 were Kingdom Hearts 2, followed by Chain of Memories, followed by Kingdom Hearts 3, and then the last game was Kingdom Hearts. And the reason behind that is I think very much because, like you said, you didn't recommend it. I started playing this game on proud difficulty, completely blind. Not a single. I have never seen anything Kingdom Hearts other than that Mickey Mouse was in it. And it took me 55 hours and 36 minutes live on stream. So that is why Ursula, Captain Hook, Shadow Sora, and I think like maybe 1 or 2 of the other bosses just destroyed me. They annihilated me.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I like to call that the proud or expert curse. Something about those difficulties in KH1 just makes you have so much pain. Like, they're just so much harder than they seem like they should be.
Yeah. I would be interested to know, like, if I was to return and replay this game, if it would still stay below, like, my second least favorite was playing through 358 over 2. The notes in that one say, story great, game is so boring.
Yeah, Days kind of drags a bit. Like, a lot of the missions are a little too simple, and they last a very long time, so I don't blame you on that one. But shout out to you for having Chain of Memories number 2. That game does not get enough respect.
Yeah,
I said this
I like
during our Rechain of Memories run through this morning, our playthrough this morning, that I love a good crazy deck builder game that I can come up with a way to spam the triangle button and delete a boss.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I like that game.
Right here, we're actually doing the new route. So this is all new for this category. There's some similarities to this movement that we did to get on top of this roof here to Final Mix. But basically, since we picked up that power-up earlier and got Dumbo, what we did prior in the route was we landed at Merlin's house, did that stuff, and then came here to fight Opposite Armor. But since we already did that early, we just enter this Traverse Town from Accessory Shop and go straight to the Clock Tower in 2nd District, or the Bell Tower, rather. So we fly up to a very specific platform that lets us skip a bunch of Heartless fights, and we just take out the rest of the guys on the roof. And once we ring that bell a couple times, it will open up the keyhole, and we see a familiar boss here. So this is Guard Armor from the beginning, and it kind of baits you. It's like, oh yeah, it's me, I'm back, but you just take him out in 2 hits. But he comes back stronger. He reverses. His feet are now his hands are now his feet. And that clank right there is very hard, but it depends. Basically, the entire fight depends on getting that clank. If you don't get that clank, everything's going to go wrong. This one, too. So they're very, hard to time. You don't have guard yet in this version of the game as well. So what we would normally do in other versions is we would just kind of wait and hit guard. Guard lasts a long time and puts up a hitbox that will clank that for you. But in this, we don't have it, so we have to time our physical attack specifically to clank that attack and set up this fight in a way that lets us break all those limbs before he can really move around or do anything. So that actually ended up pretty good. That was not bad at all.
Yeah, he's a funny boss fight. There's a lot of things about, you can't hurt him when he's doing the animations. So if you don't destroy the limbs in the proper order, and don't clank him, then he can break apart and you can't hurt him during it. So there's actually a lot of time loss you can have from his transforming and stuff.
Yeah, he gets a lot of invincibility, more so in this version than any other. And yeah, he has different AI changes as well if you don't get those clanks on time. He'll detach his body parts and swing him across the room and just all sorts of stuff that's really annoying. Also a funny little bug here where when you talk to Sid there for the first time, if you are mashing the button, it just won't start the cutscene. It'll just keep fading out over and over again. So you have to press it only one time.
It's such a
some weird little Jake
bug.
work.
It's just you press circle to activate fade out, but it doesn't deactivate your ability to activate the fade out again. So it just keeps fading out over and over again. It's just really funny.
I just told you guys my top 3, but now I really want to know, both Nintendo and Glitch, what's your top 3 Kingdom Hearts games? And chat, post yours as well. I want to know.
Want to go first, Nintendo?
Sure, yeah. So mine is Kingdom Hearts 2, closely followed by 1, and then 3. So it's a trilogy still, but 2 and 1 are really close for me. I think it has to be 2 just because I put so much time speedrunning that game. It's such an important game to me, but 1 is also I just really love a lot of things about this game because it's quite a bit different than the rest of the series because it kind of became more action-y as it went on.
Yeah.
This game has more platforming and exploration. I like that about it.
Yeah, for me, I would say this one is my number 1. For the same reasons Nintendo's talking about, just the exploration, the platforming. I also really like the story in this game. It is simple and clean, if you will. There's not a whole lot of convoluted stuff that got introduced just yet. It can be pretty contained on its own.
Yeah.
And it's just a nice, heartfelt, good story. And then I would say Kingdom Hearts 2 would be my next one. The combat changes and everything were just awesome. The game became so much more in-depth and technical on the gameplay level, and the story, again, is peak. I felt narratively, Sora's story could have ended in KH2, and it would have been perfect for me. But yeah, great games. I think the same as Nintendo. They're very close to me. If this game is a 10, KH2 is a 9.9. They're very close to me in terms of how much I like them. And then my third would probably be Chain of Memories. I think it's really underappreciated. It's an extremely unique gameplay system with the cards and everything like that. And yeah, it's just got a cool story as well. Introduced the organization, really cool characters. I just am a really big fan of like the original trilogy of games, and like I like the stuff that comes after 2 quite a bit, but like these first few really mean a lot to me as well.
Some good choices too in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of love for Recoded, which is very interesting. That one did not rank that
Recoded
high
is
for
good.
me.
Oh yeah.
It's not a fan. He's like,
I don't like. So the thing is, a lot of people like the combat, which is completely fair, but I feel like the mini games just completely kill it for me.
yeah, the minigames.
The gimmicks are just so
scuffed.
bad, in my opinion.
I'm also seeing
BS
some love
memes.
for some BBS. We love some BBS.
Yeah, that's alright. I don't mind it.
My number
BBS is a
4
cult classic.
My number 4 on my list was 0.2 Birth by Sleep.
Really?
I really enjoyed that. I know it was like not a tech demo, but like hey, Kingdom Hearts 3 is not out yet, but here, have this hour-long experience.
It's coming soon.
But I don't know. It took me I kind of devoured that one. It took me like 4 hours to beat, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
That's cool. I don't mind it. It's just like such a short game.
Yep. And here we are at the GOAT world, the best world in the game, Hollow Bastion. Everything goes down here. The clash with Riku and Sora. Beast kind of riding it out with you, lonely. Your party leaves you here. It's just you and Beast. But this world is really cool. It has a lot of interesting platforming tricks. Lots of cool bosses. It's kind of like boss rushy. Like, you fight a lot of bosses in this world compared to the other worlds because it's kind of close to endgame. But right there, we just saw some platforming here. This area is the Rising Falls. These platforms rise and lower. And did you know that you could freeze the bubbles in this area? They actually turn into platforms.
Is this still? This should still be Dumbo on the bottom, right? Yeah, I think so.
Dumbo is the second to the bottom. If you pull up the menu for me, I can check again.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the second bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I forgot because of the route change.
Tinkerbell is your last one now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I knew something would be different there.
Yep. Good thing you checked that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Tinkerbell is not gonna help us.
I am actually another reason why I decided to run this, believe it or not, is because I've been studying Japanese for the past couple months, and this kind of helps with that a little bit. A lot of the game menus are in katakana. It's pretty simple Japanese as well.
Oh yeah. So I was memeing about the bubbles there, but in addition to freezing them, the bubbles in this game are like super beta, like super underdeveloped. When you enter those bubbles in Japanese, like your character, you can actually control your characters underwater for a moment. That is not in any other version of Kingdom Hearts 1. It's only this one. It's just this weird little quirk that it has. You'll be able to see it once we head back to the save point after doing this little gate puzzle. We just kind of touch these buttons in a particular order to open the gates. And the camera angles in this area are also really weird in J. Like, you kind of can't even tell like which gates you're opening in Japanese.
Yeah, it's really weird. The cameras don't show you the gate, really. It's weird.
You just kind of have to feel it out based on where you're at. But we're going up here, and we're going to take out this defender. Beast is our homie. He's going to help out real quick. So we're going to use gravity to do some damage here and flatten him so that Beast can finish him off with the roar. And we're going to pick up this money for the new route as well, because we do need some money. We need 1,500 to buy the next gummy piece that we need. And I think we just got it there. Almost.
Yeah, almost.
We should be able to get it.
I think I'll be fine on money. Worst case, I just have to sell a few gummy pieces or something like that.
Yeah, it'll be no big deal. But yeah, you'll see these weird bubbles here in just a moment. Anybody who is used to seeing this game often or has played it a bunch will be like, what am I looking at? Because it looks so weird.
So the bubbles, usually in every other version except for this one, they'll just basically send you straight to where you need to go, like in a cutscene. This one, and especially this one right here, you can actually move during it. And it's
so weird.
Yeah. It's a very weird thing. You can move during the ones that only bring you underwater for grabbing chests. Like, you can do that in every version, but in this one, the ones that are only supposed to take you somewhere still let you move around, so it's kind of strange.
Yeah, they load the characters in when normally they just kind of turn into this little blue aura that travels in a cutscene. But here we're moving to the back of the room, and we're kind of gliding up the wall just to gain some distance between us and the Heartless that spawn, so that they despawn, and we can activate this elevator to get us back up to where we were before. So we had to go down there to touch that switch to begin with, so that this grand gate would open up, and we could fight Riku. So now this big gate here is open due to that. And this is the Riku fight. And this is another fight that's very different in the Japanese version compared to the rest, because Riku's window for staggering is just so much easier to hit. It's like you can stagger him almost at any point in the attacks that you do. In the other games, I think it's after 3 or 4 hits, he will do a retaliation that's very fast and has invincibility. He'll kind of charge through you and slash through real quick. But in this, you can keep him locked down forever if you time your combos right, because his window for staggering is so much larger.
Yeah.
But you'll see that with the strategy that we use here.
Yeah, it's actually just so much better than the other versions, for speedrunning anyway. But it's just kind of a pushover.
Yeah, the other versions of this game, this is one of the worst fights in like all of them, just because of how aggressive his retaliation is. But here, we can kind of just put him in an infinite here. You see how he just keeps staggering from Ars Arcanum? And Ars Arcanum is like the flagship ability for the PlayStation 2 version. Combined with Goofy's infinite MP gifts that he gives you forever, you can just let this thing rip all the time. It's a super huge burst of damage, lots of attacks. And the other thing about it is, in this version in particular, it only costs 2 MP to use. In all the other games, it costs 3. So it's even easier and better to spam in this one than it is in the others.
Yep.
Pretty decent fight
Something
there.
I really like about Hollow Bastion in this game is that I feel like it has such good vibes for like being a like end game world. It just like, you know that you're getting into like things are getting really serious now kind of thing.
Yeah, it starts feeling heavy here.
Yeah.
Like things are getting real. I like it a lot for that too.
It's my favorite. It's actually my favorite world in Kingdom Hearts, like all of them.
Same. I like it a lot more in this version than Kingdom Hearts 2, but I thought it was cool that we got to revisit it and see it after it's been restored a little bit, you know?
It's still cool in 2, but it's just not, the vibes are way different in that game.
Way different for sure. Do it BRs, bro. Yeah, it's like people's favorite thing about this version for speedrunning is like, I'm an English runner, I love the English version, but most of the community is very into this version just because of how different it is from what they're used to. And yeah, that's one of the main things they bring up is like, bro, Ars Arcanum is 2 MP. So you can't beat that.
Funny thing about this game is that the candles just don't light sometimes. Like,
oh yeah, that is.
It just missed 3 of them in a row there. They literally, like, I shot it point blank and it just doesn't light. It's like one of the most blatant, like, see it just, oh my god.
Wow, this is the worst I've ever seen it.
Yeah,
this is horrible.
It's just like, clearly they did
good?
not test it or something. That one's in my way.
Oh, you just proved it to me, dude. I've been a doubter about that forever. You literally just pushed him out of the way and then it just let you push it. Yeah, so if Donald and Goofy are like standing behind that thing, it won't let you push it. It just won't.
Yeah. And that's in every version. They didn't fix that.
Yeah. I was like, is that really real, man? I feel like it's not, but he literally just proved it to me in real time.
I pushed him in real time.
Yeah. So get out of here, Donald. So we just did a little Tony Hawk slide. Picked up the last little thing there. Did we skip this power up now?
Yeah, because I got the extra one from Merlin.
Right. Okay, yeah, that's smart actually. Yeah, we picked up all those pieces throughout all of those little puzzles up top from the candles and the Trinity, and just everything that we did up there gave us those pieces to that door, and it lets us get out of here. And now we're going to be heading up to Maleficent. So we're actually going to be doing a little sequence break with Dumbo. That's the entire reason we pick up Dumbo. It's not for a little bit. We have a couple things to do before then, but it's the next boss, and Dumbo allows us to get there.
Yeah, we need to do we need to grab a gummy piece actually. So there's one more gummy piece we're gonna grab here, other than the one I'll be buying later. And it's pretty convenient because we kind of need to despawn these wyverns anyway, because as you pointed out, I think like you can't interact with things when your menu is red. you have to be out of combat. So you actually can't use the elevators when the enemies are on screen. So we had to despawn them, and then we can grab that gummy piece, and then come back here and use the elevator.
And we don't have a ton of gummy missions left. We only have 2, I believe. We have one that forces us to come back here, and then one that takes us to the end of the world, which is the final world. But even so, we save a lot of time just getting that gummy piece because it's a much faster engine than what we use normally. It's the Holy G, so it's just a giant purple engine that makes us go pretty fast.
Yes, I also had forgotten to take Beast's items, so I do that before he uses them.
Oh yeah, good thinking.
The quest to eradicate gummy missions has yet to hit PlayStation 2.
No.
Yeah. There's a lot of like routing that goes into like the gummies because like as you see here, like we're picking up pieces and things like that. So a lot of the time people are like, should we get rid of gummies for this game? Like in Kingdom Hearts 2, you just do them and it's like an auto scroller. But this game, it's like, well, it changes what we do in the run a lot. So some people kind of like it. I kind of do, but yeah, the gummies aren't like the most fun thing in the world.
Yeah, it would definitely change. Everything outside the gummies affect the gummy routing, so it would definitely change quite a bit. Which is why, like, as much as I don't really like the gummies, I don't really mind them that much in this game.
Yeah, at least like you kind of have an effect on what's happening in them, just based on your builds and like what you do in the run. So it's kind of cool. Yeah, that was just a quick little fight on the elevator with some wizards. We basically made Donald and Goofy take out one of them on their own, and then we took out the rest, and it just respawns the elevator switch and lets it keep going. So we used to pick up that blue trinity on the ground there. It has a mega elixir and a couple cottages which fully restore your HP and MP, but we've kind of done some rerouting for those as well that allow us to skip that, and that saves about 10 to 12 seconds or something like that. And here is the Dumbo skip. So this is what the sequence break is from Dumbo. We basically roll into this zone so that our menu turns red and it allows us to summon, because we can't do summons outside of battle. We summon Dumbo and we rise up to the edge of this platform over here, and we dismiss Dumbo, because when we dismiss Dumbo, we get a tiny bit of extra height. Like it kind of sort of flips off of Dumbo, and that little bit of extra height allows us to grab this ledge to get to the Maleficent boss fight early. Otherwise, we would have had to go around, do this big Heartless fight, and activate this switch to pull down the actual pathway to get up there. So it saves a lot of time to do that.
Yeah, I have to do some quick math. I need 10 MP altogether with Goofy gifting me to use 5 Rs Arcanums on Maleficent. I'm pretty sure I have 4 plus... Yeah, so this should be enough MP. So we basically can rely on Goofy to just throw MP on me when I need it.
Yeah, this fight is like the perfect example of like R's and MP gift for the win. Like this whole fight, since we're at the damage cap, basically the way fights work in this game is once you hit a certain threshold of damage, any amount of strength, or a certain amount of strength, any amount of strength over that won't damage the boss any further. So we're at the max for Maleficent, and it allows us to just spam Ars Arcanum over and over again. And Goofy supplying us with the MP from MP Gift allows us to do it the entire fight. We do the entire fight just doing Ars Arcanum from that MP Gift and Ars combo. It's very nice.
Yep, that was perfect. Had the exact right MP there.
Yep. Well done. All right, so this next fight is a little bit sketchy. It is Dragon Maleficent, and Maleficent in dragon form is very immune to stop, which is the standard strat that we use against Dragon Maleficent. In all the other versions, she kind of stays totally still. We just stop, full combo stop, kind of something like that, and we can take her out the entire fight that way with Goofy's help with the MP gifts. But in this, bosses are more resistant to stops. That includes Maleficent, so our combos have to be extremely precise here. We're doing 3-hit into stop. As you can see, she's still moving, so she's not totally like locked out, or she's not totally locked down by the stops. We kind of have to react to when Goofy is giving us MP here. Sometimes Goofy will be messing around. He'll be jumping, he'll be flying. When he's doing those things, he can't give you MP gift. So we kind of have to switch our combos up from 3 hits to a full combo to charge more orange MP ourselves.
Yep. I forgot to think I was supposed to equip
The Mega Ether.
Mega Ether, yeah.
Yeah. Normally we would use a Mega Ether here just to give Goofy some more MP and to give us some more too. It makes the fight a little bit more comfortable. We could still finish it without it, but as you can see, it gives Maleficent more time to Flame Breath, summon fireballs, stomp around, slash at us. Like, it just kind of gets scary without that Mega Ether, and Goofy is flying around trolling as well, as he does.
Yeah, there we go.
But we made it through.
You got her. No problem.
Yeah.
She
no
thinks she's the
problem.
final boss, but she's not.
No, she's not.
Not even
She's
close.
nothing. She does come back, though,
Yeah, if I can get real
5
scary.
times, I think. She's like all throughout the series.
Yeah, I'm surprised they brought her back after she literally melted into
I know.
a pile of darkness in this game.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Riku again, but this time Riku is fully possessed by Ansem. So this is what we like to call Riku Ansem. Basically, after you beat Riku the first time, he's mad. He's like, dude, because he had the Keyblade. He had stolen it from you because his heart was stronger or whatever, and he's mad. He's like, dude, why did I lose? How did I lose? And Ansem kind of baits him. He's like, yeah, man, just give in to the darkness. You'll be stronger. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
So
All right.
Ansem kind of takes over his body now, and he is fighting you with even more powers. But thankfully, in the Japanese version, Ansem is, or Riku Ansem is pretty easy. He's still a pushover just like the first Riku was in this area. He does a different retaliation than what you are used to seeing in the other versions. In the Japanese version, he uses Dark Firaga. So he has fire, and he will use that after he's gotten hit 4 times, I believe. So we start the fight off with a couple hits into ours. As you can see, he still staggers like a ton, so you can kind of just keep him in the stagger loop here. And that's the Dark Firaga. So instead of doing that spinning attack where he goes like, ha ha ha, like he does this fire attack, which is very strange looking. This attack is in the other versions of the game, but you don't see it unless you try to use fire on Riku or any magic on Riku. But we kind of mix in combos to stagger him and put him into that fire with Ars Arcanum because it's 2 MP. We can just kind of charge up that 2 and use ours and kind of get through the fight real quick.
All right. And now would be a good time for our second break.
All right, perfect. Folks, we're going to take our last break of the evening. We're going to just take a quick short break. Just get up, get a drink, get some popcorn, and then when we return, Nintendo will be closing us out with the final chunk of Kingdom Hearts. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Kingdom Hearts weekend. This is it, the final chunk. We are jumping right back into Kingdom Hearts Japanese any percent with Nintendo. Nintendo, you ready to rock and roll?
I am ready. And we are
All
a
right.
shadow now. What happened here is that Sora thrusted a Keyblade into his heart to release all of the Princesses of Hearts, and Kairi, who is also a Princess of Heart. And that made us a shadow.
No way. Kairi's a princess?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Riku Ansem, he had like a whole Keyblade that was made out of all the Disney princesses' hearts and Kairi's. So turned out that Kairi, whenever she lost her heart at the beginning of the game, it just kind of chilled with Sora. So she's actually been with you during this adventure the whole time. So he released her with that Keyblade, and it turned us into a creature. So we are just creaching about.
Yeah.
But she's back. She's hanging out with the boys. They're keeping her safe. But she is also going to keep us safe as well, because in this little scene here, they kind of get surrounded by Heartless, but she can feel that this one is you. She's like, that is Sora. I'm going to protect this guy. And just that act right there brings you back. It kind of like calls through you to the darkness, and you regain your body, and you are now Sora again. So there's a whole bunch of cutscenes that play during this time. It's a pretty big cutscene heavy area, but it takes us back to Traverse Town. And we kind of get a little briefing from Leon, and we don't really get to see it here very much because of cutscene remover, but we do. There's like a cutscene here that is unfinished. Normally, it's a full cutscene. Sora explains what's going on to Leon. He talks back and gives him advice. And then the cutscene's over. But here, half of that is a cutscene, and the rest is this text box. So this dialogue here is unique to Japanese. It's not in any of the other Kingdom Hearts 1 versions.
Yeah.
I don't know why, like, they couldn't finish that tiny bit at the end of the cutscene, but it's just not done.
Those lines too much.
Yeah. Didn't have enough time. So, now that we're back in Traverse Town here, all of the Heartless are more powerful since we have kind of released the keyhole, or, you know, with all the darkness and, you know, all the Heartless and everything. They're just much stronger. So we have stronger Heartless spawning across the entire game. And Sid is also going to be selling new gummy pieces and things. But first, before he does that, we have to go get this gummy piece that he stashed away in the secret waterway. So we're going to go get that. That's going to allow us to go back to Hollow Bastion and finish the job. We haven't quite finished our work there, but we do this Red Trinity to get through to the waterway a little bit quicker rather than going around through loading screens in PS2. And this platforming here skips a bunch of Heartless spawns.
Yeah, and you get to see, so earlier in the game, like at the very beginning, we did this clip into the Great Stair to talk to Leon. We can't do that again. It only works because you have the tutorial of the Trinity limit, and it puts you in out of bounds, basically. But we have to actually activate the Trinity now.
Yeah, and we've long since unlocked the Red Trinity, so easily just blast through that thing. Knock it over. And the gummy piece there is stored in that little sun on the wall. And Kyrie's down here chilling as well, and they kind of just have a little conversation about, you know, how, you know, it's nice to see you again. You know, it turns out that you were with me the whole time. And Kyrie gives Sora the Oathkeeper charm, and it turns into a Keyblade. So now we have the Oathkeeper, which is the GOAT Keyblade for this run. Gives us a lot of magic and a lot of attack power.
Yeah, just the way that Keyblades work in the lore, it's like, it's actually just a keychain that you attach to the Keyblade, and that transforms it or something.
Yeah,
I don't fully understand, because, like, I guess the Kingdom Key is the base form or something like that.
That's basically it. Like, the chain and the keychain that are on it, you swap it out with something else, and then it just turns into a different form.
Yeah.
But now that we got that piece from the gummy, we're taking it to Sid. He's installing it in our ship so that we can get into the purple warp zones. We've only been able to access the blue ones so far. And here we're going to buy the new gummy piece that's part of this route, thanks to Sonic Shadow Silver 2 in the chat here. She's vibing. Yeah, I got to sell a little bit here. But she is one of the OG runners of this game. Like, she has developed so many strats over the course of so many years, including the strat that we just did on the Riku fight. She came up with that as well, and she kind of theorized this Haste 2G is the gummy piece we bought route as well, and Nintendo and I kind of tested it and worked out that it was faster. So shoutouts to Sonic.
Yeah, big shoutouts. Also big shoutouts to Glitch, because he's been running all of the PS2 versions for many, many years, despite there not really being a big community for it, because these versions are obviously so different, and you have to have like an original PS2, like there's a big barrier to getting it versus the PC version. So Glitch has been kind of keeping the OG versions alive, and he's probably the only reason that I even touched it.
Thanks, dude.
So
that's cool.
And also, if you want to learn about the cutscene remover, check out Glitch's video, because he made a really awesome YouTube video about it.
Aw, shucks. Thanks, brother. Well, now we're heading on to Hollow Bastion once again, and man, this gummy is fast. You are blasting. So that piece that we just got from Sid, that is part of the new route here, the far right piece on the gummy ship, and it's the Haste 2G, so it increases our dash speed, I guess. If you hold square when you have the Haste G or Haste 2 equipped, you basically do a super boost, and having the upgraded version of it, you just go so fast through these gummies. Since this is new, I've seen this a little bit before because Sonic had this routed into the All Worlds category, but I just don't see it often. I've been playing this game for so many years, and we've always just used the first Haste G, so this thing is just so going fast. Ham. It's so fast. So here we have to actually take damage on purpose to end this gummy mission early. Dude, your HP, I can't even see it. Okay, that looks lower than normal.
This is the funny part. Spike Vegeta found this way long ago where if you die in this gummy, you can actually still go to Hollow Bastion. If you die in that spot, like after you've triggered that part of the gummy, there was a run he was doing of the original PS2 version like over a decade ago, where he just accidentally died. He wasn't trying to, and then he just saw that the gummy path was there, and he was just like, "Wait, what?" And that's how he figured out you could do it. So shout out to Spike. I don't know if the clip,
it's another OG.
Yeah, I don't know if the clip is still around, but there's a really funny clip of him doing it. We're just like, "Wait, what?" You can just skip the gummy. It's crazy.
Yeah, in the later editions of KH1, they introduced a pause menu in the gummies, where if you pause, you can actually quit out of the gummy menu. And it works the same way with quitting. Like, normally what you would have to do is once you get to that part of the gummy mission, the screen changes and you see like those purple squares, you just press start, hit quit, and you're done. But in this version, that start menu does not exist. So you have to pretty much purposefully die. So it's a little interesting difference as well. Here, we're just going through Rising Falls again. This time, we took Beast with us instead of Donald, because we don't really need to use any Trinities or anything like that, and Beast is going to help us out in a lot of the fights coming up. We have a couple Heartless fights and a boss fight that he helps with damage on quite a bit. Now, this is also the last Dumbo skip that we do. I hate this one. It is kind of tough. You have to be pretty precise with your movement. You roll up to just spawn the enemies and give yourself the red menu again so that you can summon. You can't summon without it. And you have to roll back very quickly and at a precise line. Otherwise, you can spawn this fire Heartless. I forget what they're called, the red Nocturnes or something like that. Yeah, you can spawn one of those, the little mages. And if you're too slow, that Nocturne will snipe you out of your Dumbo skip with a fireball. Like right when you dismiss Dumbo to try to grab the ledge, you'll get sniped and you'll miss the ledge grab. So nice job from Nintendo actually getting that pretty well.
Yeah, so when you're dismissing from Dumbo to like get the actual sequence break, you're vulnerable that whole time. So like, it just so works out that if you time everything like perfectly fast, you don't get hit by anything. Like it's pretty much guaranteed. But if you're slow anywhere, even a little bit, and if you spawn more enemies there, then you can get really screwed over.
Yep. Nice. Good job, Beast. Yeah, in this elevator fight, there's a bunch of different types of enemies that spawn. Is that an ether? Yes. Yeah. Nice. Free ether, dude. There's a bunch of different types of enemies that spawn on the elevator. Air soldiers, yellow operas, I think they're called. The yellow version of the mage. Yeah, the thunder gamers. And wizards. There's too many enemies to have to run around and fight all of them on the elevator. So earlier on, when we were in Hollow Bastion the first time, we took off a couple of Beast's abilities and only kept on the roar so that he prioritizes using that and he will not use anything else. And Nintendo was kind of like pushing Beast to a very like specific position on the elevator to where when he mashes triangle to call his party for actions, Beast will just roar and clear a huge wave of them. He actually got 2 roars. So that was a very, very good elevator fight.
Nice.
So, this is the last Dumbo skip. I am trolling.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that we did this one again, but that was the last unique Dumbo skip. We're just doing this one a second time.
I don't like because a defender spawns now, and this guy can. Oh God.
Oh.
Distracted. Yeah, that one can.
We'll be all right.
Hit you when you're trying to summon Dumbo. This is a little sketch. I have no idea if it's gonna work because I hit that guy back.
Could be real.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hey, there we go. Saiyans jump. Let's go.
Saiyan. Oh, all right. Into the load.
Jumping into the load zone. Yeah. Yeah. So when you get this, or when you dismiss Dumbo and you actually climb up the ledge for a bit, you're kind of like unable to enter a new area. It's like got to reload the loading zones because you can't go through loading zones when you're in a summon. So once it dismisses, it kind of has to reload them. And for a while, you can't walk through that wall. So you jump into it so that immediately, as soon as it's available, you fall into it. Sometimes enemies can like hit you on your way there too because they're very mad that you're just flying right past them. So
yeah, it's mostly so when you get hit, you can kind of enter in the air. You have like less lag.
Yeah. Getting hit on the ground is a lot laggier than getting hits while you're in the air.
And that's why
the recovery takes longer.
I've been doing it the whole run, but that's why we do air combos too. Because like everything is just like in the ground pretty much.
Yep. So this is Behemoth. This is a big monster man who is in the keyhole to seal in Hollow Bastion. So the strat here is to just jump on his back. He does a jump in at the start every single time, always in the fight. And we roll out of the way of that jump to get on his back as soon as possible. He also does these lightning bolts as retaliation once he's gotten back up. If you do enough damage in a quick enough time, you can get him to put his head down. He kind of gets stunned a minute and gets tired, puts his head down, and you get a lot of damage that way. After that, he will do the lightning attack, but usually we're able to do enough Ars Arcanum on his back combined with the Goofy MP gift to take him out before he does too many of those. He has a couple different things he could have done. He did the horn charge a couple times. He like charges up energy with his horn and shoots out a bunch of projectiles. That's the better option. The other thing he can do is do another jump. And if he does another jump, it's hard to stay on his back and still do Ars Arcanum and get damage off. So it's better to do the projectile charge for sure. So good RNG.
Yep. And so that's it for Hollow Bastion. Now we just are going to be entering the end of the world, the final world of the game.
The end of the world.
Pretty hardcore. I love this place. It's just such a cool place to end the game off on. It's like the world itself is like a representation of all the worlds that were lost to darkness. They're all just fragments, you know, that make up this one really like, you know, messed up place. And yeah, all the fights here and everything are just super dope. But we're gonna see a lot of weird J differences in this place as well, especially with old buddy Chernabog, my favorite.
Yeah.
But yeah. People are already talking about it. The unskippable cutscene is unskippable. In CSR, actually, we are able to skip it. It's funny, even in Final Mix HD, you can't skip that cutscene of Sora sealing the Hollow Bastion keyhole. But we were able to make it so that you could in CSR here. So shoutouts to SH2 Luck for making CSR and just kind of breathing new life into the PS2 ports as well.
Yeah, again, like the whole process is really awesome that Glitch explains in his video. It's like basically apparently like the option to skip cutscenes was always there. They just like didn't really implement it for some reason.
Yeah. We're not entirely sure like why they didn't. It could have been just a debug function, like you know, for them to test something or test things with the debug in the game. They just had a quick cutscene skip. But yeah, like the original version without CSR obviously cannot skip cutscenes. But this cutscene skip function and that now loading screen were just natively in the game code. And it turned out they were also the same bits of code that were used later on in 1.5 HD to skip cutscenes. So we kind of just reactivated them for PS2 with a bit of programming expertise from the creator SH2 Luck. They were really buggy in their native state, but he tweaked them and wrote code to fix them all. So awesome fella, very talented.
And here we are, end of the world. Quickly gonna my customize here. Put on gravity, don't need to stop anymore really. I think for like anything.
Did you get your abilities and equips on too?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So we're just changing our ability setup and our equipment as well. We got Omega Arts from Behemoth, which gives us a lot of attack and HP and things like that. So we're putting that on, and this is another strat, a mixture of Sonic and Nintendo strat here. This used to be one of the worst fights in this area. It was always so inconsistent and awful. But Sonic kind of theory crafted with me one day. She was like, well, why don't you just roll to the back of the room and gravity in place, and you know they're gonna dash in and you get them. That kind of worked sometimes, but other times your party members would be trolling and those guys wouldn't come in and like dash at you. But Nintendo was like, well, why don't you stand there for a minute, bait them all to dash in, and then jump out of the way so that they're only focused on Donald and Goofy. And that was the secret right there. That fight was something that we wanted to solve for years, and we finally got it. So shout out to those two guys. Goats.
It's so much better because that is legit like what used to be just such a random fight.
Yeah, and at the very end of your run, like the last stretch, randomly losing 30 seconds was just awful. But now it's very consistent and very fast, so With these angel stars here, pretty consistent strat as well. You just kind of gravity them all in a circle a couple times, and then after you do about 2 rounds of gravities on them all, you get a full combo. So we're getting this mega elixir. We've been picking up elixirs and mega elixirs. Well, pretty much only mega elixirs in this game throughout the whole story whenever we can find any. We got some in Agrabah. We've gotten a couple here. Other places as well, so that we have a huge stock of full heals, HP, and MP for the last boss rush. But before that, we have a couple more things to do. So we have another behemoth fight. So this behemoth fight is slightly different than the last. This behemoth is only considered to be a regular heartless. So he doesn't have like the same like properties of a boss where he's really resistant to something like gravity. As you can see, gravity is chunking his health majorly, because the way gravity works is the more health something has, the more damage it does. So as you lower its health, gravity starts dropping off in damage. So we stop using gravity, we get on his back, and we switch it to R's and regular combos here. And nice, we were able to get him before he got back up. So you'll see it again later. I didn't quite mention it right away because I was so preoccupied with the gamer strat. But things here have so much health compared to later versions. The HP amounts in End of the World specifically, and a lot of other places in Japanese too. A lot that we don't even get to see because of not having scan, but End of the World enemies have a ton of extra HP. Like Invisibles have 2 whole bars, which you're only used to seeing 1 green bar of health on these guys. They have green and yellow, but at the same time, your damage is extreme in Japanese. Like you do so much damage in this version. It's just ridiculous compared to others.
Yeah, you couldn't see in the first invisible room because it died so fast, but yeah, you'll notice later on
you'll see some
2
soon.
bars of health. It's crazy.
Yeah. And another funny difference is that we still have to use Simba for endgame. So Simba is used for endgame in pretty much all of the categories. In this game, he is much weaker than the rest. So at least for this fight, we have to do a different setup. So we do summon Simba immediately at the start of this room. There's a couple different spawns of Heartless that we have to get through. These portals basically force us to go to like miniature versions of the worlds that we have not sealed the keyholes for. So since we skipped Olympus Coliseum and Atlantica, we have to do the portals for them before we can progress to the game. So they have a little bit of Heartless fights in them. This room in particular, Simba is very good to clear everything out because he has this roar attack that can take out a bunch of enemies across the room. You see how far this is reaching. So we just basically charge a couple smaller charges to take out those air soldiers so that we can set up for the rest of the room. The air soldiers are very fast, and we don't have time to do full charges to clear them all without a couple shorter ones first. So as soon as we get those done, the time that the next wave takes to respawn, we can kind of manage to get a full charge in and clear the whole room. That was pretty good.
Who needs lights when you have Sora, when you have a lion?
I know, dude.
You have a whole lion on your team. It's crazy. I also was looking away from the spawns because I noticed that the game lags a lot when they spawn in. So I like to look away from them.
It does, yeah, and it lags from like all the money and HP orbs dropping and stuff too.
Yeah.
Just another PS2 quirk here. This is another quirky, interesting fight. Normally in this Atlantica portal, these 2 big aqua tank guys, they carry some screwdrivers underneath them. These green guys that have lances. Normally, you would have to kill everything in this room to exit and consider clearing this portal, but you only have to take out the big tanks, the big guys that hold them in Japanese. That's not in any other version. It's very weird.
Yeah, just like...
I guess they didn't really consider them, like, separate.
Yeah, because they're kind of like underlings. They just didn't consider those part of the room, but they fixed that later on.
Yeah. So here's our Mega Elixir here as well, and we're going to touch the save just so we get our MP back, because we're going to have to fight some Invisibles in this next area. So this is a good spot for you to see just how much HP these Invisibles have compared to normal. So what you're used to seeing, like, look at this. They have yellow, dude. They're strong.
Yeah, they're strong.
But yet, at the same time, one combo, like, obliterates that bar of HP. And these gravities, too. Yeah, like look how much damage you're doing with physicals. Like you're just so strong in J, it's crazy.
Yeah, it just like the power scaling is just crazy this version.
Yeah, it like almost doesn't matter that, or it pretty much doesn't matter that their HP is so much higher just because of how much stronger you are too. So it's just a very strange but interesting way that they decided to balance the first release of this game. They kind of realized after the fact, like, this is kind of weird. We should fix this.
Yeah.
You putting items on Goot? Who was that?
That should have been stored, right? Yeah. Oh,
okay,
I was gonna
yeah.
put on MP haste, but that's fine. I don't think it's really a big deal.
It's not a huge deal. Yeah.
So this fight is interesting in J.
Yippee. I love this fight. My favorite. So this fight is very hard. Fun fact, this guy in Japanese has more health than Sephiroth. And yeah, Sephiroth doesn't exist in this game, so this guy has like double Sephiroth's health.
Really?
As you can see, he's got a purple bar. Something like that, bro. Sephiroth has like 1800. This guy has like 3k or like 4k or something stupid like that. Sonic, if she's still here, she could probably correct me. It might not be that correct, but yeah, this fight is cursed. Basically, as you can see, Nenten has done so many hits of damage, and his health is only just now going down. And the other thing is that his hitbox is super cursed. Like, normally what we would do in the other versions of the game is get behind his head, and we can attack his neck. It has a hitbox in the other versions. And we can avoid his flame breath that way while still doing tons of damage. We can just kind of stay out of the way of danger. But in this, his hitbox is basically only on his face and like the very back of his head. So if we go behind him and attack, we're just whiffing on nothing and not doing any damage. But the weird thing is, even though you're whiffing and not hitting him from behind, you're still charging MP. That's a very weird like quality of this fight. So the game knows that you're hitting him, but it's not doing any damage. But yeah, he has a couple different attacks he can do. He can do that big flame blast, which we want to use arrow to give us defense to survive. And then we also want to make sure we're at full health whenever he does this big blast if we can. Nenten had such a good fight that we didn't even get to see it. But when he blasts you away with wind as well, you can get behind his head and like kind of get in a blind spot, and he won't push you really far away, because otherwise you get pushed very far and the fight gets really sketchy. 2400. Okay, so it's not quite double, but it is still quite a bit more. Sephiroth has like 1800 or something, so pretty big amount. Yeah, that's right. I think I'm thinking of Rock Titan. Rock Titan has like 4100 or something dumb. Shout out to Sonic.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Final rest.
This place is sketch. There's a lot of fights here. So we have another Heartless Behemoth. So we're blasting away these gravities. We like to empty our MP because basically how Goofy decides, I'm going to throw Sora some MP, is if we're at a specific threshold. I think it's like if we're at 25% or less MP or something like that, Goofy knows, all right, he needs more magic. Let me give him some. So we kind of empty out our MP with those gravities to tell Goofy, hey, we need some more. And by the time we do that, Behemoth's lowering his head, and it lines up perfectly for us to finish him off with ours. So now that round is over with, we have a huge like rush of Heartless here. So there's like 5 waves of Heartless we have to get through. The first one we just take out with fires. It's just dark balls. These are very low threat enemies with low HP, and 3 fires takes them all out here. So we just kind of take out as many of them as we can. They have this AI change where they will disappear and kind of move over to you. But once they're taken out, we're going to fly to this back wall, call our party over to us, and then we're going to do the strategy you saw earlier where we jump out of the way at the last second so that the invisibles are focused on your party. Once they're focused on your party, we can get them all in a group, get some gravities going, and we can summon Simba. So nice job. Basically, if you can summon Simba here before the final wave of Angel Stars and Invisibles spawns, then you're safe. Because all you need to do from this point on is charge Simba. You do 3 full charges, 1 4-tick charge. We usually call these little flashes for Simba a tick. So 1, 2, that's a tick right there. So we're going to do 3 full charges, 1 4-tick, and then the rest full charges, and that will take out the remainder of the Heartless waves here. And the reason we have to do 1 not full charge is because one of the Heartless waves spawns in very quickly, and if you don't like stun them, if you let go of a charge before it's fully done, it stuns the enemies. If you don't stun them, then they will charge in at you and destroy you, and the whole Simba-strat is over with. So as soon as we got that 4-tick, we're good to go. We just need to finish out the last few waves, and that is final rest.
Yeah. I was trying to turn around so you could see, but they get stunned from that 4th roar.
Yep.
But now we just wait. You just have to wait a while. Just load. It wasn't that long.
Yeah, for some reason it loads way longer in J. I don't know why. Okay, and now we're on to the final fights with Ansem. So we're picking up this final Mega Elixir here. We just wanted to collect as many of those as we could. I'm pretty sure we have almost a full inventory of Mega Elixirs. We might be missing 1. So I think we have 5 out of 6.
I
like
think
that.
so, probably. I'm not super sure, actually. We definitely have
you
like,
got some extra items, worst case. So
yeah, like we have a ton of... It's not a big deal in this category, because you get a lot of drops.
Yeah, we'll see that too. In this version, the World of Chaos, which is like the final world. It's the world within this world where you're fighting Ansem on that big boat-looking thing that he turns into. Enemies drop items like nothing. Like, the drop rate's like 50%, it feels like. There's so many items you get for free. But here we have Ansem 1. So this is the classic fight here. This is pretty much the same across all versions. The goal is to push Ansem into this little corner behind the... or like in between the upper platform there and the broken bridge. Right here is where you want him to be. And you alternate between doing air combos and Ars Arcanum. So you do Ars whenever he's going to retaliate with the Guardian. So what he does is after 3 stagger animations, you'll see him kind of flinch 3 times. He will kind of stand back upright, put his Guardian up front, and the Guardian will either attack or he will get staggered if you hit him from behind with Ars. So the fight is just managing keeping him in this corner, because the more you keep him in that corner, the more damage you can get without him flying away and trolling you. He loves to do that. So the fight is a lot about just kind of reacting to where he goes, adjusting your position. Donald and Goofy can push him out of the corner themselves with their attacks. Every time they hit him, he gets pushed a little bit. So this fight requires a lot of adaptation and good timing on your Ars Arcanums and things like that. So Ninten's really good at this fight. He is super good at making sure Ansem stays in this corner here. And also good at charging his MP up to make sure he never runs out of Rs. And Goofy's a big help with that as well. So what just happened there is that sometimes he can land his desperation move, Submit, where the Guardian will swipe one of the characters and kind of put them in a curse where it'll kind of lock you out from doing your basic attack. If you try to attack, the Guardian will come in and grab you and hold you in place for Ansem to attack. But if it hits one of your party members, it's a great thing because he does this little orb attack that dashes at you and you can just Rs right through it. So that was a beautiful fight. Very well done there.
Thank you. I think I have another, yeah.
And yeah, so we do have great items here. So now we're on to Dark Side 3. So this is the same fellow we saw twice at the beginning. He's coming back for revenge, but this time with ultra high amounts of HP. So this fight is just kind of about doing as much damage as you can as quickly as possible before he raises his arm. In other versions of the game, you'd be able to take him out before he raises his arms, but because he has such high HP, we actually have to climb him. So we have to jump on his arm, climb on his shoulder, and hit some Rs on top of his shoulder to end the fight quicker, because otherwise we'd have to wait for him to put his hand back down. It's another unique J thing here.
Yep, that's
but normally you want to try to...
I'm really bad at getting on his shoulder. It's actually way harder than it looks. Just stand up there.
It is.
All right.
Yeah, normally you want to try to use Mega Elixir
final
here.
boss.
Yep.
Yeah, he has a lot of forms.
This was one of those games once again where I was just like, oh, the final boss is here, and then it's like, nope, there's always another final boss.
This isn't even my final form. He just keeps going.
This is the one where he says, "Come, Guardian."
Yep. So right here we have a tech DM skip. This is actually pretty hard to do. The Guardian that you're talking about there, basically what will happen is after he swipes like this, at a specific amount of attacks that he's done, you have to stagger him in a very particular way. You have to stagger him like this 3 times and use R's to give him multi-stagger. If you don't do that, he pulls Guardian over to him, and he does this very long, like 15-second revenge attack where he's totally invincible. So Nintendo landed both of those skips. So that was very well done, man.
Thank you. Yeah, that was pretty. I was kind of locked in there. Had to
Locked in.
Super Saiyan there. That was a good fight.
SSJ8.
Yeah. All these fights are pretty tough.
All right. Yeah, so this is Ansem 4. This fight here, or Ansem 3? Yeah, 3. So this fight here is cursed mostly because the camera NJ is just weird here. Like, it puts it at this weird, like, bird's eye, like, left-angled view. And it's kind of hard to control your character among that. But the goal here, you see Ansem has so much more HP than he normally has. He's stuck in purple. What that means, if you see someone with purple HP and their HP is not depleting from attacks, it means they have more than the HP is allowed to display. So the goal here is to try to get him not to spawn these bats, which thankfully we just got past the threshold. If you get his HP to like halfway to orange, he will skip a phase of spawning Heartless, and those Heartless that he spawned makes fighting him 10 times more annoying, because you're not only dealing with these lasers that are going everywhere, but you have bats flying at you. So if you do enough damage quick enough, you can skip them, which we did. And we basically just use only the first few hits of air combos here, because if we use the finisher, it's really slow. So the attacks without finishers still do the same amount of damage as a finisher. So there's pretty much no reason to do a finisher attack in this fight, because we're at maximum damage. And that goes for a lot of these fights here. But this fight here is just a big wave of shadows. We're just going to use R's, a huge multi-hit move that travels around the room.
I got a trick there where you skip the...
Oh yeah, you got cutscene skipped, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was yapping, man. I didn't I didn't even notice. Yeah, there's a very important tech that you can do at the end of that fight, where if you line yourself up at the bottom of Ansem's body, I guess, if that's what you want to call this gigantic thing, you can time a Keyblade swing, and it skips a cutscene, even in the versions of the game that don't have a cutscene skip. So in the original versions, that's like a 30-second time save. You're skipping an entire cutscene. In this, it's like a 6-second time save. It's still faster to skip it that way than it is to do it through the CSR mod.
Yeah, it's like, it's pretty cool, because basically what happens is the slow motion fade out that happens, the game is doing that while you're running into the portal that spawns during the cutscene or something. So like you enter it during the cutscene loading, and then it just lets you into the room.
Yeah, this game's cutscenes aren't like FMVs. They're not like, you know, pre-rendered scenes. It's like using the models and the loading zones and everything that would be in the game itself, just in a particular way to where it's displaying a scene. So yeah, like doing that swing kind of throws you off there, and you fall into it before the scene's even over. But this room was really good as well. This is the Dark Ball room. Basically, you just stop a group of them, take them out in chunks, and then once they're all taken out from the stop, you just kind of finish them off with R's or fire. That went pretty quick, and they dropped a lot of items. So this is a pretty unique strat for PS2 as well. You go on top of Face's head. Normally what you would do is you would just attack this guy from in front of him on his face. But since you have so much MP for Ars Arcanum, and Goofy has the infinite MP glitch, not really a glitch, but the infinite MP ability, you can just use R's infinitely on his head pretty much, as long as Goofy's alive. We use a Mega Elixir here to keep us up, just in case, and to bring Goofy back with some more magic. But you just spam Ars Arcanum on top of the head the best that you can. It kind of gets hard towards the end because the face becomes a lot more aggressive. And he starts to spawn lasers and giant blasts of energy just like this here. And it's just really tough towards the very end of the fight. But we got back on at the end here, and we should be able to finish him off before anything happens. There we go.
A little sketchy.
A little sketch, but this fight is literally always sketchy because of how aggro he gets at the end. But we're going to revive Goofy with that Mega Elixir. We're going to get our MP full again because we have another room of invisibles here. And this is the last big Heartless room before we get to the true final phase of the final boss. This room sucks. This room is big RNG central. But it looks like we're getting some pretty good RNG here with all of the guys dashing in. And yes, that was beautiful. Nice job.
Nice, nice.
Very good.
Yeah, we just have the final boss.
They all pretty much dash at you. Yep, just the boss.
And then time will be
All right, here we go.
his HP reaches 0 as well.
Before the final boss, we have this one little core of this whole little thing. I don't even know what to call this thing. Ansem's body. We're just going to call it that. He has a core here in the middle, and it has baby HP. It's baby. Look at it.
Yeah,
It's so small. It's only like that in Japanese. In the other version, it's got a pretty big health bar. But it's like 2 hits worth of a core in this. Yeah, this is it. This is the final here. This is Ansem 4.
The final of
So
the
we're gonna go
final
up-
boss.
The final boss.
Correct.
So we're going to go up here, use arrow to cancel that laser, and we're going to send Goofy to attack him while we are attacking him from behind. We're in a very specific spot so that the lasers are only targeting us, and Goofy can get all of his damage out with Tornado. Because Tornado does a lot of extra damage over the course of the fight. It actually saves somewhere like 5 seconds to have him do maximum tornadoes there. And while he's doing this attack, he's kind of blowing you away with some kind of wind type attack, and he's trying to push you into this giant explosion. But you can keep moving towards him and attack his hand while he's doing that. But once that is over, this is pretty much the end of the fight. You just finish him off with air hits, stay alive, and once that's it, that is time once it's over.
And time.
GG.
GG.
Let's get some hype in the chat. That was awesome.
Let's go. Yeah, it was a pretty good run, actually. Other than the one death and the tiger head, is actually like everything else went very well.
Yeah.
Nintendo, this was incredible. Thank you so much for showcasing this. It's amazing that we got to end on the first ever release of the first ever game here for Oops All Kingdom Hearts. So we appreciate you hanging out with us, and you did fantastic.
Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much for letting me show off this game. I hope that all of you all found it interesting. I think it's so cool to revisit the old versions. And thank you so much for putting on the marathon. This marathon has been awesome so far. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Folks, please go give Nintendo a follow. Nintendo, what are you up to? Where can they find you? And tell us just a little bit more about you.
Yeah, I'm mostly a Kingdom Hearts runner. That's pretty much all that I do. And I live stream very often on my Twitch channel, Nintendo. And I've been recently running this version. I got the world record in this one recently. And I'm now moving on to the North American release, because that one is actually very different as well. It's a lot harder too. So you might be catching me run the game you played as a child.
Very cool. Very cool. Glitch,
Yeah.
you did absolutely incredible on commentary. Thank you so much. Do you have any shout outs or anything?
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, big shout outs to my homie Nintendo for having me on commentary. I appreciate the opportunity to hang out with you guys and to show off this game. I've run this game alone in the trenches for so many years, so it makes me so happy to see people appreciating it and getting to show it to a wider audience at this event. And thank you as well for putting the event on, and everybody involved at GDQ for making this happen. Thank you guys. Big shout outs to Sonic for helping us with all this new routing. SH2 Luck for the CSR mod, and yeah, Nintendo didn't shout it, but make sure to check his YouTube channel as well. He's got some pretty fire content on there at Nintendo on YouTube.
Thank you.
So that's really it for me. If you want to find me, just twitch.tv/glitched. I also run these PS2 ports all the time.
Very cool. Well, thank you both so much. You all did it incredible. And with that, folks, that's it. Oops All Kingdom Hearts weekend comes to a close once again. This was an absolutely incredible weekend, and I really appreciate you all hanging out with me and the rest of the runners as we celebrated the Kingdom Hearts franchise. It was an absolute blast to be here, and I appreciate you bringing the energy and keeping us company all week with all of the fun Disney and lore aspects of the show. My name is Jiggy. I've been hanging out with you all weekend. I want to give a major shout out to our technical producer, Ray, who is in the studio, the GDQ studios. And yeah, with that, folks, thank you so much for hanging out with us here all weekend for Oops All Kingdom Hearts weekend. I will be back here on the GDQ channel at the end of the month for Speedruns today. So that's the next time you'll see me. But stick around because we're going to be rerunning the day right now if you missed out on our Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories Riku story. That'll be coming at you right after the break. Thank you so much for being here. Major claps in the chat for not only all of our wonderful runners, but you yourself. And I will see you at the end of the month here on the GDQ channel. Bye, everybody. See you then.